Do, 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 do.
Tom, 3 wins in a row. The mood in camp must be pretty good at the moment.
Yeah, the boys are buzzing. I think it's been a really successful start to the campaign for us. Another big game here on Friday, so hopefully we can go well this weekend.
And you look pretty pumped up against Middlesex. We saw that in the celebration photos. How enjoyable was that victory?
No, it was awesome. Playing at Lords is one thing, and then to win there is amazing. So yeah, loved every minute of being out there, and yeah, absolutely buzzing to get the win.
And looking back on the reverse fixture up at Old Trafford, you took your maiden first-class fiver in that game. It's been a very proud moment to pick that up.
No, it was for sure. You know, it's just, I feel that throughout this whole kind of block, someone's kind of put their hand up, and someone different's put their hand up, more importantly, every game. And it was nice to be able to do that in Manchester. Again, I was just lucky enough to get the wickets, but you know, everyone still contributed in that game. I think that's what's also been important, the fact that everyone's been tight and then someone's managed to pick up the rewards, but it's really come from a full bowling effort and a full group from the bowlers and the fielders, which has been awesome to see.
Looking at your own game, batting included, I'm sure you want to be batting a little bit higher up the order, but in terms of bowling and batting, how have you felt individually?
Yeah, pretty good. You know, ultimately we're in different positions in games compared to last year. You know, this year we're on top in a lot of games and been in positions to win games, which has been great, and it's great to kind of be trying to play that style of cricket. There's been a few more kind of result kind of type wickets, I suppose, home and away, which has meant that you know, it's kind of quite exciting to play, and you know, weather's been good, which has really helped. You know, cricket going or being able to go for the 4 days if needed, and I felt pretty good, and yeah, just trying to do my bit for the team, really.
You've been part of a 5-strong seam attack that's really stuck their hands up at different points, everyone contributing. How impressive has that group been? Yeah,
no, really impressive. Like I said, people have, I feel like everyone's mucked in and bowled well in every game, and then different people have got the rewards and different people have got the wickets, but it's also the guys at the other ends that are building pressure and stuff and not getting the rewards that day, but then on a different innings or a different game they are getting those rewards. And I think it's also just a nice group to be part of, because everyone's happy for each other and genuinely happy for people's successes, and it's nice to kind of be in that dynamic as a team, which is probably resulting to some successes as well.
And that success has seen 4 wins from the opening 6 games, 1 more now against Lancashire before we head into the blast block. How significant would it be to end that with a win? Yeah,
it'd be great. I mean, obviously the fact that if we'd take this block now, what is it? Is it 4 wins? Is it 3 wins now? 4. So if I mean, even now, if you'd taken 4 wins in this first block, you'd snap your hand off for that. I mean, let alone 5. So, yeah, a win would be awesome. But I think, you know, we're not going into every game thinking, oh, let's win the game, and we have to win, have to win, have to win. You know, it's kind of, there's been a lot of chat around processes and going about our business and the way we want to do things. Day 1, day 2, day 3. You know, first session, first ball, things like that. And you know, we'll just try and go about this game the same we've done all the other games, and hopefully that end result will take care of itself.
Brilliant shot from Goldsworthy.
Oh, what a comeback that is! Got him. And taken. They are very much in this, the Foxes. They are fighting hard.
Shot from Goldsworthy.
Oh, what a comeback that is! Got him. And taken. They are very much in this, the Foxes. They are fighting hard.
shot from Goldsworthy.
Oh, what a comeback that is! Got him and taken. They are very much in this, the Foxes. They are fighting hard.
Brilliant shot from Goldsworthy.
Oh, what a comeback that is! Got him and taken. They are very much in this, the Foxes. They are fighting hard.
against them. It's not particularly encouraging.
That drew against Derbyshire last week. So no James Anderson, and Will Williams are replacing him.
Ian Holland, unsurprisingly, is going to open bowling for the Foxes from the pavilion end, and he is going to be bowling to Luke Wells. Is that Luke Wells at that end?
It is.
It is. Slightly taller. In he goes. Holland bowls to Wells, who leaves outside the off stump. A perfectly normal delivery that doesn't do too much. We are at, well, when the bowling is from the pavilion end, long gone really, and not too much of a straight long gone either. So we are at a slight angle, and the stream is up and running with us, so that is good. news. So welcome if you're just listening on the stream as well, watching on YouTube and the various outlets, including the club website and the ECB site. Holland is in and bowls. Wellesley's forward, thickish outside part of the bat. He got nicely on top of the bounce and steered it as much as anything down to third man, but it was slightly the outside part of the bat.
The news on James Anderson is that I'm reading these quotes directly. Based on how he's felt after the Derbyshire game, it was felt that back-to-back championship games was too much of a risk as we manage his return to competitive cricket and a busy schedule ahead.
So he anticipates sort of playing one-day cricket as well, then?
He wants to play T20 cricket. Okay. He has said that. He'd like to play some blast cricket.
And we should say he did travel, didn't he?
Yes, he's here. He's here.
So he'll be taking on the drinks. Update time for BBC Radio Leicester as Ian Holland is in and bowls outside off stump. It rises a little bit into the gloves of Ben Cox, but from outside off stump. And Jennings this time has nothing to do with it. One without loss then. Pitch looks a pretty good one. I had a look at it outside, obviously, and a little bit of grass left on, but not much more than last time, a millimetre, I think, at the most, in terms of the cut. But it did move around a little bit last time. In goes Holland, bowls outside off stump, and again, no real movement, and Wells leaves. I beg your pardon, Jennings leaves. Two tall left-handers. Jennings, the former skipper, long-sleeved shirt. Wells, newly promoted or re-promoted to the top of the order to some effect last time. Has a short-sleeved shirt on. Holland is in, bowls again very wide outside off stump. Hasn't quite got his line right in this over, just the one that's hit the bat. And was run down to third man by Luke Wells. Jennings again able to leave with the three slips. Rishi Patel, Peter Hanscom and Ben Green alongside Ben Cox. Holland, 22 on the back of his shirt, runs in and bowls. A little bit short, on off stump, and Jennings stood up tall and played it firmly but not really aggressively out into the offside. Rahan Ahmed fielded in the covers. End of the first over. One without loss. No real alarms for the Lancashire openers, which will reassure them. Pitch didn't ping around too much.
Serving the ball in from the Benetton, Logan Van Beek.
Logan Van Beek is going to open the bowling, as you possibly heard announced from the Bennett end. He and Holland have become the established opening new ball partnership for the Foxes this season. Van Beek, the quicker of the two down the slope, such as it is here at the Uptonsteel County Ground. Holland wandering up, not as quick, but usually gets a little bit more movement. But Van Beek has been pretty good so far this season as well. Van Beek is going to go around the wicket to Wells. Bowls outside off stump, brought the bat back inside the line, but a nice line from Van Beek. We are 1 over into play. Lancashire were put in by Leicestershire. Leicestershire skipper Peter Hanscom having won the toss, and they are 1 without loss. Logan Van Beek and Ian Holland opening the bowling for the Foxes. Lancashire have left out Jimmy Anderson, the famous England fast bowler, has a little bit of a niggle, so that's a little bit of a boost for the Foxes, but the pitch looks good. They'll be hoping to make inroads. Lancashire are 1 without loss. Van Beek around the wicket, bowls on off stump, leaning forward. Wells blocks it out into the offside, out towards wide-ish, mid-off. Tom Scriven is the fielder out there in front of a covered strip, which I'm guessing might be the strip that's going to be used for the first T20 home match. The T20's now not so far away, but otherwise the outfield here at Grace Road, like a lot of outfields, like Trent Bridge, looking at it yesterday, looks pretty bare and brown, and walking across it's like a rock. Now Van Bacon is waving. The hospitality boxes above the sight screen are all occupied, and there's a few people stood up on the balconies, and Luke Wells has already asked a couple of times for, I think, windows to be closed. I think they or opened, and one way or the other. In goes Van Beek, outside off stump, crunched away. Beautiful shot from Wells, sat up nicely for him, but that was an exquisite piece of timing, and it races away across this very bare and very fast outfield to the point boundary 4-4. Hits the advertising hoardings in front of the manual scoreboard on the Milligan Road side of the ground. That was a super shot, Scott.
It was, and he's in super form as well. He comes into this game on the back of 141 in the first innings against Derbyshire, and then a 50 in the second innings against Derbyshire, having been re-promoted, if that's the right phrase.
It's the one exactly the one I used. So, yes, I had to think about it a while.
Back to opening the batting, yeah.
Rightly so, I think. In goes Van Beek, bowls to him. It's Fuller, and Wells is cautious, leaning forward. A very solid forward defensive press pushes the ball back up the pitch towards the Kiwi bowler.
Yeah, you can understand, and we talked quite a bit about it last week, like with Jennings opening and Bell batting at 6. The logic behind Luke Wells batting at 6, as he did towards the end of last season and through the first, I think, 5 games of this season.
Van Beek bowls to him again. It's a straight delivery. This time he's defending on the back foot. You heard the call of no as it came out of the middle of the bat out towards Ahmed in the covers.
Because it breaks up the two left-handers opening the batting. It gives Lancashire some experience at 6 that perhaps they'd lacked in previous, or certainly last season. But fundamentally, when the team was on the ropes, and they were after that game against Northamptonshire the week before last, you're going to get players into their best positions, and this is Wells' best position. In goes
Van Beek again. It's straight, but again Wells looking to get forward, blocks it very comfortably, solidly out into the offside where Scriven is the fielder. So just the 4 runs, 1 scoring shot off the over, but it was a cracking scoring shot. And first 2 overs, track appears to hold no great terrors so far. Sometimes it takes 7 or 8 overs for the lacquer to come off the new ball and the seam to get a bit more exposed and it to start seaming around, but, well, reasonably good start as far as Lancashire are concerned in terms of the lack of movement in the pitch.
Yeah, Leicestershire's decision to bowl first. So let's see what this first half an hour has in play as Ian Holland comes around the wicket and bowls, but down the leg side to Keaton Jennings and beyond the reach of the keeper and down to the boundary for 4 byes is the signal from umpire David Milnes. Just speared away down the leg side by Ian Holland, who is the division's leading wicket taker. I was taking a look at the top run scorer and the top wicket taker in Division 2 are both featuring in this game, which is Marcus Harris for Lancashire and Ian Holland for Leicestershire. But a terrific campaign so far. 3 slips waiting. Again around the wicket to Jennings. It's pushed forward and wide of off stump and left alone and through to the keeper. And there is no run. So yeah, that getting Wells back to the top. I think Bell batting at 6. He got 57 in the first innings against Derbyshire last time out. I mean, Bell had never opened the batting in first class cricket. And to be fair, he stuck his hand up and said, I'll give it a go. But yeah, looked a little better balance last week. As Jennings off the front foot defending, just pushing firmly away out to cover. And there is no run. Jennings on 0, Wells on 5, Lancashire 9 without loss, being asked to bat first on this opening day. Lancashire up against the league leaders. What a season, Richard. What a season for the Foxes.
Indeed.
What's going on?
It's pretty much the question many have asked, but it's a huge pleasure to be watching him.
I bet it is. Holland to Jennings. He's on the walk, just a half step forward and then turns it with a slightly angled bat. working it towards mid-wicket, but there's no run. Is it 4 wins from 6?
4 out of 6, yes,
Wow.
and a sort of 40-point lead over third.
It's ridiculous.
Yeah, well, it yes, it is. But they played very well, and I think all the wins have been well earned, so to speak. There haven't been too many flukes among them.
Holland in and bowls Jennings forward and defending off a thickish outer half of the bat, and the ball just squirts down towards third man, and he gets his first run. Keaton Jennings, he moves to 1. Lancashire 10 without loss, bringing Wells on strike. Well, fabulous start to the season, and of course this is the first game, isn't it, before the break for T20, or the last game before the break for T20, so it's kind of a month away without red ball cricket after this week. So if Leicestershire can get a result from this week, it caps off a brilliant first half to the season. Here's Holland to Wells. Oh, that's a good ball, that nips through and beats Wells. Taken by the keeper, but a sharp delivery by Ian Holland from around the wicket, angled into Wells. May have just nipped away a fraction. Good delivery to end the third over. And Lancashire 10 without loss, Wells on 5, and Jennings on 1. Yeah, that was a beauty.
First one that's really done a little bit of something extra. And it's one of the things Holland has done so well this season. Just coming round, he's bowled so well to left-handers. He's got it to, and it's not easy for a right-hander bowling sort of around to a left-hander to swing it away from them. So he sort of brings it in and straightens them away. A little bit of swing, a little bit of bounce, and I'll have to work out how many of those 27 wickets he's taken have been left-handers, but a fair few. I think there's a few around.
There's plenty in this Lancashire side.
Yeah. Round the wicket comes Van Beek, bowls to Jennings, who just, with plenty of time there, just leans forward and turns it carefully out towards Budinger, who's more or less mid-wicket, having a chat to umpire Milnes out there at the moment.
Yeah, Ian Holland 27 wickets at an average of 15. He's top of the charts in Division 2. And Marcus Harris with 795 runs, averaging 72. Is the division's leading run scorer. In fact, I think he might well be the country's leading run scorer, Marcus Harris.
Van Beek, sweatband on his left wrist, comes running in and bowls lovely on drive. Again, he had time there, Jennings, and he'll get value for that. There's no chance for Hull to chase that down, even going up the slight slope towards the Bennett end, towards the Turner Indoor Centre. Fairly raced away. No great flourish, no great follow through, just timing and making sure I got it in the middle of the bat. And away it went for 4. If you get in, there are runs to be made here at Grace Road. Again, Van Beek is in, and could have been 4 more there, a little bit short. Not perhaps quite wide enough as far as Jennings was concerned. He cracked it away off the back foot, but he wasn't exactly cramped. It was close enough for him just to be a little bit careful, get on top of the bounce, and in the end he picked out Ahmed, who is the, well, pretty much only fielder on the offside other than Scriven at mid-off and the sort of wide third man. He's in splendid isolation. Rahan, who will miss quite a number of the T20s for Leicestershire. He and Hull both selected for England duties. Van Beek, fair hair, in, bowls on the leg stump this time and clipped away by Jennings. And although Budinger makes a real effort to chase it down, he never really had a chance. He went just behind square, and Van Beek, as he just sometimes is in his first couple of overs, is a little bit expensive, a little bit inconsistent. Last week, Hanscom took him off after 2 overs. Okay, well, if you're going to do that, we'll go to someone a little bit more consistent. He went to actually went to Josh Hull, I think, first up. That was at Lord's. In goes Van Beek, bowls outside off stump, better length, but not a better direction. It was well wide, and Jennings with a 9 to his name now, 2 4s in the over, already let it go through.
Of the 4 wins this season, Richard, where would last week at Lord's against Middlesex rank?
Well, it was the first at Lord's against Middlesex for Leicestershire for 45 years.
Wow.
So, yeah. Certainly.
Right up there then.
Yes. I've seen them get close at Lords a couple of times, in fairness, and one is being denied by the weather. But yes, that was right up there. Van Beek is in. That one may have straightened a touch. Jennings played it well enough in the end on the back foot as it jumped towards him, got on top of the bounce, but wasn't quite out of the middle, and Ahmed, to his right at point, made the stop. Let's just have a look. Just that did a little bit. No, not too much. But Jennings, nonetheless, on top of the bounce. He remains on 9, 18 without loss after 4. Nice start for Lancashire.
Yeah, nice and steady by Wells and by Jennings. A familiar-looking opening pair, this for Lancashire. They've batted a lot together over the last 4, 5, 6 seasons now with the Red Rose. Wells on strike as Holland sets off around the wicket and bowls, and left by Wells. 18 without loss. Yeah, watching that game unfold last week from Old Trafford with Leicestershire and Middlesex, both myself and Dave Fletcher from Radio Derby with singing with the Leicester go to Middlesex, go to Lords and win. Wow, that is some marker. Is that? And then go on and complete a terrific victory. As Holland balls to Jennings, forward again off the to half of the bat, just zips away behind square on the offside for a single. Wells moves on to 6, and Lancashire 19 without loss.
It came so quickly as well. It was, in that respect, unexpected. You know, they were 51 without loss in their second innings, Middlesex, and had got ahead. So it looked like it was going to essentially be a one-innings game. They were effectively 8 without loss, and then from 51 without loss, they were 143 all out. It just went very quickly, 2 hours.
Holland to Jennings. He's on the walk. Is Keaton Jennings just a little step or two down the pitch towards the bowler, which would indicate that Holland is just getting the ball to move around here. Jennings might even be batting just a fraction out of his crease, which is not unusual for Keaton Jennings. He's just nudged that last delivery out towards mid-wicket. There's no run. There's 3 slips in place. Mid-on, mid-wicket. There's a fine leg. Third man. Cover and mid-off. Holland to Jennings, again advancing towards Ian Holland and defending to the leg side, and there's no run.
There may be a point at which Ben Cox stands up, but not quite yet.
Nope, he's still in safe distance, isn't he, with his quite bright green flashes on his wicket-keeping gloves.
Yeah. Leicestershire green, as you look around the seats.
Very nice, yeah. Holland to Jennings, and that's left, and through to Cox. There's no run. It was lovely to see Peter Hanscom in his Leicestershire blazer again this morning. It's been one of the highlights. Tell me how disappointing the season's been for Lancashire. One of the highlights of the season for me was the game at Old Trafford when Peter Hanscom went out to the middle with his full Leicestershire green blazer. Looked terrific.
Well, Marcus had a blazer on when he went out today, didn't
he?
Yes,
I
believe he did.
Oh, good effort, Marcus. Nicely done. 19 without loss. 1 ball left for the 5th. And there's Holland's in and left by Jennings. It's full, but it's wide of off stump. Jennings just with, again, half a pace down the pitch and allows that one to go through. And there is no run, just a single coming off the over. 5 gone. Lancashire 19 without loss. So both captains with their blazers on. Excellent.
Yeah, and caps. It was a sort of dark blue, very dark blue. It was, yeah. They're funny. The Aussies like the traditions in some, you know, the old things. And 2 internationals, 2 Test internationals.
Well, they played together in Australia. Are they at the same?
Well, Peter was captain of Victoria.
Well, yeah, in that case.
So
yeah.
in that case, yeah.
Teammates.
Old friends, but Marcus had a very serious face on. He was. He's not here to meet old friends. Round the wicket goes Van Beek and bowls to Wells, who hasn't been on strike for a while, but just leans forward, blocks that one. Fullish delivery back up the pitch on the onside. It trickles past the stumps, behind which stand umpire Adnan. He's standing at the Bennett end for the first 2 innings of the game. Umpire Milnes greeted everybody very jovially back on his own stamping ground this morning when he came out. Van Beek, athletic run is in and bowls. Good line, good length, and an equally good solid forward defensive lean. Not a big stride from Wells. He's a tall man, but just leant forward into that. Blocked it back up the pitch.
Yeah, since these two sides last met, Lancashire have changed their captain. For,
yes.
Leicestershire supporters who may be wondering why it's not Keaton Jennings. Yes, he stood down after the game against Northamptonshire the week before last, and Lancashire lost a game that they should have won.
Van Beek bowls full on leg stump, clipped neatly out to mid-wicket, but Budinger, the athletic Budinger, sort of fall/dives to his right to make the stop. Nice piece of timing from Wells. Probably a bit annoyed that he missed out on that. Either side. Sorry, Scott.
Sorry. Yeah, that defeat put Lancashire bottom of Division 2, and there's all sorts of meltdowns taking place. So as a result, Keaton Jennings stood down, and Marcus Harris has taken over captaincy of the 4-day side.
Van Beek is in hurries. Wells might just have come back on him a little bit, but he gets plenty of bat on it, runs it past Budinger. But it wasn't an aggressive shot. He didn't put his weight into it. It was a defensive shot, essentially, thick inside part of the bat. Even so, it runs 3/4 of the way to the boundary. If you can get it past the fielder, you've got every chance here. As I say, it is like an ice rink out there. And he picks up 2, moves on to 8. Jennings 9, 21 without loss. Marcus's appointment, is it sort of temporary, or is it definitely full-time? As in goes Van Beek and bowls. Wells defends the slightly short of a length ball on the off stump out to the offside.
Well, Keaton's going to captain the T20 side still, so that it's just at the minute for 4-day cricket. However, he said last week at the toss against Derbyshire that he's looking forward to skippering the side for the next couple of games.
Right.
So there's Derbyshire last week and Leicestershire this week, and then there's no 4-day game for a month with the T20. And I seem to recall Dale Benkenstein in pre-season. I'll come back to it.
Van Beek bowls, length and line on off stump, no run. Wraps out Wells, having leant forward and blocked it out to Ahmed in the covers. End of the 6th over. Again, no alarms. Only once has the bat been beaten so far. 21 without loss.
Dale said that there's a possibility or the chance that Marcus may have to return to Australia for family reasons at some point in the middle part of the summer. So I wonder whether that he might not skip at the side for those 2 championship matches that are in the middle of the blast.
Right.
He might well be back home in Australia. I don't know that for certain, but I think that...
Is he playing T20?
He's not, no.
He's not, okay.
No. So yeah, I think Dale mentioned that in pre-season. As Holland sets off and bowls to Keaton Jennings, driven handsomely for 4. Crunched away through extra cover by Keaton Jennings. Lovely kind of swing of the bat, nothing forced, just nice rhythmic movement of the bat from Jennings to bring him 4 runs, 25 without loss.
Upset the dog somewhere.
He did, yes. Yes. Little dog somewhere not happy. Because this is one of the grounds where you can bring dogs.
They are welcome.
Excellent.
On a lead.
Oh. There we go again.
He's listening.
Yeah. I'd quite like to see that. Not every ground does allow dogs.
No.
Holland in to Jennings, off the back foot, punched firmly, but just to the fraction to the right of mid-off, but Tom Scriven's there to field for Leicestershire, and there's no run. 25 on the board for Lancashire. So yeah, that would probably back that up. If Marcus was saying last week, I'm going to skip it aside for the next couple of games, I think there is a possibility he might be returning to Australia.
So his family haven't actually come with him this time then?
I don't think so, no. It's Holland to Jennings, and on the walk, Keaton Jennings defending back to Ian Holland. So if that does turn out to be the case, then those championship matches in the middle of the T20, presumably if Marcus isn't here for those, then it's over to somebody else to take over the reins. Of course, Josh Bohannon is the vice captain, and James Anderson was named in the middle of this shake-up that they had. Holland's into Jennings, beats him, slides past the edge of the bat. That obviously James being a senior pro, that it'd be Anderson, Bohannon, and Harris is kind of the management kind of group. So presumably it will be Bohannon that would take the captaincy if Marcus does have to return back to Australia. So yes, it's all been very eventful in the last week or two. Following Lanky around, here comes Holland again to Jennings, and he's walking, and he's beaten, and a ball that has good lift and carry into the glove of Cox, and instantly both batters come down to inspect the surface, but that did lift and went through to Cox about shoulder height, maybe just a fraction above, from around the wicket to Ian Holland as Jennings came down the pitch. Nice delivery. Just nibbling around here for Holland early on, and Jennings doing his best to try and negotiate it. Holland in to Jennings, that's full and wide left, and that's the end of the over. 25 on the board for Lancashire. Wells has 8 and Jennings on 13. Good probing stuff by Ian Holland. He's obviously having a terrific season. He was a big threat, wasn't he, in the game between these two sides in Manchester a month or so ago, picking up a couple of wickets in both innings. Of course, it was Tom Scriven.
Scriven, wasn't it?
Was the
He picked
star
up
of the
the
show.
5 in the first dig. Van Beek is going to continue 3 overs, none for 14 for the New Zealanders so far. Round the wicket he comes from the Bennett end. A few more clouds around as he bowls to Wells on his legs. Wells just turns it calmly towards the vacant mid-wicket, and Hanscom, as is often the way, once runs start to be scored, puts out a sweeper. Really doesn't like conceding runs, and he's already sent the man who was at mid-wicket, Sol Budinger, out to deep square, so to give the bowlers some cover. The pitch, we should say, is cut just to that side of the square. It's fairly central, but slightly to that meat side, the west side of the ground. So it is a slightly shorter boundary on that side. But Budinger now is actually at deep square. Van Beek into Jennings, who is looking to clip him off his legs. It flicks the... No, it's a no ball anyway, and it's leg byes. So 4 leg byes and the no ball. An expensive delivery from Logan Van Beek. Pushing it up, maybe looking for the sort of in-swinging Yorker. Didn't quite get it right. Did flick the pad, obviously. Probably wasn't more than a couple of inches down the leg side in terms of missing the stumps, but that's enough. Lancashire on to 30 now. Van Beek in, bowls, and Jennings covers up that one. Middle and leg-ish line. Van Beek ran across the pitch there, jumped across the pitch as he looked to field the ball on the leg side, because there aren't any close fielders on the leg side, with the exception of Hull, who you can't miss at mid-on.
Yes, he didn't play, did he, in Manchester? He wasn't quite ready, I don't think, is he, for that game?
No, they were a little bit concerned. Obviously, he had a slightly injury-affected winter, so they eased him in, but he's done very well in the last couple. In goes Van Beek, outside off stump. Jennings steps forward, then leaves the bat raised as it slides through into the gloves of Cox. It was not a cloud in the sky when I woke this morning, but just building up a little bit. There's a bit of white stuff around. We should be good for today. Forecast for later on, sort of tonight and overnight, is not particularly promising. We shall see. Van Beek in, bowled, leaning forward is Jennings. Plays that one nicely. It wasn't too bad a delivery on off stump, but just angled bat. Nice opener's single. Ran it down to third man and takes 1. Moves on to 14, 31 without loss.
Yeah, I thought you said tomorrow's was slightly iffy, wasn't it, the forecast? I was watching the local weather report this morning, and it didn't seem maybe that it was as bad as it was predicting a couple of days ago. So
I think we might get a decent amount of play tomorrow with any luck. Van Beek is in and bowls on off stump. Wells sort of waits for it, but it wasn't quite there to drive, and it was straight and just blocked it out into the offside. But both these left-handers looking pretty good at the moment. Wells has 9 off 19, Jennings 14 off 29. And as starts go, I suspect Lancashire would take that 31 without loss after 8.
Yeah, it's a good start. Yeah, nice and positive start. It's got a good pace, haven't they, as well, both openers. Ball's nibbled around. So, I mean, Holland in particular, as he has done for most of this, I would say this season, but most of his career. When conditions and the pitch are suiting, he can just get the ball to do enough, can't he? And Jennings has faced Holland for most of this first half an hour or so, as he does so again here on the mark and just on the march rather, just to step down the pitch and works the ball down towards wide third for a single. But it's taken a lot of skill so far to negotiate Holland. A couple have beaten the bat. He's got one to rise quite sharply as well in the last over.
Yeah, those 27 wickets have come at just under 16, it's 15.7, and his economy rate is also the best in the division at 2, essentially 2 runs and over. It just doesn't really concede many runs at all.
Wells on strike. Holland in. Defended off the back foot by Wells, but again plays it maybe as if it just popped a little bit on him. Watching it onto the face of the bat, off the back foot and defending it away into the offside, and there is no addition to the score, which is 32 without loss. We've had half an hour of play on the morning of this final round of championship fixtures before the blast. I can't believe this is game number 7 already of the county championship season. On and past the umpire to Wells, punched away, but Ahmed's coming round from cover to field. There's no addition to the score.
Yeah, halfway through at the end of this game.
Scary thought. Well, the concerns that sometimes cricket supporters, and rightly so, have about playing cricket in this time of the year have not been an issue this year. The weather's been absolutely stunning. Again, Wells on the front foot, solid looking defence to mid-off, and there's no run. It could be the best part of the summer, this last month or two. Hope not. Hope it continues for the course of the next few months, but yeah, no problems with batting and playing cricket in April this year. Been beautiful. I think Lancashire have only had one day, affected by the weather, which was against Leicestershire on that final day.
That last day, wasn't it? We lost the first, full two sessions, and then a bit of the last, really, effectively.
Yeah.
But
probably Lancashire grateful for the Manchester weather on that occasion. Definitely behind in the game. Holland to Wells. Again, defends it and then leans forward on his bat as he turns it out towards the leg side, but ball just nipping away from Luke Wells, and Jennings coming down and signalling just that to his batting partner.
he had time to adjust, didn't he? Yeah, it was a good ball, but it's not quick, is it, out there? The pitch doesn't look particularly quick.
32 for no wicket. Final ball of the over. Change of line here. Holland over the wicket to Wells. The outcome's the same. It's a pretty solid looking forward defensive by Luke Wells, and it bounces up towards Tom Scriven at mid-off. And there's no run. End of the over. 9 gone. Holland's bowled 5 overs. Only gone for 8 runs so far. Lancashire 32 on the board. Wells on 9 and Jennings on 15.
Enter Mr. Blatherwick, is it? The 12th man with a gilet on and a towel and drinks and something to do with Wells's the sole of his boot.
Could be Harry Singh, that.
Ah, okay.
Because I know Harry was in the squad, and he's got his back to us. It just doesn't look like it's Blatherwick from
taller.
here. Yeah. Could be Harry Singh. Yeah, Harry Singh and Jack Blatherwick both named in the. You can just see on the stream it is Harry. Both named in the squad. They've gone for Will Williams as the option replacing James Anderson, which obviously is a perfectly fair decision. He's a very good bowler, but I suspect Jack Blatherwick wasn't too far away from the conversation. He's been out and played some red ball cricket away from Lancashire. He's been on loan to Durham for 2 matches. But they went with Will Williams in for Anderson. If you missed that news earlier, they're basically just carefully negotiating Anderson's return to cricket. He played last week, and they're suggesting that maybe the idea of back-to-back championship games at this stage maybe just a little bit too much for him.
Change of bowling. 4 overs from Logan van Beek is enough. Peter Hanscom has decided, and he has gone to Josh Hull from the Bennett end, looking to swing it away over the wicket to Keaton Jennings. In he goes and bowls on the money straight away in terms of line and length. Jennings equal to it, plays it carefully out towards wide-ish mid-off. Tom Scriven picks up. Again, big gap in the covers, but again, sweeper. And Hanscom has taken out his 3rd slip, even for Hull, at the start of his bowling, and put Green out on the point boundary. And he's always posted a 3rd man throughout the season, and has saved a lot of runs in so doing, got to be said. Hull in, bowls, Jennings leaves outside off stump. Again, it doesn't exactly die into the gloves of Cox, but it doesn't really sting them. And Hull can work up a decent amount of pace. He's just take a while to get into his rhythm. A few deliveries, you would have thought. So yeah, a huge gap between Ahmed, who's at backward point, and Scriven, who's at sort of wide-ish mid-off. For Jennings and Wells to drive the ball into. They want him to drive there, they want them. Leicestershire. In goes Hull, bowls outside of stump, but sort of suggestion of shape, but it's coming from the arm a little bit. It started wide, went a little bit wider. Jennings had nothing to do with it. Yeah, the weather at Grace Road tends to come from the southwest above the electronic scoreboard, and it's sort of building up a little bit down there. A Leicestershire supporter Foxy Phil is in that neck of the woods. We'll have to get him to send us a weather report.
Like an early warning system.
Indeed, yeah. What's coming our way? Hull towering over umpire Adnan as he comes in and bowls outside of stump, little bit short. Work for Green to do as it's cracked away by Jennings off the back foot, out to extra cover really, down to deepish extra cover. Green runs up the rope on the scorched Grace Road turf, makes the stop, but Jennings picks up a couple, moves on to 17-34 without loss.
Yeah, the outfield here is pretty similar, I think, around the country, isn't it? It was certainly the case at Old Trafford last week, and watching the bit of the test match yesterday, it looked similar at Trent Bridge too. I think the outfields around the country are all a similar colour.
You can certainly see the drainage channels that have been dug in the past. In goes Hull and bowls outside off something. It was a quicker delivery, and it slid through at a decent pace to Cox, but it was too wide, and again Jennings just stepped forward and let it go through. I wonder if Hanscom's... Well, he's not the sort to admit it if he does, but I wonder if he's already starting to think about the decision to bowl first. It kind of felt out there a bit like a batting first day, didn't it? It was sunny and warm, and pitch looked pretty good. But I think the bowling first option has worked for them so far, as in goes Hull and bowls. Again, Jennings has time there as he sort of walks into the defensive press, pushing it off middle end leg out towards mid-on, where Van Beek was the fielder. End of the over. Nothing wrong with it from Hull's point of view, and he getting into his bowling, but played with, from Leicestershire's point of view, a concerning degree of comfort by Keaton Jennings.
Well, I got the impression, just having a little chat with a couple of the Lancashire guys before play started, that they weren't entirely certain what to do at the toss, and they weren't that disappointed to lose it. So I mean, you can understand the decision behind bowling first. You looked at the colour of the pitch, for example. Holland's going to continue over number 6 for him. over the wicket across the left-hander. Left by Luke Wells, but yeah, the vibe I got from chatting to one or two of the Lancashire lads was that they were okay with not winning the toss on this occasion and batting first. Okay, fair enough. So maybe one of those little 50-50 decisions, isn't it? 9 for Wells, still 3 slips in place. Holland has been the biggest threat so far as he sets off again and bowls, and left once more by Wells, but again, nicely taken by Cox. A good height and a good carry through to the Leicestershire keeper. He's bouncing across first slip where Rishi Patel fields to take the catch.
What movement there is seems to come from that just slightly short of a length area, which makes it that little bit easier to deal with in a way.
Around the wicket this time, Holland to Wells. It's guided off the back foot down towards third man, beyond the reach of the third slip fielder, just trying to get his fingertips to that, low down to his left to try and cut it off. But steered away by Wells. For 1, he moves to double figures, he's on to 10. Lancashire now 35 without loss.
I suppose the nightmare is, I mean, Zimbabwe had one, didn't it, yesterday, in terms of putting the opposition in, and they finish on 500 for 3 or something, close to.
Holland into Jennings, turned across his pads out towards the leg side. So Budinger fields at square leg, and there is no run. Well, yeah, tricky one, isn't it, for captain. Holland's bowled nicely, he's beaten the bat a couple of times, could easily have nicked one off already inside this first half an hour, especially Holland. The threats largely come from this end so far. Jennings just stepping away towards the leg side, settles back into his crease. Holland sets off again. The bright sunshine bowls left by Jennings, that's too far wide of off stump. Ignored by the Lancashire opener.
In terms of actual runs scored, Jennings hasn't had a nightmare start to the season, has he? I mean, it hasn't worked for him as skipper, but over 400 runs now in 14 innings, averaging, I suppose, early 30s. He'd like to do more, but it's not been awful, has it?
He allows that one to go past.
By his standards, I suppose he'd be not happy, but
yeah, there's a couple of those scores early on where that's the end of the over as well, 35 without loss, where he's got to 55 and 49 in the first match against Middlesex, got to 96 against Northamptonshire at Old Trafford. There's a couple of scores there where he's probably thinking, I've missed out, I'm in, and could have gone on to get a much bigger score. But I think you're right, Richard. That's all coming from a pretty high bar that Keaton's set now for a number of years. So maybe from the pretty high level, it maybe just feels it's just quite got to that standard of previous seasons just yet.
well, you can just think about his batting at the moment. Hull is in and bowls foolish to Wells, who has to adjust. I think he was expecting to get forward there, and it was a much fuller ball just outside off stump, and he ended up dabbing it out towards Ahmed at point.
One thing that did not happen was when he was captain, his form didn't at all drop. If anything, it kind of went up another level. I mean, last season in a team that were relegated, he skippered the side, he got 1,000 runs. So yeah, during his time as Lancashire's captain, one thing that hasn't happened is his own personal form hasn't dipped. If anything, he's probably hit some new heights.
Hull to Wells, and he beats the outside edge. Wells was drawn in, just having a little push. He lifted the bat, but after he'd had a little feel for that one as it swung away outside off stump. And the two batsmen confer in mid-pitch. Just confirm he had a little play. Yeah, it did. It was wide enough to, certainly well wide enough to leave, but decent movement, decent swing from Hull.
Yeah, it's that angle in towards him, isn't it? It's kind of drawn him into playing at the shot with the way that Hull's angling it in and just taking the ball away.
Comes in and bowls edge, dropped at first slip by Rishi Patel. He went for the drive, got a fairly thick edge, and I'm pretty sure that carried. We're right behind Rishi Patel, who gets a couple of consoling pats on the back. It was a horribly difficult chance. If chance it was, let's have a look, see. Did it carry? Yes, it did. About a foot above the ground. And actually looking at the replay, he will be very disappointed that he put that one down. It was say foot and a half. Got two hands to it comfortably enough, and I suspect that is a chance Leicestershire are going to very much regret putting down. Hull is in again. 2 Wells, who this time leaves outside off stump. A life, and that is the first chance, and it's gone down.
Well, it's a lovely delivery, and again, it's drawn him into playing at the shot, hasn't it? And he went for it pretty hard, did Luke Wells. Maybe the fact he went so hard at it in the end was to his benefit, because that went quickly to Patel. But, as you say, it's a chance that you would, he, I'm sure, would back himself to take more times than not. But just like the previous delivery from Hull, that angle into Wells and that just a little bit of nip away.
Hull is in. Wells shortish outside off stump, gets up on his toes and plays it firmly away through point, wide of Rahan Ahmed, out towards green on that point boundary, and takes 1.
It's that good, it's that length too, isn't it? He's tempting Wells to drive at it too. It's a good piece of bowling by Hull. He's unlucky not to have got the wicket there, and a bit of good fortune going in the way of Luke Wells.
It is probably the one area that Leicestershire have slightly let themselves down a bit in this season. Too many catches have gone down. They dropped a couple at Old Trafford, didn't they? Ahmed put down a couple. Didn't do that against Middlesex. They corrected that. In goes Hull and bowls. That's a quickish delivery. It's a little bit too wide, and Jennings can let it go through, but it's taken by Cox quite high, around about chest high, more or less to his right, two-handed, and you could see that fizz through. So he's working up a bit of a head of steam, and despite he's such a relaxed young chap and very amenable, but he probably is a bit miffed about that. Catch going down off his bowling.
Yeah, I guess most fast bowlers tend to feel that way, don't they? Good start though by Josh Hull into a nice groove straight away. It's obviously induced a false shot from Luke Wells. I was just looking back at my notes to that Leicestershire game. I've got a note here that Matty Hurst dropped 3 times in his first 46 balls. That was on the second day. So yeah, there was a few chances spilt.
On 1 by Cox off Scriven, low. On 3 Ahmed off Mike. See if I've got a note to the other one. Oh yeah, by Ahmed again at 3rd, slip off Van Beek on 13.
It was a game that Leicestershire completely outplayed Lancashire, comprehensively outplayed them. Changing bowling from this end, as that's Green replacing Holland. It's off the front foot by Wells in defence towards mid-off, and there is no run.
Well, Leicestershire's game after that was at Bristol against Gloucestershire, obviously, but Ahmed dropped a couple more, and after the second one, Hanscom sent him out into that was it.
No, dear.
Okay.
Fair enough. Yeah.
Yeah.
I've had my chance.
Yeah.
It's Ben Green around the wicket balls, dropped away into the leg side by Luke Wells. 36 without loss. Yeah, it's pretty comprehensive performance, and the weather really on that occasion when these two sides met a few weeks ago was very much came to Lancashire's rescue. You would have feared for them batting for a full day to try and save the max, and they were 3 down, weren't they? Green in to Wells, nibbles away past Wells, kind of flirts with the idea of playing at it, and then allows it in the end to go through, but did so pretty late. It's keeping those 2 slip fielders and the wicket keeper interested. 36 without loss. Wells on 11. Jennings on 17. It's Ben Green. Good opening spell from Holland. Can Green back it up into Wells, firmly off the front foot, defending to mid-off, and there is no run. The opening spell from Ian Holland is 6 overs for 9 runs, and yeah, he was a threat and beat the bat on a few occasions and was nibbling the ball around. Wells looking to drive and does so successfully. Flashed away through the covers, chase on towards the extra cover boundary. It's a decent effort to try and catch up with that from Saul Budinger, but beautifully timed by Wells. It brings him 4 more runs. He moves on to 15. Lancashire 40 without loss now. We're in the 13th over of the Lancashire first innings. Having been asked to bat first. England have declared in the Test match 565 for 6. As Green's in, forward goes Wells and defends to cover point. There is no run. End of the over. 40 without loss. Ollie Pope making 171. Harry Brook making 58. Ben Stokes came out and batted for a little while, but England's declaration 565 for 6 declared.
I suppose all practice out in the middle is valuable, but quite how valuable this Test match is, I'm not entirely sure. But good. It's good for Zimbabwe. Well, is it good for Zimbabwe? It's great that they're getting some exposure, but
pretty brutal, wasn't it?
Yeah,
Yesterday?
I don't know how much they'll be actually enjoying it. Hull continues from the Bennett end. In he comes and bowls to Jennings on off stump. Jennings leans forward, blocks it out towards cover. There is no cover. Ahmed has to run up from backward point, and Jennings takes a comfortable single. Josh Hull then this season has picked up 8 wickets at 27, and he sort of came into the season with a very high first-class average, so it's been great for him really just to get some bowling, pick up some first-class wickets, and not make a point to the naysayers really, but a lot of people sort of questioned his such an early Test selection. Comes in and bowls outside off stump, steered off the back foot by Wells, but only as far as Ahmed. Again, he'll possibly feel he missed out a bit there, Wells, because he hit that pretty cleanly, but more or less straight to Ahmed. But you know, people couldn't really point to that now and say, look, he's only got a handful of wickets at 80, which he did have at the first class terms at the start of the season.
Yeah.
Now he's sort of settled into his bowling, started picking up regular wickets. Needs Leicestershire to catch him though, which they failed to do in his previous over. Hull in, bowls, nice delivery, foolish. Wells has to be careful, has to defend. A fraction uncertainly, perhaps. On middle and off.
Yes, he was looked just a little uncertain, didn't it, by Wells? But I think Hull's just got a really nice line here to Wells. The angle in towards him, and then just a little bit of nip away. But with the length he's bowling, Wells has got forward and driven him once, and he was dropped at slip. So it just puts a seed of doubt, doesn't it, in the batsman's eye.
Waits with bat raised as Hull is in. Bowls to him, edges short of first slip this time. Patel doesn't make a clean stop. It bounces a good foot in front of him, two-handed to his left. Runs another 5 yards or so behind Rishi Patel, and the single is taken. But again, just bearing out what Scott has been saying, Hull asking questions that Wells is just struggling a little bit to answer at the moment.
It's just that. I mean, you speak to, I don't know anything about batting in first-class cricket, but you speak to enough people who do, and they tell you about that the left arm angle and the height as well. The whole package, really, isn't it? Just such an awkward customer to deal with, and Wells has been quite awkward to deal with him so far.
Hull is into Jennings, bangs it in, but Jennings looked to lift his bat out of the way of that one, and I thought it had flicked the pad. Let's see what the signal is. You know, he just helped it around the corner. So he just seemed to raise his bat after he'd played the shot as though he was looking to leave it. But let's have a look, see how he played it. Yeah, just sort of having helped it round the corner, then lifted the bat out of the way, so to speak. So whether it was slightly inadvertent, I'm not sure. Either way, he picked up a single, and he looks rather more comfortable against Hull than Luke Wells at the moment. Jennings on to 19 off 42, 43 without loss. Hull into Wells. Little bit of bounce, but he drops it out towards cover. Ahmed trots up from backward point to field, and again the single is comfortably taken. 44 without loss after 14. So the run rate, which was over fours, the first 8-9 overs or so, has dropped to 3, but the big figure as far as Lancashire are concerned is the big fat 0 on wickets. 44 without loss after 14.
Yeah, they'll be pretty thrilled with that, Lancashire. Being asked to bat and 50 minutes of play. Pretty positive start by Jennings and by Wells. They do come into the game, you'd like to think, in a much different frame of mind, on the back of their best 4 days of the season last week against Derbyshire. As Green is in. Oh goodness! Wells drops the hands and doesn't in the end nick it, which he could easily have done, again with a delivery that's had a bit of juice in it off the pitch as Wells comes down to give it a close inspection. There's a couple there. Holland's had one that has just lifted from this end, and now Green has found a little patch that caught Wells by surprise. He's done particularly well not to get anything on that. It's Luke Wells. He waits for Green, in again, bowls. He's defended off the inner half of the bat. Deflects out towards the leg side. And there is no run. Lewis Hill's at mid-wicket to Foon.
Ben Green, well, I wouldn't say he's sort of his efforts have gone under the radar or been put in the shade too much by Ian Hollands, but in a way does a fairly similar to job to Holland. Sort of runs in of no great distance, but it's all in the action. He's a big, strong man, and he's picked up 21 wickets so far this season.
Muscles his way back in again to Wells, who drives. Handsome-looking shot, but kind of checked drive up towards mid-off. It's Scriven to field. There's no run. 17 to Wells and 19 to Jennings. Well, that must be the story of the season, Richard. I mean, I've only seen Leicestershire once, but you can't win 4 of your first 6 games as a team and not have contributions from all over the park.
By Leicestershire captain Peter Hanscom. Hull is in and bowls again. Wells is just slightly squared up. It's a sort of leg and middle line that just threatens to shape back towards the batsman. And Wells on the back foot is a touch squared up. Good control. And it is good control from the bowler's point of view. From that, I guess, is Hanscom calling that out, and from the captain's point of view, but still no breakthrough as Hull is in and bowls a slightly slower delivery that is blocked back up the pitch on the onside. Hull, very tall, falls to his left to try and get a left hand to it, maybe deflect the ball onto the stumps, doesn't manage to do so, and it goes straight enough past the stumps on the onside for the single to be taken as mid-on comes across the field. 46 without loss after 16. So run rate has just slipped below 3s, but Lancashire will not mind that at all. 18 Wells, Jennings 19. Here's the update for BBC Radio Leicester. Let's get this Green delivery in before it comes. Round the wicket goes Green, forward solidly goes Wells, thick inside part of the bat, blocks it out towards Holland at mid-on. Well, they decided to bowl first, having won the toss earlier this morning at the Uptonsteel, and so far they haven't managed to pick up a wicket. The two Lancashire openers, Luke Wells and Keaton Jennings, unparted. Wells 18, Jennings 19. There was one chance, Wells on 10, driving at Josh Hull. We edged it, and Rishi Patel got two hands to the ball at first slip, couldn't hang on. So Lancashire going nicely. Leicestershire do need a breakthrough. They're 46 without loss. Missed just the one delivery online, which was played into the onside by Wells. Green back in again. Wells steps across. He's ready to go, but not quite sure what happened there. Green almost got to the crease, but ran through the crease. Didn't go through his motion at all. Come on, Greener is the call. So they've managed to get their 16 overs in pretty much in the first hour. Leicestershire, they've done that very well this season as well. They've got through their overs quickly. Green is in and bowls fullish, looking to get forward and sort of on the walk drive. Thick inside edge from Wells. The ball rather squirts out towards mid-wicket, where Lewis Hill is fielding. I've gotten used to Lewis out on the boundary so far this season, but in at the moment. 46 without loss. Wells 18 off 56 now. Started fluently, but just after the change of bowling has had to work harder for his runs. Green is in, bowls to him. He's looking to flick it away on the leg side, but again, for me, he'd walked far enough across there as it thumps into his pads to get out of the line, beyond the line of off stump. It was worth a shout. May well have gone on to hit the stumps, but I'm pretty sure it hit him outside the line. Let's have a look. See, I think we are back on streaming line. Just. There's not much in it though. That was a reasonable shout. Green is in, and again advancing down the pitch, and a leave from Wells. Well, Rishi Patel, ever enthusiastic at first slip, suggests it's shaved off stump. It was certainly taken by Cox, moving to his right behind the stumps, and it was the in-swinger. But usually turns out to be a little bit further away than the slips have implied. Let's see how close it was. A bit hard to tell because Wells was so much on the move. He sort of got forward and across, but he too, like Jennings before him, shuffling forward and moving forward, and that's on off stump. He shuffles forward and blocks it out to mid-off, but Green too, keeping the batsman very, very honest. 3 overs, none for 4 for Green. And Leicestershire, they'll be concerned they haven't made the breakthrough yet, but they have reasonable control at the moment of the scoring rate. 46 without loss after 17.
Yeah, it's been dragged back, hasn't it? They were probably pushing up almost 4 and over to begin with inside the first 20 minutes, half an hour or so, but they've dragged that back. Combination of Hull and Green up at the minute in tandem. Be Hull to continue, 2 slips waiting. And Keaton Jennings, the man on strike, is left alone by Jennings, just shapes away through to Cox, and again, instantly Jennings coming down the pitch, spotted something and using his bat to flick it away. Meanwhile, Josh Hull just scrapes the crease at the bowler's end. Come in hitting the ground pretty hard. Josh Hull. 46 on the board. Little patches of cloud cover ahead, but enough sunshine and some blue patches too. It's a pleasant day, nice and warm. It's an hour of cricket, which Lancashire have so far negotiated pretty well. Hull in to Jennings, it's left, taken by Cox. Again, there is no run. 46 on the board.
Definitely saying Goober. I will check afterwards.
You have to, yeah. Origins of the nickname. He's getting plenty of encouragement from his teammates. There's 2 slip fielders. His backward point is cover. There's a middle, a deep backward square leg. As Hall comes bouncing in, balls again. Jennings leaning into it, just taps the ball away, but it's come off the inner half of the bat, deflecting away to the leg side. Jogs through for a single. The nearest Leicestershire fielder to it is the wicketkeeper, who comes up from behind the stumps. Jennings moves on to 20. The score moves to 47 for this opening partnership. Brings Wells on strike. Hall to Wells has been quite an interesting battle so far. He's twice edged it, once which didn't carry and one that did. Put down by Rishi Patel, who's at first slip. He's got Peter Hanscom, his skipper, to his left at second slip. Wells on 18. Here's Hull striding in over the wicket, balls. Again, awkwardly played by Wells, but flicks the ball down in the end towards the boundary for 4 runs. It looked awkward, but it was highly effective. Brings up the 50 partnership for this opening wicket as well. Just kind of shouldered away off his, almost off his hip or his rib cage, yeah, just off his hip, deflecting it down towards fine leg for 4 to bring up the half-century opening partnership. 51 on the board between Luke Wells and Keaton Jennings. Wells has 22 of them, and he twirls the bat again as Hall polishes the ball and sets off from the Bennett end of the ground. It's a long way to come, Hull. Here he is into to Wells, that's left. Taken again by Ben Cox. And there's no run. Just quite happy there, is he, with his footmarks. His follow through, Josh Holt, where he's landing his front foot again. He's just scraping his spikes onto the surface. Plenty of energy pounding down on the pitch from Holt. Loops round from his mark and he's in once more. 51 without loss. Lancashire. Wells waits, his holes in and balls. Full ball just on off stump, and he brings the bat down. It's steered down along the grass through third man for a single. And I think he's pinched the strike, hasn't he? Yes, he has. It's the last ball of the over. 52 on the board for Lancashire. Wells 23, and Keaton Jennings, well, he's 20 not out, and Josh Holt has bowled now 5 overs. We're up for 14 runs, and we've had 18 overs of Lancashire's first innings. Both batters meeting going down the pitch. It's a familiar sight for these two, the solid looking opening partnership. And they've put together 50 so far.
Green to continue, 3 overs, 2 maidens, none for 4. Has a long leg and a third man as he runs in and bowls to Wells, who's walking down the pitch, blocking the delivery off stump, out to mid-off. Where Scriven, who might be the next seamer to bowl for the Foxes, looks down at the ball as he gives it a polish. With the outfields now as hard and bare as they are, the balls might lose certainly some of their shine a little bit earlier. In goes Green and bowls, hurries Wells a little bit. He's saved. Strong shoulders, Ben Green, and it's probably a little bit quicker than his run-up suggests he's going to be. Safely enough blocked away by Wells, but bottom hand off the bat. A little bit of action on the ball. Green turns. Probably no more than about 10-12 paces and bowls on off stump to Luke Wells, who leans forward, guides the ball out, this time to Ahmed, who's at backward point. He too might get a bowl before lunch. Hasn't done a great deal of bowling, but I think Peter Hanscom has learned that leg spinners are very good at getting out numbers 10 and 11, and he seems to come on towards the end and manage to do that, but they want to pick up a few top order poles as well. Green in, bowls again, good line, good length, no run, says Wells, as shuffling forward, then leaning forward, defends it out to wideish mid-off where Scriven fields.
Yeah, 4 bowlers used so far by Leicestershire. Ian Holland 6 overs, Logan Van Beek 4 overs for 16, Holland 6 overs for 9, Josh Hull 5 overs for 14, and this is Ben Green's 4th over.
Green bowls slightly short of a length as he sees Wells advancing down the pitch towards him. Wells, seeing the length, backs off a little bit, moves back onto the back foot and blocks it out solidly into the offside. Remains on 23. He's faced 67 deliveries, Jennings 46, so remarkable how much more of the strike he has taken. There's Green in round the wicket. He looks for the drive. Was in his mind at any rate, had to adjust as it swung back in and blocked it a little uncertainly out into the onside on that occasion, inside part of the bat. So Green continues to keep things very, very tight, and the batsman has to play it just about every delivery in that over. 4 overs now, 3 maidens, none for 4.
Know each other a lot, pretty well, these two, Keaton Jennings and Luke Wells, and it's interesting to watch them actually both at the end of the over, which is routine, but also in between deliveries as well, where they did come down, and they, from both ends, they're kind of helping each other out, aren't they? There's lots of hand signals and just giving each other bits of advice as to what the ball's doing, and maybe how to go about it. They're good friends off the field, and they, I think they'll be pretty happy they're back together at the top of the order, in truth, and working nicely as an opening partnership here. Now, we are going to see Tom Scriven, who is going to replace Josh Hull, so relatively short opening burst, 5 overs from the Bennett end for Josh Hull. Got some more movement, I think, behind the bowler's arm.
Lots of it. that was a very peremptory shout, wasn't it? Was it umpire Adnan, or was that Mr. Wells?
It's a great use of the word "oi," wasn't it? Oi, sit down. It's a good view from there, but just try and keep still. Here is Tom Scriven then, around the wicket bowling and left alone by Jennings.
Seemed away a bit there, but again, Jennings gestured at the hospitality boxes that they're all full up there, but there's all sorts of coloured shirts, and the sight screens are not particularly high, are they? Certainly they're in the batsman's eye line.
Yeah. It's just keeping a little still when the bowling's from that end, which could be tricky as the day goes on and the beer is consumed. Here's Scriven in bowls to Jennings. That's flicked away off his hip down towards the fine leg boundary. He'll just come back for 2. Throw comes in from Ian Holland on the long leg boundary. Couple for Jennings. He moves on to 22 and the score to 54 without loss.
I like the sign in the press box at Trent Bridge. A huge press box. When the bowling is from this end, make sure you're sitting still, or you will cause play to be delayed, and you will be very embarrassed, it says on the sign.
Scriven into to Jennings, rocks onto the front foot, and allows that to go through to Ben Cox. Yes, that sudden realisation, oh blimey, it's me, I'm the one that's causing the problems. We had that up in a game at Chestler Street a few years ago when Shivnarine Chandapal was playing for Lancashire, and the pitches were so far across to one side of the square, they're in front of our commentary boxes, and we had our window open, me and Martin Emerson. And it turned out that we were the problem. Scriven's in to Jennings. That's a nice shot. Just leans into it and works the ball away through mid-wicket. Going to be worth 2 runs for him. Moves on to 24. It's 56 for that loss. But me and Martin were in the commentary box. Oh, there must be somebody walking around here. What on earth's going on? But it turned out Shiv Chandapal had spotted our window open right above the sight screen and wanted it closing.
Okay.
So we had to Martin said, well, I'm not going to close it. I want my window open.
That's not like Martin, to be contrary.
56 on the ball. Tom Scriven into Keaton Jennings, pushed away to point off the front foot.
So there was a standoff between Martin and Mr. Chanderpaul. How did it end?
Yeah, only one winner there, wasn't there?
Yeah,
Really?
I suspect, yes.
Martin, sit down and shut the window. We couldn't quite believe it was us that was distracting the. But we know he's like with his Chanderpaul, with that really quirky open stance.
Yes, yeah.
You know, whatever reason it was our open window that was causing him some problems. Jennings is nudging the ball back to Tom Scriven. And that's the end of the over with 4 coming off it. 56 on the ball for Lancashire. Jennings on 24 and Wells on 23.
Much for Hanscom to ponder as he and Green exchange words before the start of this next over. Continue to converse, the two of them. And the way that Green's body language suggests they were talking about what the batsmen are actually, how they're playing him, and they're sort of shuffling forward. But the only way he can really sort of keep the batsmen in their crease is bring Cox up, or just introduce that extra element of menace. But Cox still standing back as Green stays around the wicket, of course, to Luke Wells, who again is walking forward a little bit and pressing forward, defending it out into the offside. Green himself fields in his follow-through, tosses the ball to Scriven to do the polishing. On loan from Somerset, Ben Green, and due to return to them early next week at the conclusion of this game. I know Leicestershire have been working on some sort of deal to hopefully get him back for the second half of the championship, or for the rest of the championship games as he bowls. And again, Wells is getting forward. Again, it's line and length delivery. And again, all he can do is block it out into the offside. This time it runs to Scriven, directly to Scriven, who picks it up to do the polishing.
A lot of loan activity in the last month or so, just kind of short-term deals or signings for 3 or 4 games, and then going back to play for their parent counties. It's not. I quite like it. It gets players out and about and playing some cricket.
Green is in. Wells leaves outside off stump in swinger, but it was a safer leave than the one in the previous over, which was reasonably close, but that one was a good few inches outside the off stump. That side of it, that's fine. It's when it sort of starts taking place towards the end of the season, and 1 or 2 sort of just come in for 1 game here or 2 games there, and Green is in and bowls Fuller this time. Again, a little bit of in swing. Wells waits for it and looks to clip it away on the onside, and doesn't quite time it. It runs straight out to mid-on, and then Wells sort of examines his bat a little bit, as though that is to blame for the shot not having whistled through straight mid-on or wide of mid-wicket. 23 off 72 for him.
Yeah, if counties produce kind of spinning wickets and sign a spinner just for 1 game at the back end of the season, that type of thing.
Green bowls. Wells drives very pleasantly, but only as far as Scriven at mid-off, who makes a good stop. He got plenty of that. Wells, but again, he's picked out the fielder, and he's not exactly becalmed, Luke Wells, at the moment, but he might be just beginning to feel a little bit frustrated. 23 off 73 now.
It's such a flourishing shot, isn't it, that drive from Wells? There's so much in it. Good follow through. It's a real flamboyant looking shot, but he just hits it straight to mid off.
Green is in, bowls again. That one has got through mid-on this time. It was the in-swinger this time. He didn't try and overhit it and placed it firmly but straight wide of the pitch on the onside. Lewis Hill goes chasing back from mid-on and puts in the slide, but again, it was no more than a defensive push, really, a firm defensive push, and it got 3/4 of the way to the boundary before the sliding Hill does some damage to his whites and makes the stop. Wells picks up a couple, moves on to 25, and for once Green concedes runs from the over. 2 from it, the last ball, 5 overs, none for 6, his figures. But again, Lancashire's solid start continues. 58 without loss after 21.
Yes, it does. Yeah, Jennings and Wells, solid, I think is a good way to describe it. And skillful, I think, certainly early on in that first half an hour with Holland bowling. Great deal of skill required. Again, there's something distracting Keaton Jennings this time. I'm not sure.
Somebody moved it.
Okay, right.
I think.
You know, he just pulled away and just clarifying to Ben Cox and to the slip fielders what it was that was distracting him. Tom has to go wandering all the way back to his mark, and here he is again, trying to get the over underway into Jennings. That's worked out into the onside.
Safe to say there was a difference of opinion there, wasn't there? Just chunching away to each other.
Yeah, right there, yeah. I wonder whether maybe it was a little bit of a fly or a wasp, because I didn't actually see any of the Leicestershire boys look over towards the side screen, and then I did see Keaton Jennings wafting his right hand around, so whether something was just buzzing around his grill or something. Anyway, we're all good now. As Jennings gets forward and defends, calmly pushes the ball towards mid-off. Ben Green scoops it up, and there's both batters coming down for a chat. Again, they've been chatting away a lot through the course of this hour and a half. 2 players that know each other very well, good friends off the pitch. They still travelling together, I think. And the games are at Old Trafford. Scriven into Jennings, that's worked across his pad out towards the leg side boundary. Moves to 25. Score to 59 without loss. Has slowed down. It was a very positive, attacking, high-scoring start by Lancashire. Leicestershire have pulled that back, but still, with 35 minutes to go before lunch, as it stands, Lancashire will be very, very pleased with their work so far. Wells twirls the bat around, taps it a couple of times and waits for Scriven, who's in and bowling. Just nudged away off the hip down towards the boundary, and it's been given as 4 byes. 4 leg byes, in fact. The deflection just off maybe the thigh pad of Luke Wells. So 4 leg byes, moving the score to 63 without loss. Wells remains on 25. 2 balls remaining of the over. And there's no fine leg in place. There is a 3rd man. There's a deep cover. There's a deep square leg. Oh, there is a fine leg. Just couldn't quite get round to cut that off. It's pressed off the front foot by Wells, angling it down towards 3rd man. Comes and adds 2 to his score. Moves on to 27. Score to 65 without loss. Yeah, there's 2 fielders on the leg side boundary. There is a fine leg, Ian Holland. There's also a deep square leg. There's a 3rd man. And there's a deep point as well. It's actually a tactic that Leicestershire used at Old Trafford pretty much from ball 1. 3rd man, fine leg, deep square, and deep extra cover as well. 65 without loss. Here's Scriven to Jennings. It's turned out to the leg side for a single. And Wells rather moves on to 28. The score to 66 without loss. And there's the end of the over.
Hamish has been in touch, who's watching on the stream. This pitch, he says, doesn't look as green as other decks this season, and I think I might have batted first on that. I wouldn't be entirely surprised if similar thoughts going through the mind of Peter Hanscom at the moment, but one can quickly bring a couple, and they will continue to be patient and nag away, Leicestershire. None more so than Ben Green, who continues round the wicket to Luke Wells. He's hit on the pad, but again he's got a long way outside the line and swings back in, hits him quite high as well, so had a fair amount wrong with it, and there wasn't really an appeal from Green, but batsman beaten, flexes his right knee because it hit just about where there isn't a pad, just above it. Green turns in past umpire Mills and bowls, slightly shorter of a length this time, and upon his toes Wells blocks it out towards Ahmed at point off stump. For once, Green and the other bowlers from this end not taller than the umpire. David Milnes, former Leicestershire and England fast bowler, is a tall man. Having a chat to Keaton Jennings at the moment as Green is in and bowls to Wells. A big step forward and a leave from Luke Wells. You can get in touch with us if you wish. Email me, richardray23@gmail.com. Also on Blue Sky, which is known as Skeeting, apparently, at richr23. Those are the easiest ways to get in touch. We're always pleased to hear from you. The comments on the stream have been disabled, so don't try and get in touch with us that way. Used to often respond outside off stump, and another leave from Luke Wells. The big oohs and the ahs are coming from Rishi Patel at first slip, but there's a pretty safe leave from Wells. Long leg, third man, as we've said, already in place, but also a sweeper on the offside boundary. That being just the shorter side. It's huge. It's a big ground, and it's a perfectly decent distance to the boundary on that side of the ground, and a long way on the leg side as Green is in Wells. A couple of steps outside off stump, and then leaves again. Stalemate at the moment.
Yep. It's been.
But that's fine from Lancashire's point of view. Yeah. Do that all day. They'll be very happy with that. I saw there was a little bit of criticism about the scoring rate in the game against Derbyshire, but it won't be, I'm sure, this morning. Just under threes, but that's fine. In goes Green and bowls, short of a length, and again, Wells up on his toes on the off stump, blocking it out towards Ahmed at point. Was that another Green maiden? It was. 6 overs now, none for 6. 4 maidens to his name. Leicestershire photographer John Mallett sporting the latest line in Leicestershire leisure wear is walking around the boundary. They've produced a sort of new line based on with the founding day, 1879, on it, which is about the year John was born. Half. No, not really. Probably feels that old at times, but enjoying this season very much.
I bet, yeah. Scriven to Jennings, short and wide, cuts that away, fielded by Ahmed at point, and there's no run. He's just taking some photographs from in front of the old scoreboard here. It's at a deep point. And behind him are 4 kind of wooden pods that I presume would be quite...
Oh, the hobbit hole sort of things. Yes, they're popular during the T20s.
I can imagine, yeah. 66 on the board. Jennings on the walk, coming down the pitch and playing and missing, wafting at that. Through to the keeper, Ben Cox. It's in too many shots in the last 40 minutes or so that have genuine play and misses.
Yes, the Geary bar, that will all come into use, and dispensing curries usually there, dispensing super spicy food.
Don't think Lancashire are here for a T20 game.
No.
Scriven's in to Jennings. Plays a 4 defensive. It ricochets back off his pad and trickles down towards Peter Hanscom at second slip.
But we are at Old Trafford fairly early in proceedings.
Okay, right.
I think June the 4th or something. So all 3 games between the sides sort of fairly close together. It's odd, isn't it? Some of the counties have played each other twice already, and we haven't played Kent yet, but they've played, I think, Gloucestershire twice. And
Scriven to Jennings, advancing forward again, then calmly defending to mid-off, and there's no run.
the schedule, to a certain extent, dictated by availability of grounds, isn't it? And for Lancashire in particular, Old Trafford. And the internationals.
Yeah, they've managed to get 6 home games at Old Trafford this year. I think it's just one out ground, which is Blackpool for a game. The rest are all being played at Old Trafford. It's driven by Jennings, and just partially stopped by Scriven off his own bowling. No run, and that is a little unusual. It tends to be at least kind of 2 games. 4-day cricket away from Old Trafford, but there's no concerts there this year, which probably helps them playing more games at Old Trafford. Final ball of the over, 66 without loss. Tom Scriven to Jennings, who's walking forward again and just tapping the ball on its head and deflects it up towards mid-off. And there is no run. End of the over. Still on 25, Keaton Jennings. Wells on 28. That was a maiden over from Tom Scriven. And we've had 24 overs of Lancashire's first innings, 25 minutes remaining of the morning session, 66 on the board.
It's been a sort of, in a way, pleasingly old-fashioned opening partnership, because they've had to work very hard for their runs. You know, Leicestershire haven't bowled many loose deliveries at them, have they? They've made them play, and as I say, there hasn't been many 4s to put away after the first sort of. As Van Beek was a touch expensive early on, as tends to be the way, but particularly the sort of change bowlers, Green, Hull, now Scriven, have kept things very tight, and adds to the value of the opening partnership for me. I think they've done really well, these two. Amazing to think it's sort of 25 to 1, and Jennings 25 and Wells 28. You know, their scoring rates, well, Jennings is what, something like 40%, 35, 38%. In goes Green and bowls. That's a reasonable shout, but again, I think he's got outside the line there. Wells, a huge stride, and he looks back, and he's holding the pose a minute as though, well, I'm not sure what he's tried to prove there, but he's put his right hand on his hip as if he's amazed that the question was even asked, but yeah, he's outside the line, and that's why. So a lot of these deliveries probably would be going on to hit the stumps, but so how dare you ask, Scriven? How very dare you?
He's such good fun to watch.
He's miles outside, actually.
He is, yeah.
So perhaps that's why. In goes Green and bowls to him again on off stump, and he drops it out into the offside and takes the quick single. That's good running. Good running. It was in front of Ahmed. In fact, it was reasonably safe, the run, but both batsmen were ready for it, and both batsmen went straight away just to tick the scoreboard over. Greener is the unoriginal nickname for Ben Green, but he always does look a slightly downcast. His expression just doesn't seem to change, Ben Green, whether he's amongst the wickets or not. But in he runs and bowls, and Jennings is walking a long way down. I mean, there was about 3 steps there, wasn't there? And then he leaves outside the off stump, but that's remarkable.
Yeah, it's been quite a bit of that, hasn't it? Especially from Jennings, more so than Wells.
Let me count the steps. 1, 2, 2 biggest strides, in fairness.
And he's probably batting out of his crease as well.
He is. Green is in, bowls to him. This time he just steps forward and leaves the in-swinger, and it's a safe leave. But as Scott said, given that he's batting outside, a couple of steps and a forward defensive, he's almost in Green's half of the pitch when he gets there. I exaggerate, but only for effect. He is batting a long way down. But that's a tribute to the bowlers in a way, to the bowler in a way, because Green is still getting plenty of movement, but still no breakthrough for the Foxes. Green in, bowled, slightly short, and well, Jennings a couple of times in the last few overs has sort of taken a hand off the bat and slightly wafted a delivery. Now that came back inside, I think, his attempted waft, so to speak. Down he went, it did. Absolutely. So he's getting mostly swing green, and he's defeating the batsman, but not finding the edge. Green is in, and bowls edge hit the pad, and it's outside the line and bounces down towards Cox. And well, it's good stuff from Green, and it's a great battle. 67 without loss.
It is a good battle, and the way that Jennings and Wells have played this, especially Jennings, the amount of movement he's getting, they're both getting across and outside the line of off stump, but he's taking LBW out of the equation. I wonder why Ben Cox has not stood up.
We've talked about it a few times, haven't we? It would be a logical thing. Whether Cox isn't... As I say, although he kind of wanders up to the crease, he gets it through at a reasonable lick. But Cox is a good enough keeper, you would think, to stand up to it. And again, there's issues with... Is it John Mallett up there? No, it can't be. Well, he is up there on the gantry, but surely not. No, it's a gentleman in the hospitality boxes again.
Some lovely coloured shirts up there, but they're just catching the batsman's eye, I think.
Indeed.
Tom Scriven to Luke Wells. And he ignores that one, Wells. You know, there's that little executive boxes just perched right above the sight screen. So there's a group of friends or colleagues are having a lovely day out at the cricket. Got a terrific view, and I'm sure some good hospitality as well. But just causing one or two issues from time to time, and the bowling's from that Bennett end. Played safely up towards mid-off by Luke Wells.
They have a better view than we do, really. They are perfectly behind the bowler's arm there, and that's the problem, it would appear.
It's a good spot, peering down right above the sight screen. 20 minutes remaining of the morning, 67 without loss. Can Leicestershire find a breakthrough in this morning session? It's been excellent by Wells and by Jennings. If a little bit calm in the last half an hour, but that's okay. Left again by Wells and through to Cox, and there's no run.
Shall we do a few scores just to keep people up to date? Durham 87 for 2, having chosen to bat first against Somerset. Hampshire 84 for 4, having done likewise against Sussex in Southampton. Essex 92 for 3, having been put in by Surrey at the Oval.
Wells on 29. And bowls, and that's driven away by Wells on the walk towards Scriven. He's pushed it firmly along the grass for extra cover. Comes back for 2. The score moves on to 69 without loss. Wells to 31.
Warwickshire 57 for 2, having chosen to bat first against Worcestershire at Worcester. Nottinghamshire at Headingley are 57 for 1, having been put in by Yorkshire. Glamorgan 59 for 3, having been put in by Middlesex in Cardiff.
Scriven to Wells, crunched away through the offside. There was a sweeper on the cover boundary. It's the single. Wells to 32. Lancashire moved to nice round 70 on the board, 70 without loss.
Northamptonshire 53 for 3, having chosen to bat first against Gloucestershire in Northampton. And Derbyshire are 99 for 1, having chosen to bat first against Kent in Derby.
Final ball of the over, Scriven to Jennings. Allows that one to go by. Jennings 25 and Wells on 32, so wickets around some of the other grounds, but nothing here so far for Leicestershire.
And there's a test match of sorts going on as well at the moment. Zimbabwe 58 for 1, so off 10.2, so they've going at 6 and over, but they have lost a wicket.
Returning at the pavilion end, Ian Holland.
And again, the pattern is not unfamiliar. Holland usually comes back for a couple of overs before lunch. Well, Green, 7 overs for 7 runs. That was a really good spell. No breakthrough. Can Holland, who has so often done it for Leicestershire, do it in this game? And he goes and bowls and almost snuck through Wales' defences there. It was a foolish delivery. Wales, for once, was only sort of half forward. And it was a touch squared up and playing in front of his pad, and walks away rehearsing the shot. He remains on 32. Ooh, that almost snuck onto, and that would have been a decent shout had it done so. Just got his bat down in time. Holland is in, bowls to him, drags his length back a bit. Wells more comfortable on the back foot, gets up on his toes and plays it firmly away through the covers out to the sweeper on the cover boundary. Ben Green out there and takes his single, moves on to 33 off 92. Spot of reversing going on down Milligan Road somewhere.
I got myself lost on the side streets round here this morning. I mean, I've been coming
I was going to say
for years, but I came in from a different direction, so that I would.
Right.
The usual route I would take, which I wouldn't need any kind of sat nav for.
Holland is in and bowls outside off stump again, a little bit short, and Jennings steers it off the back foot just wide of mid-off, and there is a single to be taken, and is.
So I would normally be coming from the north, travelling down the M1, and I could make my way off, and I know exactly where I'm going. But I was coming up through Market Harbour and then through Kibworth, and so I was coming from a different direction, and I was following. So I wasn't entirely certain as to what side of the ground I was going to be approaching.
Holland bowls fuller this time, but it's a little bit wide, just outside off stump, and Wells can lean forward and steer it down to third man.
And as a result, I ended up being taken around some of the side streets around it, and I could see the ground. I just couldn't quite find the road I needed to enter the ground to get to the car park behind the Bennett end of the ground. So I took about 50 minutes driving around trying to find the right turn in.
Tour of Aylstone.
Yes, yeah, that was it.
Holland is in, bowls full, driven nicely by Jennings. Again, the sweeper is in action. Didn't quite get it out of the middle. It looked nice, but just the single. But singles are coming in this over after Green's parsimony.
So the sat-nav was saying you have reached your destination. I said, well, I mean, technically I have. I can see it, but it's not the entrance I need. This is not the road I need to get into the ground.
The key for a sat-nav is Curzon Road. That's where the entrance is. In goes Holland, bowls very wide actually. Wells steps forward and as beginning to appreciate, likes to hold the pose, lifts his bat over the line of the ball and lets it bounce through wide to Cox. End of Holland's first over, his second spell, his 7th over overall, none for 13, his figures.
I really like Luke Wells, and it's been great to get to know him a little bit over the years he's been with Lancashire, and I think he's fabulous. But I bet for the opposition he must be irritating. It must be so irritating to him. He's always fiddling around, isn't he? He's always twirling his bat, and he's always practicing something at the non-striker's end. He's leaving rather flamboyantly. He's holding the pose. He's doing all sorts. I suspect the opposition would probably find quite irritating. But if he's in your side, you're probably loving every moment of it. And I think he's great fun to watch. He's always doing something, whether he's with the bat or with the ball. He's always something slightly quirky about it, and I'm all there for that. Logan Van Beek is going to return and bowls to Keaton Jennings. That just nips back in towards Jennings and deflects down towards Ahmed at backward point. For a little burst prior to lunch for Van Beek, who, with Holland, started things up this morning with the new ball, and both are going to finish off the morning session as well. 74 without loss. Well, Jennings on 27.
Yep, capped by both Sussex and Lancashire. Lancashire in 2022. Luke William Peter Wells, nicknamed Dave. Sorry.
Jennings off the back foot, trying to cut the ball, but straight to mid-off. There's no run. I honestly have never heard him called Dave.
Okay. Well, he's filled in his, and it's a thoughtful filling in of the cricketers who's who, so he's clearly done it. But Dave, I suspect it might be something to do with Rodney Trotto and...
Maybe, yeah, could be, yeah. So 74 without loss. There's Van Beek to Jennings, forward and defends. And there's no run.
When I look at his picture, it's not entirely dissimilar to Nicholas Lyndhurst, the actor who plays Rodney, known as Dave by Trigger, isn't he? So it's a guess, but...
No, it's a good guess. I like it. I was struggling to try and put together some kind of explanation as to where that nickname might come from, but yeah. I've never heard him called Dave, but
okay.
I'm not privy to the conversations in the dressing room, so maybe in there that's what he's called.
Oh, good.
There's Van Beek comes in, flashes one down the leg side, and it's a good take by Ben Cox, as Jennings is trying to nibble it away off his hip down to find leg for 4. He'd have seen that pretty late, the wicket-keeper. He would have known it was hurtling away down the leg side, but was that going to get deflected away off the bat at the pad? It's a great take. Leaping out towards his right-hand side to get gloves on that, to deny it. Heading towards the boundary. 74 without loss. There's Van Beek in, ball to Jennings. That's a big appeal for LBW. He likes it and he gets it. Jennings departs for 27. I don't think he likes it.
No.
But the umpires raise his finger, and that is a breakthrough on the stroke of lunch with 10 minutes to play of the morning session. Logan Van Beek trapping Keaton Jennings, LBW for 27. 74 for 1.
It looked a very decent shout. He looks hugely disappointed. It was maybe full enough for him to have gotten forward to it, swung back in. Maybe feels he got a little inside edge to it, but done a very good job for his side. 27 off 73 balls. Leicestershire needed that one. I don't think they've had a wicketless session so far this season, and they haven't now as either, but great opening partnership.
I wonder whether Keaton Jennings is thinking with the angle that's coming into him.
Did a bit much, do you reckon?
Maybe. He's bowled reasonably wide of the crease, Van Beek. He has bowled quite wide of the crease, and it's angled into Jennings from wide of the crease. I wonder whether Jennings is thinking maybe that's just slanting down the leg side. But anyway, the umpire thought not. And some relief for Leicestershire. That was 10 minutes away from being, it still is quite a good session this for Lancashire, but it's 10 minutes away from being a pretty outstanding morning, having been asked to bat first. But that wicket, just the tonic that Leicestershire would have wanted before the lunch break. Josh Bannon, the new batter, coming out. And a decision from Peter Hanscom to go back to his strike bowlers. Van Beek and Holland got things underway this morning, and it's Van Beek that's able to get the breakthrough.
So when you watch these players often enough, you do start to see little patterns, and Van Beek does tend to be better in his second spell. And well,
Takes a bit of warming up, does he?
I don't know whether it's an odd thing, whether it's a new ball that he just struggles to control a little bit, or not quite sure. But he's been, I think certainly the majority of his wickets have come later in the day.
He's over the wicket to the right-hander Josh Bohannon. Gets in behind it, just drops it into the onside. There's a little hesitation to begin with, but they both then agree that there is a run to be had. Bohannon gets off the mark straight away. And that is the end of the over. A wicket-taking one for Logan Van Beek, with Lancashire losing Keaton Jennings. 75 for 1 at the end of the over. 28 gone of Lancashire's first innings. Wells on 34, Bohannon on 1.
The social media consensus, and we all know how important that is, is that it looked pretty out. So
fair enough.
That is the Leicestershire social media majority. So again, that does temper it somewhat. So Holland has a new batter and a right-hander to bowl at how many overs have we had? They've been brilliant at getting their overs in this season. That's been another huge change for the Foxes.
28 of them.
With one, yeah, so we'll get 30, maybe 31, I would think. In goes Holland. Bowls to Bohannon, nice and straight, but Bohannon, short right-handed batsman, just leans forward and blocks that one out down the pitch on the on side.
Won't be a surprise to hear that Lancashire's reply to their social media post is that's a poor decision.
Ooh. Ooh.
From some of the Lancashire supporters.
In goes Holland, bowls again straight, again leaning forward. Bohannon plays it down the pitch on the onside this time to Hill at mid-on. Fielders come in for the new batsman. There are no sweepers out, although third man and long leg both out still. Holland is in and bowls outside off stump, swings away and bounces, but a little bit too wide, and he sort of continues running in his follow through, and round he goes. Which, usually a sign that he knows he hasn't quite got one right. Holland in. Bowls. Bohannon gets one coming back into him that this time on the back foot plays out towards mid-wicket where Ben Green is the fielder. Sounds of movement down below suggesting that one or two beginning to make their way into the restaurant, the Charles Palmer suite, as Holland is in. Ooh, Bohannon leaves nicely. Lifts his bat over the line of the ball, went sort of straight on. Wasn't the one that nipped back. Read it well, perhaps. Awkward time to come in for Josh Bohannon, who has been one of Lancashire's star batters this season. Waits with bat raised as Holland is in and bowls fullish outside off stump there to drive, but he just sort of checks the shot slightly. Bohannon doesn't want to lose his wicket, obviously doesn't want to lose his wicket at any time, but not just before lunch. End of the over. 75 for 1. Bohannon with a single to his name off the 7 balls face, so that was a maiden. In fact, 8 overs, none for 13, with 1 maiden to Ian Holland's name. Van Beek is literally hopping up and down on the spot, so keen is he to get at Wells.
Yes, what they would do for 1 more before lunch, especially Wells. Well, in truth, either of these two. As you mentioned, Josh Bohannon's been in pretty good nick for Lancashire this season.
Ooh.
Slightly awkward play played again by Luke Wells. As that's fired in by Logan Van Beek. There's been a few deliveries and a few reactions from batsmen that have suggested that it's not quite done what they thought. In the end, he shuffled across that as Luke Wells, and he's gone right across it. He's gone down his leg side, taken by the keeper. He found the whole thing hilarious. As Van Beek's in, forward goes Wells and defends to mid-off, and there's no run.
There is something very nice about that. He's sort of laughing at himself, really, and the position he got himself into, and
it was a slightly awkward position, wasn't it? He's gone right across. And then
sort of got squared up.
He found the whole thing absolutely hilarious. 75 for 1. Van Beek into Wells. It's left and through to Cox. And there is no run. Runs in pretty hard, doesn't he, Logan Van Beek?
Yes, he does. He is a genuine athlete. I always think the way he runs, the way he moves, the way he keeps on going as well. He looks very, very strong and fit. Looks like he could be a runner, you know.
1 for 17 is into his 6th over. It's his 2nd spell. In fact, it will be his final over as well before the lunch break. His 2nd spell of the day. Wells hopping back and defending, just pressing the ball into the offside. And there's a little bit of a gap there between mid-off and then Ahmed, who's at point, allows Wells to jog through for a single. And Lancashire moved to 76 for 1. Wells on 35. It brings the new batsman on strike.
For those wondering whether Ahmed might bowl the last over before lunch, he won't. Hanscom, well, he has never done so yet. Hanscom just doesn't do that sort of. He's very loath to change what has worked for him.
His bowling change here has worked to bring Van Beek back into the attack. It's left by Bohannon through to Cox. No run.
1 ball to go of the over. Can they get a bit of gardening in? 12:59 on the electronic scoreboard. Nobody's hurrying.
No, Van Beek into Bohannon down the leg side. Brilliant catch from Cox. Great piece of athletic wicket keeping. Lunging away to his left-hand side, one-handed take. It's almost kind of, well, we're certainly both feet off the ground, almost parallel to the ground. There's Cox, wonderful take, great wicket keeping. End of the over, and there is time for another one before the lunch break. 76 for 1 at the end of the 30th over, and they've gone at a good pace as well. We're going to have 31 overs in the session.
They've usually been plus on the scoreboard at the end of games. Holland round the wicket, bowls outside off stump. Wells can and does leave very safely indeed.
Bearing in mind it's been all seam as well. It's a pretty good effort from Leicestershire to get through 31 overs this morning.
One of the benefits also, I suppose, of keeping things tight, is it? You know, in goes Holland, bowls over the wicket this time to Wells, who leans forward to the in-swinger and pushes it firmly back down the pitch. Holland fields in his follow-through and then tosses the ball to Scriven at mid-off to do the polishing. Sun, which is momentarily behind cloud, comes back out. It looks glorious out there, but it looks like late August almost with the outfield. Scott's heading next door to do the 1 o'clock update for BBC Radio Manchester as Wells drops that one out towards wide-ish, well, extra cover really, and Scriven jogs up from mid-off to field, and you heard the call of run, 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 run. It was always there and always safe. Wells on to 36. 101 balls he's faced in this session, and has battled his way through it, and it has been a battle because there hasn't been much that he's been able to leave. Dropped on 10 as in goes Holland. All bowls, and that one zips through, just climbs a little bit. It was really nicely played by Bohannon in that he left it. Had to raise his bat pretty high. There was real zip there from Holland. Has that ability, or shown he's had that ability this season, to get a little bit of extra something out of the pitch, and it was taken by Ben Cox sort of next to his head to his left. So seam and movement and climb. Oh, and that's a heck of a leave from Bohannon, because that one for me went over the top of the stumps. A good 6 inches or so over the top of the stumps, but left on length. And that is knowing exactly where your stumps are from Bohannon. How close was it? Yeah, it wasn't quite over the top of the stumps, but it was over the sort of corner, probably half an inch outside off stump, but 3 or 4 inches above them. In goes Holland and bowls. Bohannon defends down the pitch on the onside. And that, ladies and gentlemen, is lunch. 77 for 1. Lancashire, having been put into bat, they will surely be happy with that. Here comes an update for BBC Radio Leicester. And although they have bowled well, they have picked up only one wicket this morning, that of Keaton Jennings, the former Lancashire captain, given out leg before wicket to Logan van Beek shortly before lunch for 27, made the score 74 for 1. Lancashire going into lunch then on 77 for 1. Luke Wells has battled his way through to 36 off 101 balls. Josh Bohannon is with him, 1 not out. Foxes have bowled well, but they haven't been particularly lucky so far. We're hoping for better fortune after the break. And we will be back with you in good time for the restart. It's been an absorbing first session, really. 77 for 1 off 31 overs. It may not sound as though it has been, but Leicestershire have stuck at it. And Luke Wells and Keaton Jennings almost got through to lunch before Jennings went leg before wicket to Van Beek and in swinger. Scott Reed and I, Richard Ray, will be back with you in around about 35 minutes' time.
Brilliant shot from Goldsworthy.
Oh, what a comeback that is! Got him. And taken. They are very much in this, the Foxes. They are fighting hard.
Shot from Goldsworthy.
Oh, what a comeback that is! Got him. And taken. They are very much in this, the Foxes. They are fighting hard.
shot from Goldsworthy.
Oh, what a comeback that is! Got him and taken. They are very much in this, the Foxes. They are fighting hard.
Brilliant shot from Goldsworthy.
Oh, what a comeback that is! Got him and taken. They are very much in this, the Foxes. They are fighting hard.
Resume here at the Uptonsteel County Ground. Grace Road in Leicester under. Largely, I'm happy to report, blue skies. Now, there was a bit of cloud around this morning, but essentially it was fine, and it is fine this afternoon. Lancashire about to resume in their first innings, obviously in their first innings, on 77-4-1. The 1 wicket to fall, that of Keaton Jennings, the former skipper now, who was given out leg before wicket to Logan van Beek shortly before lunch. He and Luke Wells having battled to take the score through to 74 when he was given out leg before for 27. 77 at lunch, as I say. Wells is still there, unbeaten on 36. He's faced 101 balls for that. And Josh Bohannon, who replaced Keaton Jennings, is 1 not out off 12. 31 overs were bowled in the session, so a nice brisk over rate, if not run rate. The two not unrelated. And it'll be Logan van Beek with that wicket to his name to continue what is effectively his second spell from the Bennett end. He bowled just 4 overs in his first spell. Was a touch inconsistent. He's bowled 2 in his second spell and has that 1 wicket for 4 runs in them. His first 4 having cost 14. Van Beek around the wicket, bowls 2. Wells is edged and caught behind first ball. Wow, straight after lunch. Was outside off stump, might just have straightened a bit. He'll be cross with himself for pushing at it. Did look a touch wide, and a really good catch by Cox, diving away to his left, two-handed. So immediate breakthrough post-lunch for the Foxes. It was a good ball. It was a fraction wide, but it did straighten on him a little bit. He was a little bit flat-footed, and Wells's morning vigil, well, it certainly wasn't in vain, because he did a really good job for his side, but couldn't take it into the afternoon, and Leicestershire have picked up their second wicket. Lancashire 77 for 2.
Lunch did not come at a good time for Luke Wells. First delivery straight after. Perfect start to the afternoon session for Leicestershire, and Van Beek with his second. Yeah, it did just straighten a little, didn't it? Watching it back on replay. And a little nick through to the keeper. He's got 34 or 36. 36 there, Luke Wells, but it feels like it's worth more than 36. The way he batted in the morning session, especially that kind of first half an hour or so, 40 minutes, was pretty tricky with the ball nipping around, especially off Holland. I don't know, it just feels like it's more than 36, that knock.
I agree. I mean, 102 balls faced for it as well. And what people don't look at when they look at a score is how many overs openers, for example, have put into the legs of the opposition seamers, how they've reduced the effectiveness of the ball, that sort of thing, and that was a hugely useful 36 from Luke Wells, despondent though he is that he couldn't go on. Well, Marcus Harris has been able to go on, both for Leicestershire in the past and now very much for Lancashire. He is the top run scorer in the country. Leicestershire would dearly love to get Marcus early. Van Beek round the wicket. Yet another left-hander is in and bowls. Back foot defensive push is calm, dropping it out towards backward point. And there is no run.
Yeah, a pretty stellar start to the season and to his Lancashire career for Marcus Harris. He's been breaking a few records in terms of the players scoring 50 in the first 6 matches of a season for a debut county for Lancashire. He's been in absolutely outstanding form, but obviously well known for Leicestershire fans.
Van Beek bowls to him, tucks him up slightly as it comes in towards middle and leg, and he plays it out to mid on.
Different feel to it now, though, isn't it? With two, I mean, Bohannon, and I'll face a few deliveries before lunch, but Bohannon and Harris, 2 new batters. We got rid of Wells and Jennings, who looked absolutely unmovable, really, at one point in the morning session. Just has a little extra different feel to the afternoon now, doesn't it? With the way that Leicestershire can potentially try and get in and amongst Lancashire. Obviously, Harris is a key wicket for them here.
Van Beek bowls. He leaves that side off stump very calmly. Feels that actually this is a key partnership in a way, isn't it?
Yeah,
Harris and
yeah.
Bohannon. It's the big one as far as Lancashire have been concerned this season. I mean, they're obviously the members and supporters of Lancashire not happy with the start they've made, but the one thing they can't complain about and haven't is the overseas batsmen.
Yeah, it's just yeah, definitely. They had their challenges last year with their overseas batsman. Tom Bruce was their overseas at 4 last year. It didn't work.
Van Beek is in, nicely turned off his legs by Harris between the two fielders. Well, long leg gets there sufficiently quickly actually to prevent a second green out there at deep backward square, and Holland at long leg, not so very far away from each other on either side of the meet, and they almost meet in between, but it is Holland who gets their first single taken. Harris is up and running again. Almost 800 runs for the season. It's 796 now. So a 1,000 before end of May is still a theoretical possibility.
It is, yeah.
Van Beek over the wicket to Bohannon, spears it down the leg side, and Bohannon steps inside the line and lets it go. 78 for 2 at the end of Van Beek's first post-lunch over. You would not say he's been the pick of the Leicestershire bowlers by a long way, but he's got the 2 wickets, 7 overs, 2 for 19. He's got great figures. It's the way it goes.
It is the way it goes, isn't it? It's amazing how that sometimes can happen. As you say, I think the biggest threat in the morning looked like it came from Ian Holland, and I thought Josh Hull's first spell, especially to Wells, was quite tricky, and he bowled nicely. But
Green bowl tight,
he did, yeah.
But yeah, it's Van Beek who gets the rewards.
Yeah, it's well, as ever. I mean, good teams that are playing well, are in form. That happens so many times, isn't it? Where you're perhaps looking at the least likely option that comes up with the goods, but that's potentially because of pressure applied elsewhere in the team. But it's a sign of a good side, isn't it? Someone at some point sticks their hands up and does the job. And there's been lots of examples of that for Leicestershire this season. Through the course of the opening 6 matches, Tom Scriven will set off his first spell after lunch. It's bowling to Marcus Harris from around the wicket, left by Harris, taken by Ben Cox. And there is no run, so 2 slips are in place and have been pretty much all morning, with Rishi Patel and Peter Hanscom at first and second. A third man, fine leg, deep square, deep extra cover, and then point mid off and mid on. 78 for 2, just getting ourselves back underway after the lunch break. Scriven around the wicket balls, left alone by Harris, through to Cox, and there's no run. Cox's keeping has been outstanding this morning. I mean, he's taken the catch there to dismiss Wells, which for him was pretty routine, but he's the work around that this morning was superb. He saved some byes and some leg byes for his side. He's been pretty impressive. Very, very tidy stuff from the Leicestershire wicket-keeper. He's waiting for Scriven, who's back in again. Ball, that's a good ball. That beats Harris. He's just pushing forward. And the ball slides on past the edge of the bat and through to Cox.
I think it's fair to say there was a few eyebrows raised when they signed Ben Cox, because Hanscom obviously had kept wicket very competently and gave the side room to bring in an extra bowler almost, but Cox has more than justified his place with the bat now as well as with the gloves.
Scriven to Harris. Oh, it just turns him round as he tries to shape to work it to mid-wicket. Ball of a thickish leading edge just bouncing back down the pitch, and there's no run. It's a good line and length here, Scriven to Harris. Early on, putting the Lancashire skipper under a bit of pressure.
300s in his first 5 knocks. I think he got for Leicestershire, Marcus Harris. We're well used to him scoring runs. Let me just check those figures there.
Waits as Scriven sets off balls, worked off the pads through the leg side for a single. And Harris doubles his score, he moves to 2. And Lancashire 79 for 2. Brings Josh Bohannon on strike. I was chatting to Marcus Harris about actually his record, not just for Lancashire but for Leicestershire, and for Gloucestershire and the runs he'd got at the early part of the season. And he gave credit to the playing on some good pitches, he said, but also kind of that real determination to make an impact for the new team, for his new side. Scriven balls, forward goes Bahanan, calmly defending. The ball bouncing out towards cover, and there is no run. End of the over. Just a single coming off that. 79 for 2. Harris has 2, and Bohannon on 1. So even with all the success he's had, and obviously international cricket, yeah, he was quite modest in his reply that both at Leicestershire, Gloucestershire, and now with Lancashire, he said, I've had some good pitches to bat on, but I've also been pretty keen to try and impress my new teammates. Well, he's certainly done that with Lancashire, and clearly did that with Leicestershire as well.
Van Beek to bowl to the Western Australian is in. He leaves outside off stump. Lively from Van Beek as it rose into the gloves of Cox. Yes, he played 8 games for Leicestershire in 2021, 13 innings, 655 runs, highest score of 185, 300s and an average of 54.58. So, you know what you're going to get with Marcus? Runs, as Geoffrey Boycott used to call them. Runs. Plenty of them. Van Beek is in and bowls. Harris is forward, steering the ball to Ahmed at backward point. I opened the 2023 Wisden looking for Marcus's record. I should have opened the 22 and did eventually open the 2022, but when I saw the Leicestershire write-up in 2022, in 2023 I started it referring it to the article in the Daily Telegraph which had a headline about Leicestershire: no runs, no wickets and little hope. Do Leicestershire deserve to survive?
Oh.
In goes Van Beek outside off stump, again steered to backward point by Harris, this time a little bit more firmly, but Ahmed makes the stop. And you know, obviously it wasn't a great season. No wins, 9 heavy defeats, 5 draws, a 4th winless season in the last 10. 2 years later, here we are. So it's, you know, cyclical sometimes. Okay, sometimes the cycle takes a long time to go all the way around. But, oh, again, somebody on the blooming sit down, sir. Just enjoying their lunch, perhaps. In the hospitality suites. Van Beek is in, bowls. Harris just turns his wrists on one. Straightish delivery around about middle. But bounced on him a touch, but he played it really nicely, just leaning forward, pushing it out to green on this square leg boundary, and takes his single. So, yeah, actually I might copy that and send it to the journalist concerned. Well, you know, I don't know, it's things change.
Of course they do, yeah. It's one of the well, it's one of the stories. It could become the story of the summer this season, Division 1 or Division 2.
Back over the wicket to the right-handed Bahanan, who is defending on the back foot, a straight delivery down the pitch on the onside.
I mean, Surrey might win a 4th successive title, but I don't think that's going to eclipse what Leicestershire would do if they were to go on and win promotion. I mean, that if Surrey won another title, well, yeah, fair play. You're probably the strongest side in the country. I'd probably expect you to win another title. But if Leicestershire were to win a promotion, is there a better cricketing story this summer? I'm not so sure.
Van Beek in, down the leg side, bounce as an appeal, maybe just flicked the hip of Josh Bahanan. It's a good appeal, i.e. theatrically a good appeal, plenty loud, but immediately, as umpire Adnan just shook his head, Van Beek had already given it up, really. I think I suspect he knew as he takes his cap and marches away towards the electronic scoreboard, it being the end of the over. 80 for 2, Harris 3, Bohannon a single.
Yeah, just brushed his maybe his thigh guard or his part of his shirt, maybe. Wasn't a sustained appeal. Good stuff by Van Beek. Scriven's in and defended by Harris as we start over number 35 of Lancashire's first innings. 80 for 2, Harris 3, Bahanan 1. Scriven having bowled his opening spell, but from the Bennett end of the ground, coming in from the pavilion end of the ground now. First time today, so we've got the 2 slips in place. Harris waits. And Tom Scriven for Leicestershire from around the wicket again. Balls, bit of width there, driven away out through the offside, up towards deep backward point. Riyad Ahmed on his knees at point, and I thought for a second that was going to be, it was flashing in his direction, but it went away to his right and out towards deep backward point for 1.
In the air, so hence the momentary excitement, but as you say, 10 feet or so to Rahan's right.
Harris moves on to 4. Josh Bahanam is back on strike. Left hand, right hand combination now, with 3 left-handers in Lancashire's top 4. Bahanam, the right-hander, as Scriven's in to him, just steered away off the back foot to the leg side. Ben Green will catch up with it, moving 10 paces or so from to his right at mid-on. Bahanam moves to 2, 82 for 2. Brings Marcus Harris. So much again will depend on Harris. He's been in stellar form for Lancashire this season. Got a very good platform for him to try and build on. Again, that's not happened too many times in truth. Scriven balls left by Harris. 82 for 2. He's made some very big scores and consistently good scores for Lancashire, and sometimes, and more often than not, from a position where the team's been struggling as well. So that it's not just the volume of runs he's scored for Lancashire this season, it's actually at times the situation in which he's got them, or at least in which he's started his innings. So a really impressive performance so far this summer. Allows that one to go past the off stump from Scriven. No addition to the score comes down the pitch, not the first batsman to do that today. For both batters having a little wander down, a bit of gardening, a prod and a poke, and flicking a few bits and pieces away. Scriven back to his mark.
Are you hearing a buzz in your headphones a bit? I'm just getting a...
Yes, a slight one, yes. Scriven to Harris. Short and wide and cut down to third man. And 4 runs for Harris. He doubles his score, moves to 8. 86 for 2. Just a feint.
Yeah, just wondering, something close to something. We'll fiddle around. Hopefully it's not annoying you if you can hear it, but we'll try and find out what it might be. Oh, that's very loud. That went very loud then, momentarily. That so well. What is this? Effects mic. Let me. Yeah, it is. Somebody somewhere else has got something on, so it's being picked up in the effects mic, and there's nothing I can do about it. It's fading now, so there you go. Van Beek is in and bowls. Oh, super delivery that bounces and leaves Josh Bahanam, and he's beaten on the outside edge. And Van Beek is finding a much more in this second spell, albeit it's been interrupted by lunch, than he managed in his first. He's got his dander up really, and that was sharpish. Bounced and left Josh Bahanam, beat the outside edge. Charges down the slope and bowls, and Bahanam works it away through the covers in the air for just a few feet, but he was pretty much in control, and there isn't an extra cover. Scriven had to run to his left at mid-off to field, and Bahanam takes 1, moves on to 3. 87 for 2.
It would be interesting to get the thoughts at the close of play, obviously depending on how the next few hours go, but as to how players reckon this pitch is playing. I mean, the score at lunch would suggest quite a placid pitch, but they just look to be...
It looks a good cricket wicket in a way, that you can stay in and make runs, but round the wicket goes Van Beek, bowls, Harris leaves, actually swivels almost 180 degrees, pirouettes, if you like, on his toes, and watches the ball into the gloves of Ben Cox. who pleasantly clears his nasal passages.
Nice.
So I shouldn't have shared that. It's just it's an extraordinary sight. That's what athletes do. Sorry about that. Coming up to 2 o'clock. The sun-drenched, parched Grace Road as in goes Van Beek, and Harris drives pleasantly. It was just full enough. He wasn't a half volley, but he was on top of the bounce and steers it away wide of Hull. In fact, wide of Scriven. Scriven's gone across. So Scriven and Hull have swapped sides. Hull's gone across to mid-on, and Scriven it was then who had to run up towards deepish extra cover, almost long off. Wide long off to field, and Harris picks up a couple. Double figures already for Marcus. About whom I think I probably told you at Old Trafford. Various Leicestershire hedgehogs are named. In goes Van Beek outside off stump and left.
I don't think you did mention this.
He was one of Leicestershire's supporters who works at a hedgehog sanctuary.
Right.
Chose to name, I think they're called kits, or the baby hedgehogs, or whatever they are, after each Leicestershire centurion, and Harris sort of was pretty much the only one, but there was a lot of them. So there was a Marcus, there was a Harris the hedgehog, in goes Van Beek and Bowles, and there was various combinations involving Marcus and Harris.
Was there a Harry?
I'm pretty sure there was, yeah. Scott's going to go next door to update BBC Manchester and Radio Lancashire. I'm not sure I've got that the right way round. BBC Lancashire and BBC Radio Manchester might be the right way round. 89 for 2 after 36 overs. Harris 10, Bahanan 3. Scriven takes a little bit of sweat off his brow, examines the ball minutely as he walks back to the top of his mark. And he's ready to go now. Comes in and bowls to Bahanan. Nice shape to the delivery. Bahanan solidly forward though, playing it down to mid-on, where Ben Green is the fielder. A sun hat being sported by Sol Budinger will tell you that it is now a lovely afternoon here in the East Midlands. Warm as well. Plenty of shirts off among the crowd. Friends of Grace Road look to be almost open as in goes Scriven. Bowls outside off stump. Bahanan leaves. I can see the door is open. It's usually 2:30 that they start dispensing their splendid cakes and coffee and or tea, of course, but it's the cakes that they're all about. Best wishes to Steve, one of the stalwarts of the Friends of Grace Road, who's a little bit ill recently. In goes Scriven. Bowls and, well, got on top of the bounce again there, looking to drive Bahanan, and managed to keep it down and steer it between point and cover out towards the sweeper. Wasn't quite there to drive though, and did have to just check the shot slightly, but did it well. He moves on to 4, 90 for 2. Partnership up to 13. 2 key Lancashire batters at the crease. As Scriven turns, goes back round the wicket, of course, to the left-handed Harris. Bowls. Harris, that familiar little shuffle, drives, but a good stop by the sun-hatted Sol Budinger, diving to his left. That can't be easy because he's sort of diving across the creases of 2 very used wickets. One the practice wicket, and one pitch that's been used plenty of times. So all horribly bouncy and dusty, but a good stop by Sol Budinger. He's been one of the successes of the season, very much so, as in goes Scriven. Bowls foolish, and Harris again looking to be positive, looking to drive. Might just have shaped back in a little bit to him and came off a thickish inside edge and rolled back down the pitch towards Tom Scriven.
So it'd be Budinger and Patel to open with Ahmed at 3?
That is how it's been of late, okay. Yes. So a positive opening sort of trio, if you like. But one that can be as Scriven is in and bowls, and again Harris look on the front foot, both metaphorically and literally, getting forward, pushing it back to Scriven. End of the over, 90 for 2. Yeah, so it's a, you know, as you saw, they can score runs very quickly and be sort of really get Leicestershire off to a flyer, but they can also be sort of 30 for 3 at times. So it's fun watching them.
Yeah, kind of risk reward. But 4 wins from 6. It's all kind of knitting together quite nicely, isn't it? That approach.
It has been. It has been.
I think I should be hoping they don't see Patel and Budinger for some time. Maybe even tomorrow, ideally. Short ball by Van Beek as he continues from the Bennett end, and Bohannon ducks underneath it, taken by Cox, who's shuffling away to his left. Oh, there's a couple of dogs now. So, there's a snout to snout going on. there's a snout off. The two dogs are getting a little bit chirpy with each other.
I suspect dog bad language was being used.
Yes,
there.
I think it probably was. Yeah, yeah. There'll be a ticking off all that. 90 for 2. Here's Van Beek in balls. Bohannon drives, but off an inside edge towards mid-on in the end. Got Van Beek. He got the slips. Pretty interested. He's not timed that. Josh Bohannon. But got enough of the bat. He's on 4. 90 for 2. Here is Van Beek. 2 slips. Crouching down, in and balls. A short ball again. And there goes Cox again. Another terrific take. He likes that, doesn't he? I mean, he likes it either to his right or to his left, but he's particularly stylish to his left. He's got that off to a fine art. Anything down the leg side to his left-hand side, he's got a very, very nice way of taking it.
It does look good.
It does. And again, fine work by the Fox's keeper, Van Beek. Moves in again over the wicket, balls to Bohannon, who's back and across, and then just steers the ball away through the offside. Riyad Ahmed is at backward point. There's no run. Bohannon remains on 4 from 26 deliveries before lunch and since the lunch break. Lancashire try and piece together another partnership here with Harris and Bohannon. Tap of the bat from Lancashire's number 3. It's worked off his hip, and David Milnes at square leg lifts his right leg up to allow the ball to travel through towards the square leg boundary where Saul Budinger's there to field. Single for Bohannon, he moves on to 5. 91 for 2. Brings Marcus Harris back on strike. A very slow walk by umpire Milnes from one side of the square to the other with the left-hander Marcus Harris now on strike. Jumper just hooked into the back of his trousers, the square leg umpire. Around the wicket Van Beek comes, defended by Harris, just squeezed away into the offside where Ahmed fields, and there is no run, just a single coming off the over. 91 for 2. Marcus Harris is on 10, Josh Bohannon's on 5. And we've had 38 overs of Lancashire's first innings. So wicket leading up to the lunch break, and then one with the very first delivery into the afternoon session. Jennings went before lunch and Wells straight after, leaving Harris and Bohannon together here for Lancashire.
Looking back, Harris was dismissed leg before to Scriven for 77 at Old Trafford. A little bit of an in-swinger as Scriven is in to Bohannon, who is solidly forward on off stump, playing the ball back down the pitch. I remember it being a surprise when he got out, really, and then he was not out in the second innings, so that will have done his average no harm at all. Bohannon caught Cox bowled Mike, strangled, wasn't he, down the leg side. for 9. As Scriven is in, bowls again to Bohannon. Just turns his wrists on the defensive push, working it back down the pitch towards Tom Scriven.
Yeah, he's had a couple of decent scores for Lancashire. He's had one good score this season, Josh Bohannon, 155. Is his top score. He's had some decent starts as well, either side of that. That's his one standout knock so far this summer.
Scriven bowls to him outside off stump. It's just short enough for Bohannon to rock back and cut it. Not massively aggressively, cut, stroke, steer it away through point to the sweeper, Lewis Hill. It is out there and he takes a single, moves on to 6. He's really hurried, Bohannon. He's not worried about scoring rates, 6 off 30. Really steady player. Good man to have coming in at 3 at the moment. He's leaning on his back watching as Scriven is in to Harris. That little shuffle, then leans forward on off stump. Plays it out to point.
Yeah, number 3's been his position now for a while for Josh Bohannon. It feels like it is a long time since he broke his way into the side. I think 2018 was his debut season. And slowly has been creeping up the order, but number 3 now for quite a few years. Scored 1,000 runs, not last season, the season before, batting at 3. Just tailed off a little bit last year, his numbers.
Scriven bowls to Harris, who plays firmly. I was about to say drives, but he doesn't really follow through, just steps forward. It's a lovely stride and punches it out, but only as far as Budinger at extra cover.
I don't know whether last season or not there's anything in it with regards to wanting to try and score a bit quicker or things like that. I'm not sure, but it just didn't seem to work for him last year, which can happen. It was his first real kind of downturn in form since he got into the side.
Scriven bowls down the leg side and looking to pull the short ball. Harris doesn't get anything on it, taken by Cox, just reaching to his right, end of the over. Scriven, 8 overs, none for 20, so he's kept it tight as well. And as I say, this is one of the reasons for Leicestershire's success. When they haven't been taking wickets, they've by and large kept it tight. So, you know, even if they don't take a wicket for an hour and a half, there isn't too much damage being done. And the run rate currently, 2.4, sort of bears that out.
Yeah, it's been probing stuff, this, hasn't it? As Van Beek continues to Bohannon. He's gone for a full delivery, brings his bat down on that. Gathered by Rian Ahmed, who comes to his left from backward point, and there is no run.
A product of the Farnworth Cricket Club in Greater Manchester. Studying accountancy. Josh Bohannon, I should say, that is.
Comes Van Beek, balls to Bohannon. Oh, that's a delivery that just lifts a little on Bohannon. Drops his hands and through it goes to the keeper. Just every now and again, one from the bowler just finds a little extra something off the pitch. Van Beek, a couple of occasions, has done that. Well played by Bohannon. 92 for 2. And he's vice captain too now, like for Lancashire. I think he was last year as well. Van Beek in to Bohannon, drives, just check drive, which in the end sees the ball come off the toe end of the bat. And Josh Bohannon gives it a rather filthy look as it bounces back down the pitch to the bowler. He's in and around England Lions set up. In fact, he captained the England Lions, I think, last winter. But waits for Van Beek. Well, there's at least one, probably two here for Bohannon. Yeah, he's gently coming back for the second as he works it away through mid-wicket. Takes his score on to 8. Lancashire moved to 94 for 2. 2 balls left of the over. Just settling into it, Josh Bohannon. A couple of low scores coming into this game. 2-3 last week against Derbyshire, and the game before that against Northamptonshire out for Norton in the first innings. Fared a little better in the second, made 41. But that century got against Northamptonshire. And Lancashire's first home match of the season, his standout score so far this year. Allows that one to go past from Van Beek. He made 155 in that second game of the season against the Northamptonshire side, who has scored more runs than any other county. But since his debut in 2018, he's somewhere along the line chipped in with runs against most sides. Obviously Lancashire played predominantly in Division 1 during his time in the team. Forces that away into the offside. Stopped at mid-off by Tom Scriven, and there is no run. It's the end of the over. 94 for 2. Bohannon's on 8, and Marcus Harris is unbeaten on 10. And quite a pleasant early afternoon here.
Perhaps because it is so pleasant, we're having an early change. Scriven taken off, and Green, who bowled such a tight spell this morning, 7 overs for 7 runs, 4 maidens. He's coming back on at the pavilion end. Just rehearses his run up, as just to say, isn't very long. Economical, you might say. So is Jasprit Brummer's, isn't it? Very short for a bowler who generates 90 mph. Sometimes plus. Hanscom waves to his leg side sweeper to just go a little bit wider. He makes a scrape in the ground. Green is in and bowls the in-swinger, foolish. Harris is forward, blocking it out to mid-off. No run. Trees down Milligan Road, obviously now in full leaf. The limes that line the ground down that side of the ground, line the road, give it a pleasantly sort of rural feel, despite being in the middle of the city. In goes Green and bowls. Harris is back. He wasn't quite sure whether to go forward or back there, which is a good length from Ben Green. Played it off the back foot in the end.
I was looking at lunch. I quite like the additions of the kind of umbrellas just dotted around to the left, just to give it supporters a little bit of shade.
3 years I think they've been in place now. They're sort of permanent parasol things. In goes... Oh, he's bowled him! Green has got through Harris. Somehow on the leg stump. Harris, I think, was trying to work it away and took his bottom hand off the bat. Whether it came off the back of the bat and went onto leg stump, I'm not sure. But that is a big, big wicket for Leicestershire. Harris, the main man, is gone, bowled by Ben Green for 10. Oh, how did that get through? Not quite sure. He just stepped inside the line, was trying to work the in-swinger down through the leg side, and somehow it worked its way onto leg stump. And I can't quite work out how.
No. I mean, is it brushed? Is brushed something that maybe just ricocheted back onto the stumps? Maybe.
Yeah.
He has shuffled quite a long way across, hasn't he? But the way that the ball deflected off something onto the leg stump potentially.
It did.
Did it?
Yeah, no, it did onto the leg stump. Here we go. We're getting a replay now. So let's have a look. I still can't quite work out how it's got through there.
No.
He didn't stand on his stumps, did he? Can't, no. Because you can't quite see how the ball has gotten through there. But it has. Leicestershire, that is, they won't care. It just says Harris bowled Green for just 10 which Leicestershire would have taken, I think, if you'd offered it to them every single time.
Just a bit, yeah. Josh Bohannon's reaction was equally as baffled, I think, as me and you. Bohannon at the non-striker's end, he didn't realise until a few seconds later that he'd been bowled. Slightly unusual dismissal, though, isn't it? I can't quite work out how that's.
We just can't work out how. Yes, how the leg stump was disturbed there.
Yeah.
It almost looks like the ball. Maybe that's why I was asking. I wonder if he just trod on the stumps, but it didn't take a big leap back into his crease, so that's most unlikely. So it's just somehow snuck through. So big wicket for the Foxes.
Definitely is. Yeah.
Green is in and bowls outside off stump, chopped out to point, and there's. Is it me from?
It is. No, it's you.
It is me. It is. I suddenly felt for a moment discombobulated. Chopped out to Ahmed at point, and there's no run. So from 74 without loss, 20 runs for 3 wickets, and Leicestershire's persistence paying off at the moment, and they're nagging away with these lengths, and Green getting his reward. In he goes and bowls to Matty Hurst, who blocks it back down the pitch on the on side.
Well, it's been really disciplined bowling, hasn't it? There's been absolutely zero really on offer for Lancashire to try and hit and to try and work away and to try and ease a bit of pressure and put pressure back on the bowlers. They've been really, really accurate, and you mentioned it before, Richard. If you lose a couple of wickets here and the score's not really going anywhere, all of a sudden you're in a bit of bother.
Green is in, bowls. Hurst is leaning carefully forward on off stump, stroking the ball back down the pitch to Green, but that is a wicket maiden for Ben Green, his 5th maiden in 8 overs. He's conceded just 7 runs, and he's now picked up probably the most valued wicket, certainly in the 2nd division, arguably across county cricket at the moment.
Yeah, and that's not a criticism of Lancashire's approach here. I just think it's a compliment to Leicestershire's bowling. I think they've been excellent. They've been very, very good. They've managed to pull things back just leading up to the lunch break. The dismissal of Keaton Jennings, then quickly Wells, followed by Harris. Represents a good consistent approach here by Leicestershire. Van Beek. He's into Bohannon. The ball's fallen. It's driven to mid-off, and there's no run.
It's not. They're very old-fashioned virtues, aren't they? It's not sort of anything new or anything like that. You know, we won't give anything away. There's a little bit in the pitch. You can battle away and stay in if you've got that sort of application, but you are going to have to battle. We'll make you. We won't give you balls to get away.
Yeah, that's exactly what's happened. And they've chipped away at a couple of wickets since the lunch break. Van Beek to Bohannon, drives again to mid-off. The tumbling stop by Tom Scriven, and there's no run. 94 for 3. There's been no free runs either down to 3rd man or final leg, because there's been a 3rd man and final leg in all the way through. They've
All
kept
season,
2 slips as well.
All season they've had the 3rd man. And I think against Derbyshire somebody worked out that something like over 100 runs had gone through 3rd man, with Derbyshire not having one.
Van Beek into Bohannon, drives off the inner half of the bat. Josh Hull comes around from mid-on. No addition to the score. This spell from Logan Van Beek into its 6th over since the lunch break.
He was 14 off his first 4, so 12 off. Yeah, he's been so much better.
He has. Into Bohannon, that's just nudged away in the nick of time across his front pad, out towards square leg for a single. He's gone for 9 now. 5.3 overs, 1 for 9. His post-lunch spell for Logan Van Beek.
Seems harsh not to include the one before, doesn't it?
Yes,
definitely. The two overs before as part of the spell, but
yeah, it's been a terrific. Well, as you called it, Richard, that 2nd spell really. couple of overs before the lunch break, and then following on from it. Good come back from Van Beek into Hurst, which just guides that away through cover without forcing it, just encouraging it on its way really through the offside. Jogs back for 2. Hurst gets his first runs. Lancashire creeping towards 3 figures at 97 for 3. Hurst on 2. And Van Beek to complete the over. Hurst been in good form of late. Oh, and he's beaten there by Van Beek through to the keeper. Good way to end the over. Continues to be probing and testing and causing life pretty difficult for the Lancashire batsman. It's a good ball that beats Hurst. End of the over. 97 for 3. Hurst 2 and Bohannon on 9.
Liam Travaskis, current acting 12th man, is on the field. I've just seen Lewis Hill jogging off for a post-lunch comfort break, I'm sure.
I noticed on the stream they've picked out the queue that's been formed for the hot
Friends of Grace
cakes.
Road.
Lovely.
Friends of Grace Road. You have to get there reasonably early. They go through them like, well, hot cakes, I suppose. In goes Green, and on the back foot, Bohannon is looking to force it out into the offside and does, just wide of mid-off. Budinger has to jog across to his left to field and does, and Bohannon takes one, moves on to 10. There's always a good selection, and as I say, best wishes to Steve if he's listening. There's a Friends of Grace Road stalwart who hasn't been so well of late. Green is in and bowls again, a little bit wide by his standards, and he's chopped away down towards third man. It will probably be 2. Hull has it's a huge, he's got a strong arm, but it's a long go away from down there, and Hurst is quick between the wickets, and he makes that one into 2, and that brings up the Lancashire 100. A gentle ripple of applause from below us. Hurst on to 4, and Green leaking runs now. 3 off the first 2 balls of the over. He's now got 1 for 10 from 8.2. In he goes and bowls. That's back to his usual line and length on off stump, and you heard the wait from Hurst as he blocked it out into the offside and saw it wasn't too far from Budinger.
I guess it's a little easy to say it's just kind of old-fashioned, line and length, give nothing away, but it's an enormous credit to the bowlers for the consistency to be able to accurately keep running in and bowling like this and giving so little away.
Green bowls, touch short and on the legs, and he raises his eyes to the heavens as we praise him for his parsimony. He's given away more runs in this over than for much of the previous 8. Really, he's 4 runs off the over now. 1 for 11 for him. Josh Hull's warming up at third man. So Van Beek may have shot his bolt for the time being.
It's been interesting this, because Hurst can naturally keeps the score ticking over, scores at quite a decent pace, Matthew Hurst.
Green bowls outside off stump. Hannon lifts his bat over the line of the ball.
Marcus Harris was saying the other day when I was chatting to him about Matthew Hurst that he said he plays really late, and he's got a really natural ability without taking any risks just to keep it bouncing along, and you look up in 20-30 minutes time and he's 30-40 not out without having done too much. And that's a real strength of Hurst.
Green bowls full, and he's driven for 4. Well, this has been an un-Green-like over, really. 8 runs from it, and I wouldn't be surprised. I would actually probably get 1 more, but that was looked by his standards a slightly weary over. His 9th, 1 for 15, 8 runs from it, which, as I say, is more than the previous 8 overs combined.
Yes. Yeah, that's really the second over, isn't it, of this little spell since the lunch break. We are going to see the first afternoon bowling change. It will be Josh Holt to replace Logan van Beek, who either side of lunch has bowled beautifully for Leicestershire. The wicket of Keaton Jennings, and then dismissing Luke Wells with the first ball of the afternoon session. So a fine job by Logan van Beek for Leicestershire, but his time has come to an end, at least for the time being. And Josh Holt returns.
Well, Hurst reckons that Bohannon has had the biggest impact on his game, advising him about facing different bowlers, and he says our batting technique is very similar, so we can contrast and compare them out there. There's not much in stature. They're about, neither of them are particularly huge men.
Yeah, here's Josh Holt, left arm over the wicket to Hurst, clipped off his hip, down to fine leg. Hurst moves to 6 and the score to 106 for 3. Yeah, very similar in stature, aren't they? Two both right-hand batters, similar size, kind of short, stocky built. Interesting that he's mentioned that. Both come down to have a little brief conversation, a little punch of the gloves. Bohannon takes guard from umpire Adnan. Josh Holt starts off from just over the border in Nottingham. And here he comes, bouncing his way back in. Down the leg side to Bohannon, taken by Cox. It's a good first spell, wasn't it, by Josh Holt?
I thought so, yeah.
About 5 overs for 15, but it did cause Luke Wells some problems. In fact, he found the edge of Wells' bat. Wells was put down by Patel when he was on 10. And then he also found the edge of Wells' bat shortly after that, but the second chance didn't carry. But he hit a good groove early on, Josh Holt, from the Bennett end, which is where he's in from again. Down to one slip. There's Bohannon off the back foot, just taps the ball away into the offside. And there is no run. Rishi Patel, who was at first slip, he's now at mid-wicket. Ben Green's at mid-on. Tom Scriven is at mid-off. Riyad Ahmed is at backward point. Peter Hanscom is the only surviving slip fielder, and still with a third man. Fine leg, deep square, deep point. 106 for 3. Here's Holt, looking for his first of the afternoon into Bohannon. That's worked out through the leg side to the right of Rishi Patel at mid-wicket. So Budinger comes around from deep square leg to field. Bohannon comes back and adds 2 more to his total. He moves on to 16. Lancashire now to 108 for 3. Matty Hurst at the non-strikers end, just resting his bat on top of his right thigh, hands on hips. Bohannon flexing his shoulders and twirls the bat. Taps it a couple of times. Lifts it just above stump height, waiting for Holt, who's in. Brings it down and defends back to Josh Holt. There's a long way to go down to his left, but he scoops the ball up and tosses it to Tom Scriven to give it a polish, and then he scrapes his spikes on his footmarks at the bowler's end, landing those big boots as he comes thundering down from the top end of the ground here at Grace Road. So far everyone's been still in the executive boxes above the sight screen, at least for the last 20 minutes or so. Here's Holt, balls again, worked away by Bohannon to fine leg for a single, just eased off his hip, and takes him to 17. That's the end of Hall's first over, back into the attack, going for I think 3 runs in the end. 4 runs. 109 for 3. Bohannon on 17. Hurst on 16. The partnership only just beginning, but Lancashire trying to find something to replicate what Luke Wells and Keaton Jennings were able to do. Wells and Jennings adding 74 runs for the opening wicket. Bohannon and Harris making 17, And so far, Bohannon and Hurst have added 14 runs.
Green to continue over the wicket to Josh Bohannon, who looks as though he's going to unfurl a huge cover drive. It's just a touch straighter than he thought it was going to be, I think, and ends up stroking it out to Patel, who finds himself at mid-off, having been thrown out of the slips. Well, they just decided to have one, and that one is always Peter Hanscom. Took a blinding catch at Lord's. Peter Hanscom at slip. Come back to that in a moment as Green is in and bowls, and he does drive this time, but again doesn't quite get all of it. Josh Bohannon, and diving across to his right at extra cover, not a deep extra cover either, is Sol Budinger to make the stop. Yeah, Brian Higgins' first ball at Lord's. In goes Green and bowls. Worked off the back foot by Bohannon out towards wide-ish, mid-on. Scriven comes running in and flicks the ball behind his back at the stumps for show as much as anything. Bohannon having long since made his ground. But yeah, that was I said that was a great catch, two-handed in. He said, well, it was either that or basically get pinned on the forehead, he said. So that was just a life preserver. Had to take the catch there. And that was 2 in 2 balls for Van Beek as a consequence. In goes Green and bowls, and there's a shout for leg before, but high for me. And it also sounded a little bit woody. Cox didn't appeal.
No,
Green did. But if the keeper doesn't go up, you know it's unlikely. It's just... have a look at that one. Yeah, just a touch high, I think almost above the pad. Although not tall, as we've been saying, Matty Hurst. Green is in, bowls to him. Ooh, bottom hand off the bat there as it just rises on him a bit. He drops it out to short leg, and Bohannon calls him to for the quick single. Green and Hurst weren't far from colliding there. You would back Green in those circumstances. To get the better of such a collision. He's a big old unit, is Ben.
Yeah.
Just wide and solid.
It's just going to bounce off him, I would have thought.
That said,
anyway.
Hurst is a Wiganer, isn't he? So he'll be...
I think he played a bit of rugby.
Yeah, I reckon he can look after himself. Collisions-wise, 111 for 3. As Green is in, bowls. Ooh, just... We give Bohannon the benefit there, say played just inside the line. Play he did. Might have been deliberate, but it slid past the outside edge, and Green, having conceded 8 runs in his previous over, back to his best. 10 overs, 1 for 17 for him now.
Yeah, that's a little bit more like it, wasn't it, from Ben Green?
Just seemed to... It's forgivable, probably. In that previous over, they just bowled a couple of looser deliveries, looser by his standards.
Been seam all the way through, hasn't it? No sign of any spin. There's Josh Hull, left arm over bowls, nudged away by Hurst to mid wicket. And there's no run. We have 5 bowlers used by Peter Hanscom through the course of this opening day, and a pretty solid all-round bowling performance here by Leicestershire. Logan Van Beek has benefited the most. He's picked up 2 wickets. Green with the dismissal of Marcus Harris, but everyone's kind of all worked together in a bowling unit. Hurst drives him towards the onside, and Rishi Patel fields, and there's no run. Hurst has been in good form for Lancashire. One of the, Harris obviously dominates the agenda because of the runs he scored, but actually kind of quietly under the radar a little bit in what has been a poor season so far by Lancashire. Hurst has actually produced some very, very impressive performances with the bat, coming into this game on the back of half centuries in both innings against Derbyshire. 60 against Northamptonshire the game before that. 78 against Gloucestershire before that. Short pull by Hurst. Towards deep backward square leg for a single. He moves to 8, 112 for 3. So maybe just a little below the radar, because lots of headlines about Lancashire's start to the season. But he is, he's been excellent. And looks like maybe could be a pretty solid season for Matthew Hurst, who was clearly nailed down Lancashire's wicket-keeping role in the side. Got a bit of competition, mind you. There's quite a few keepers knocking around. This Hull comes in and bowls to Bohannon. Oh, he's given it. LBW.
Yeah.
Hull strikes. Bohannon departs for 18. Leicestershire keep chipping away. And Josh Hull picks up his first wicket of the day. Josh Bohannon, LBW, out for 18 off the bowling of Josh Hull. And by with little hesitation, and Lancashire 4 down.
Yeah, he possibly could have got forward to that one. Trapped on the back foot, it did swing back in, and he'd almost turned before the finger was raised there, Josh Bohannon.
He had, yeah.
Looked tolerably adjacent, as they say. And a bit of reward for Josh Hull for that same quality that the Leicestershire attack have shown all season, which is persistency and accuracy.
Yeah, it's just nipped back in a fraction, hasn't it, that? But it's pinned him in front, that.
Yeah.
There's no... If there was a little bit of doubt, or it depends which side of the coin you look at it in terms of the Jennings dismissal, but there's no doubt about that one. And as you say, Bohannon just trapped on the crease and trapped in front. He knew it. I think he was fearing the worst, and then the inevitable finger was raised. And Hull, as you say, gets a little bit of reward for what has been so far in 2 spells in this side of lunch. Pretty impressive start. George Bell's the new batter to join Matthew Hurst, and Lancashire here, having had a positive start. That opening partnership, Wells and Jennings adding 74 runs. Need to find another one. 112 for 4. They've been absorbing some pressure. There's been little really for them to try and score, to try and move the game forward, try and score at a quicker rate. That's just not been an option for them.
No.
Leicestershire have bowled really well, but they need to try and find a partnership here, and then hope it gets a little easier as the afternoon progresses. Bell, the new batter, still with the one slip in the mid wicket. Here is Hull in to Bell, so full toss. But, Bell just taps away. She was expecting that first up. Just maybe slipping at the hand of Josh Hull. 112 for 4. Yeah, still got one slip, backward point, mid off, mid on, mid wicket. And then the 4 boundary riders either square or behind the batter at fine leg and third man. Hull to Bell. Steers it away to the offside, and there's no addition to the score. An over which has produced the wicket of Josh Bohannon. It's only gone for 1 run, and Lancashire are 112 for 4.
A warm applause for Hull, who becomes the 3rd wicket taker of the Lancashire innings. Again, bearing in mind what we've been saying about everybody chipping in. 2 for Van Beek, 1 for Green, now 1 for Hull. Green it is, who will continue. Hurst just checks his guard with umpire Milnes. Looks up to see Green on his way, bowls, and is turning his wrists on that one. Firmly out towards mid-on, straight delivery. Wait. He holds up his bat to George Bell. Does he go by Matty or Matthew, or
Yeah,
is
Matty's.
he bothered?
I don't think he's too fussed.
Right.
Matty's Matthew's all right. If you're feeling formal, give it the full Matthew.
Green in, bowls, and stroked by Matty stroke Matthew out to mid-off. No run. Sometimes you get emails or contacts from their sort of parents saying, no, he's Matthew or whatever, or Matty.
Yeah. I've had no contact.
No contacts from Mrs. Hurst. He waits, then raises his bat as Green is in, bowls to him, and again very straight and just waiting for it, playing it carefully out to mid-on. No run. Green, I mean, he's not quick in the first place, but he's settled down into really fairly sort of a gentle pace now. He's into his 11th over, in fairness, on a hot old day. Just, if I miss, or so if you miss, I hit. In he goes, and bowls, and driven, but only as far as mid-off by Hurst. And then just occasionally there's that sort of, he puts that little bit of action on the ball, a bit more effort, and gets something out of the pitch, mops his brow. Had a heck of a mullet last season, well, a bit of a mullet last season, but he's shed that.
That's a shame.
Yeah, you don't mind a mullet? In goes Green and bowled, and that's worked off his legs nicely by Hurst out to mid-wicket, and the single is taken, the sweeper being still out there. It's almost as much about containment as it is taking, but you can have sort of positive containment in a way that if we're not conceding runs, it puts the batters feel sort of angsty, and they sometimes in this Bazball era, when batsmen try to be positive and sometimes make mistakes as a consequence. I don't know whether that's Hanscom's feeling, but he's got 2 slips now for Green to the new batsman Bell, who's only faced a couple of deliveries. Green bowls, Bell is very correct, holds the pose, it's so nice and correct on off stump as he defends that one. Back down the pitch to Ben Green. So 11 overs, 1 for 18 for Green. Hull has 1 for 19 at the other end.
Yeah, it's not too dissimilar to the way that Lancashire tried to bowl Derbyshire out last week. You're trying to contain the opposition, and by doing so apply pressure and try and take wickets. So they had pretty early on 3 and sometimes 4 catches close in on the leg side in front of square, kind of a ring field, and basically just trying to tie Derbyshire down, bowl straight, not give much away, and then hopefully chip away as Hurst plays forward and defends, and there's no run. They got them 9 down. The ploy almost worked, but in what looked like a reasonably flat pitch at Old Trafford, they obviously view that was the best way to try and bowl Derbyshire out, by just tying them down, bowling straight, bringing those catches in front of square on the leg side in particular into the game. Very similar approach by Leicestershire, isn't it, so far? It's been really accurate, straight bowling, not giving much away. So the back foot by Hurst. It'll push and go, and the throw comes in. Actually hits Bell on the back of the calf. A little polite hand of apology. There's nothing nasty meant by that, of course, by Tom Scriven. Got through for a single, but just forcing Lancashire to do something like that, which is just drop it and take a single. There's not really any gimmies on offer. There's no freebies down to third man, anything like that, with third man and fine leg in place. So they're having to just try and force the issue with quick singles here and there where they can. Here's Hull to Bell. Short pull, it's in the air. He didn't follow through with the shot, George Bell. He'll come back and hurry 3, actually. That's good running. Bell gets 3 and off the mark with those 3. But in a semi-committed pull shot, 2 catches on the leg side, mid-wicket, mid-on. For a second, it's in the air, and you're wondering whereabouts is the ball going to fall. In the end, it fell beyond both Patel, running back from mid-wicket, and Green from mid-on. Score moves on to 117 for 4. It brings Matthew Hurst on strike. Here's Hull again for Leicestershire. Pounding in, bowls to Hurst, flashed away down to third man. Ian Holland is on the third man boundary to field for the Foxes. Sorry, it's Lewis Hill, apologies. Single for Hurst, he moves on to 11, 118 for 4. Brings Bell back on strike. One slip in place. Peter Hanscom having a good old chinwag with Ben Cox, the wicketkeeper. Bell taps his bat. His Hull loops round, sets off again, arms pumping back and forth. In and bowls to Bell. It's full and left, with it being wide of off stump. And then it nestles into the gloves of the excellent Ben Cox, who has kept beautifully through the course of this opening day so far for Leicestershire, who won the toss, put Lancashire into bat. They faced a pretty stern opening partnership by Wells and Jennings, but since those two put on 74 together for the first wicket, Lancashire have gone from 74 without loss to 118 for 4. This Hull is on the search for another one. Bowls to Bell, who's in behind it and defends. And there's no run. End of the over. 5 runs coming off it. 118 for 4, Lancashire.
Right, just in case listeners think we're being, well, daft, not being able to work out how Marcus Harris was bowled. Plaintive inquiry from the press from the press box. How do you reckon that ball found its way onto the stumps? Hard to work out from this angle. We've seen several replays and can't really work it out.
No.
So it's not just us.
I do feel
folks.
better with that actually sometimes. I've watched it back about 4 times thinking, what have I missed here? I can't work it out.
No, this... All clarifications welcome. Green is in, bowls to Hurst, who on the back foot defends it back down the pitch to Ben Green off stump.
If you watching and have access to the live stream or to the video replays, have a look back at the Marcus Harris dismissal. See if you can work out how that's got him out.
In goes Green and taken by Cox outside off stumps. It slides through.
Nice delivery.
A little bit of shape to it.
Yeah.
Drew Hurst into the shot. Drew Hurst into the push. Just work out where the breeze is from. From the north. In goes Green and edged. No, not edged, but that bounced and left him. Suddenly, it's a different sort of over, and Green, having sort of been wandering in his previous over and bowling fairly gently, suddenly found a something little bit of extra, and that one bounced.
It did.
Took off, didn't it? And brute of a delivery, absolute brute. Green in, bowls, and that one doesn't do anything extraordinary. It's on off stump though, as ever from Green. Well, it's nearly ever, and just pushed out into the offside. Green bowls, Fuller this time, and onto leg stump, and that is nicely clipped away too deep mid-wicket for 4 by Hurst. Well, that's the ability to put the difficult ball behind him, and if it gets a slightly looser delivery, as that one was by Green standard, to put it away, and Hurst onto 15.
It feels like our first boundary, or the first boundary of for some time. That
I think it is.
Credit to Leicestershire's bowling and the accuracy and the consistency, because I can't to go through the scorecard and work out when the last 4 was, but it feels like it's been a while.
Green bowls. Hurst goes back and turns it again to mid-wicket, this time without quite the power. So mid-on, Hill has to run across, but can run across to his right to field, and Hurst takes one. And Green just kicks a little disappointedly at the air as he takes his cap from umpire Milnes. 5 from the last 2 balls, and Hanscom has a little word with him, whether he's just feeling a little bit tired. 12 overs, 5 maidens, 1 for 23, Green's figures, but remember his first 7 overs yielded just 7 runs.
Well, I make that the first boundary for 6 overs, and only the third since lunch. It's Holt back in balls, short, pulled in the air and over the man at fine leg and all the way for 6.
Wow.
Got a hold of that, did Matthew Hurst, on the hook, high over fine leg, which is Lewis Hill on the boundary below us, and over the rope and all the way for 6. Well, talking about boundaries, not coming and drying up since lunch. Hurst has a 4 and then a 6. Moves to 22, 129 for 4.
Look, I thought for half a second he top-edged it, but it was just a really sweet pickup, and using Hull's bounce and pace, he cleared Hill. Too many H's.
He cleared him by about 15
Miles,
yards, yeah. It's a long way. 129 for 4. Here is Holt. That's the response for the big fast bowler into Hurst. That's worked through the leg side. Rishi Patel goes scampering after it towards the mid-wicket boundary. Hurst comes back for 2. Moves to 24 not out. 131 for 4.
I did suggest that the possibility was that it had come off Harris's pad, gone onto the back of his bat, and then gone onto the stumps, and that seems to be what they feel generally in the press box.
It's a pad,
sort of
bat,
pad,
stump.
and then hit the bat and went back.
Right.
So a real fluke.
Holt to Hurst, driven, but to mid-off where Scriven fields.
Or freak delivery, freak dismissal, really, in a way.
Yes.
We'll check with Marcus afterwards.
Well, certainly a little bit of good fortune then, perhaps, for Leicestershire, and a bit of poor luck for Marcus Harris. Josh Bohannon's reaction at the non-strikers end was a great response, really. That was a response of bewilderment. How on earth has that got through? 131 for 4. Hull to Hurst. And there'll be 2 more, I reckon, here. They're quick, these 2 between the wickets. He's just nudged the ball away through the leg side, but by the time that Buddinger's got round from deep backward square leg to field, Hurst can add a couple more to his score. And productive over this for Lancashire. He moves to 26, 133 for 4 now.
10 off the first 4 balls.
Little twirl of the bat, Matthew Hurst. Waits for Holt. Bowling his left arm seam over the wicket to the right-hander. That's defended by Hurst. Back to Holt. And there is no run. A little flurry of boundaries, and the 4 and the 6, and then they've run pretty well. 6 followed by 2, then a 0, and then a 2 so far in the over. So it's been nice and positive by Matthew Hurst. He moves to 26, having been on 4 or 5. It just felt like 10 minutes ago. 26 from 33, Hurst. Final ball of the over. Hull in to Hurst, drives to Green, who's at mid-on. And there is no addition to the score. Handy little partnership. 21 they've put on so far, these 2. Lancashire need that to go on, of course. Nothing really of note since the Luke Wells Keaton Jennings opening partnership. 133 for 4 at the end of the over, with Hurst on 26 and Bell on 3.
Yeah, and Hurst, his 26 has come off just 34 balls. That 6 has obviously helped, but he's being positive, and at the moment it's paying off nicely. Also, obviously, the ball is already 50 overs old. So Leicestershire continue to crack on through their overs. We finished on time in a few days this season, which is almost unheard of, I know. Green is in to Bell, who is defending carefully. Inside part of the bat means the ball trickles onto a lushly grassed, uncut pitch. Away to his left. Hanscom keeping in the 2 slips for the still relatively new to the crease George Bell. 3 off 7 to him as Green is in. Bowls to him, very straight. Perhaps a suggestion of shape back in. A little bit of seam movement back in, but Bell very solid behind it. It is updates time already, 3 o'clock. Green in, bowls. Bell is working it off the back foot, slightly twitchily, down through around about 4th slip. Runs down to 3rd man where Hull fields, and 1 is taken. Bell on to 4, 134 for 4. 2nd slip comes out. Hanscom moves from 2nd to 1st, and Patel goes from 1st to mid-off. Cue for the Friends of Grace Road Cakes has worked its way to its end. In goes Green, cut away, chopped away hard by Hurst, and he's going to again benefit from his positivity there because he's managed to get it wide of Hull out to the sort of deep backward point boundary and pick up 4 more. So he's on to into the 30s now. Off just 35 deliveries. A little bit of width on offer from Ben Green for once. And Hurst quick to seize on it. Smacked it away off the back foot. Green is in and bowls. Readjusts his line, or adjusts his line. Gets it nice and straight again. Hurst defends it out to mid-on, where Scriven immediately gets to work on the ball. The current exhortation is to 1 more wicket and we're halfway there, i.e. halfway through getting through the Lancashire innings from the Leicestershire fielders. That is, in goes Green and bowls again straight, this time defending on the back foot. Fairly good length delivery, just perhaps short of the perfect length, and Hurst defends it into the onside. Umpire Milnes hands Green his cap. 13 overs. Ben Green now, so I suspect that might be his work done for the time being. Josh Hull's is, because Tom Scriven is going to take over from him.
Taking over at the minute end, Tom Scriven.
Still no indication from Peter Hanscom that he might go to Rahan Ahmed. It's not something he's done throughout the season, really. I use him as a front line bowler, if that makes sense. Interesting to see how many overs actually that Ahmed has bowled. I'll check that. Scriven is in from the Bennett end and bowls on off stump. Threatens to keep perhaps a touch low. Bell adjusts nicely, blocks it out to Patel, who's now at extra cover, and there is no run. Scriven in, Bowles outside off stump, an outswinger that started wide, went wider, and Bell had nothing to do with it. In fact, that was a wide really from Scriven, but umpire Adnan was generous. Scriven is in, and Bowles straightens his line up a bit. Bell, I think had he been in a bit longer, might have looked to drive that one away. As it is, he just made sure and steered it firmly off the front foot out to wide-ish mid-off, where Green is the fielder. Scriven in, Bowles outside off stump, left by George Bell, and there's no run. Email arrives from David Lashley, I think it is. Moved to the south of France in 2018. He says, and
it's a good start, isn't it?
Well, yeah.
Sounds lovely.
We hate you already, David.
Yes.
No.
Delete it.
Yeah.
I've got no interest.
Having recently started a pause between jobs, he says he's had the pleasure of following the beginning of the season. In goes Scriven and Bowles. Bell steers him out to Ahmed at backward point, and again there's no run. Following the beginning of this season even more closely than usual. He says so far he's had limited success convincing his French amis of the merits of the sport, and it should be made for them, he says, the French, sitting around chatting, eating and arguing over trivial points for days in a row, not to mention stopping play at the first sight of rain. Didn't the French win the first cricket Olympics or something? In goes Scriven and Bowles, and thick outside edge down to third man from Bell 4-4. A little bit short, did swing, bounce a little bit. Bell didn't quite flash, but thickish outside edge, as I say, and no chance at all for third man to get round to cut it off. End of the over, 142 for 4. He continues anyway. He says, I'm currently listening from the beach in sunny-ish Sette. Or is that the accent on the E, or is that a mark on my computer? Not sure. And he thought he'd take a moment to thank you very much, David. Thanks us for the commentary. However, there is a particularly niche bugbear he'd like to share. Oh, crumbs. Though being I wish I'd read this first. Though being a commentator, I'm confident you are not one to make this oversight. We're going to get
It's a good start. Yeah, I'm worried now.
I'll get there. It's a longish email from David, but I'll sort of do it between balls. But Holland's coming back on now to replace Green.
Yeah, first spell for Holland of the afternoon session, with Hurst on 30. Second slip straight into place. Ian Holland in and bowls and works away to the onside by Hurst for a single. Moves on to 31, and it's 142 for 4.
His issue is when teams and commentators forget about a player being on a hat-trick when the first 2 wickets came at the end of an over/innings/match. And on this subject, quote, I'm sure you are anticipating Rehan Ahmed's first ball of this match as much as myself.
Ooh.
Makes mental note.
Yeah.
Absolutely, David, I was. Absolutely.
143 for 4. Holland to Bell this time. Fall and driven away into the offside. Beats mid-off. That'll be 4. That'll race away over the pretty firm, dry outfield here at Grace Road. Nicely timed by Bell off the front foot. Good-looking shot. Punched away to the left of Budinger, who's at mid-off. And Bell moves to double figures now. He's on to 12. 147 for 4.
Yeah, this good, positive little partnership is becoming really promising for Lancashire. These two young middle-order players are playing very nicely. His brother-in-law will be in attendance tomorrow, though being Manchester-born, he'll be supporting the wrong team.
Holland comes over the wicket to Bell. Defended calmly away, playing it late, just deflecting it away into the offside. No run.
Well, we hopefully look forward to seeing him, he says, and here's hoping he spends the day watching the Foxes pile on the runs. Kind regards, and Thanks again. Pleasure to hear from you, David. Thank you for taking the trouble to email and for reminding me that when Rehan Ahmed bowls, he'll be on a hat-trick.
Bell waits. Holland's in. It's fallen wide and through to the keeper. There's no run. A slightly generous hat-trick, though. It's a 2 balls. I found 2 balls of the previous match then.
Well, not of the previous match, but of because Leicestershire batted last against Middlesex.
Right.
But he did pick up the last 2 wickets of the Middlesex second innings.
Right. Holland in 2, Bell. Again, that's left through to the keeper, no run.
On day 2. So debutant Navya Sharma went leg before wicket for 1, and then the very next ball, Dane Patterson was bowled without scoring. So yes, indeed, Rehan Ahmed, if and when he bowls, when or if he bowls,
Does
will be on a widely spaced hat-trick. Does it count? Yes.
Does he count
Yeah,
that?
yeah, yes, yeah, absolutely.
Okay. Here's Holland into to Bell. Edged and taken.
Second attempt, yep.
Hanscom at slip, and it was a bit of a juggle, and he went at that hard, did Ian Bell, did George Bell. Thick edge, Hanscom with the catch. It was a bit of a juggle, wasn't it? But he's managed to cling on to it, and Bell has to depart. Gone for 12, and bowling change works a treat again from Peter Hanscom. He's got the Midas touch today. Another bowling change, another wicket. And it's George Bell, gone for 12. Lancashire 5 down, 147 for 5.
Yeah, he'll be really disappointed, I think, with that. George Bell, he was reaching for it a little bit and wasn't there, but they played really nicely. Matty Hurst continues to do so in building that positive little partnership. But it was just a conventional outswinger, wasn't it? It was just out there and went for the drive. Maybe did a bit more than Bell anticipated. And Hanscom clung on in the end at the second attempt.
Yeah, it went pretty quickly, didn't it, to Hanscom? He did really go after that, didn't he, George Bell?
I suppose you flash hard, don't you? But
yep. So gone for 12. First wicket of the day for Ian Holland. George Balderson is the new batter.
74 without loss to 147 for 5, so more or less doubled the score, but lost 5 wickets in so doing. It's not. Yeah. Holland becomes the 4th wicket taker.
Yeah,
They're doing it again.
Been shared around again. Yeah, 2 for Van Beek, 1 for Hall, 1 for Green, 1 for Holland.
Scriven. Can he become... Oh, no, I thought he had become the 5th bowler to take a wicket there, because that one slid past the outside edge of Hurst's bat. There was a sort of general cheer. A general cheer began, and Hurst guiltily looked behind him, didn't he?
That
And
was
you thought,
the thing, wasn't it?
That was the... It does fool us.
It was the look behind, the anxious, nervous look behind. They're thinking, oh, he's just nicked it.
But suddenly it feels like a very different game out there. Scriven is in and bowls edge caught. Well, goodness me, Hurst whacks at the air in disappointment. I think he was looking to steer that almost down to third man, but he got not enough on it, so to speak. And Hanscom's catch this time was very clean, down low to his right. Two-handed, so 2 in the space of 3 balls, and suddenly Leicestershire on top. They have picked up 2 men who are going pretty well. Hurst particularly was going pretty nicely, and he'll be again disappointed. Did he? As I say, I've been praising him for being positive, but maybe just almost played it too well. Maybe just flicking it away. I don't know. Obviously, he'd be disappointed to get out, but it was a nice catch by Hanscom.
Yeah, and there is a third man. There's not really a shot that's going to bring in that many runs anyway. if third man's vacant, he's just trying to fiddle their way past that wide slip fielder, and that's, I think, a part of that. Hanscom wasn't at a regular first slip position. He's quite wide, and even if he does manage to fiddle it away past Hanscom down to third man, there is a fielder down there as well. So yeah, well, you could probably tell with the reaction from Hurst, that probably sums it all up, doesn't it? But another wicket, and a fifth wicket taker as well for Leicestershire. It's the definition of kind of sharing it around and everyone contributing. Van Beek, Hull, Green, Scriven, and now Holland. 5 different wicket takers.
Yep, that's all the seamers. So Ahmed will come on for 10 and 11. if the pattern of recent innings it continues. But again, patience, again, accuracy. They keep getting that little bit of movement, and goodness me, what a transformation.
I think that's the key, isn't it, Richard? It is that. It's reward for what's been built up prior to it, before lunch, leading up to lunch, and then since the lunch break.
Scriven round the wicket, outside off stump, bowls the in-swinger, but from too far wide, so Tom Hartley can just step forward and leave. So 2 batsmen, both on naught. Only Hartley has faced a delivery. And Leicestershire have their second bowling bonus point. I was pinned at lunch by people saying we should have batted first.
Changed so quickly, can't it?
As Scriven is in and bowls again outside off stump again. That doesn't really swing back in, and Hartley can step forward and leave again.
Well, and it's so difficult to predict, isn't it? He's second guessing at whether a decision's right or wrong, or how a pitch may or may not play after one session of cricket is.
Yes, and let's see what happens when Leicestershire bat on it as well. It might
it's
continue just to move around a little bit and make life difficult. Scriven sort of bustles in and bowls, goes past the outside edge. There's a lovely delivery. Hartley's bat, he straightened it up a bit and just held its line off the seam, and Hartley reaching forward. Couldn't get anything on it, as well for him that he couldn't.
Just watching it back, that catch, it was a good catch from Hanscom, wasn't it? Going away to his right. He's just a fraction wider at slip, which may have helped.
Scriven in, bowls and beats Hartley on the outside edge for the second consecutive time. Great over from Tom Scriven. He has joined the Leicestershire bowling party. He has 1 for 24 from 10. And Lancashire 147 for 6.
It's a wicket maiden, that. Yeah, top stuff from Tom Scriven. He bowled beautifully against Lancashire at Old Trafford earlier on this season. Sends down a wicket maiden. And the build-up of pressure that Leicestershire have applied with a really all-round, solid, impressive bowling display. I mean, everyone has contributed. I suspect from a captain or a coach's point of view, that must be really sweet when you look at the bowling card and you see wickets in every column. No one's really got away. Maybe all just a fraction more expensive than the rest, but yeah, all-round, pretty impressive effort by Leicestershire. Here's Ian Holland to George Balderson. Balderson playing. Ball just slides on past the edge of the bat. They were just playing inside the line, potentially there, Balderson. Gathered by Ben Cox, but within two left-handers here, Balderson and Hartley, and Holland around the wicket into George Balderson. He might just played the line of that. Lancashire's all-rounder. 2 slips waiting. Holland sets off again. And pushing forward. The ball just snakes on away past the edge of the bat. Through to Cox. Coming down the pitch. Lots of batters have come down the pitch today, having a little look. A few quizzical prods and pokes, and a few tentative stares down at the pitch, which has just done enough. There's been enough in it for the bowlers, and they've bowled beautifully on it. Again, Same outcome, third time on the spin. Balderson goes forward. The ball pitches and slides on past the edge of the bat. And again, the Lancashire batsman comes down.
It is another thing they have done well. If they have broken a game open, they've tended to be sort of go through with it, so to speak, driven through the sort of gate that they've opened.
Well, there's definitely a gate ajar here. Can they drive on through it? Balderson having to defend. That's a straighter delivery. Has to push it away back towards the bowler. Slightly closed back face from Balderson. Again, he comes down the pitch, as does Tom Hartley. He's scraping something away from the surface. 147 for 6. Balderson on naught. And Ian Holland is testing just outside his off stump. A bit of width there off the back foot, punched away. That'll get Balderson going. Just a fraction short and just a little bit of width for him to work the ball away through cover for a single. Lancashire move on to 148 for 6. The lunchtime score 77 for 1. 46 for 6. Tom Hartley's the new batter, still with the 2 slips in place. Fine leg, third man. There's a deep point. Mid-wicket, mid-on, mid-off. Left by Hartley. And through to Cox. It's the end of the over. Just a single coming off it. How many times have we said that? Overs with just 1 or 2 runs coming off it. Holland backing up the work of Tom Scriven, who sent down a wicket maiden in the previous over. 55 overs of Lancashire's first innings have been completed. Tom Hartley's on 0, George Balderson's on 1. And Lancashire with work to do. 148 for 6. Leicestershire have a chance here to really drive home what has been a very good afternoon for them so far.
Lots of shoelace fastening going on down there at the moment.
It's an epidemic.
Scriven and Ben Green. They have now properly tied their shoelaces and they're ready to go. Scriven around the wicket to Tom Hartley. Bowls, very short and wide, as short as it was wide, and Hartley leans back and watches it rather balloon through to Ben Cox behind the stumps and looks sort of inquiringly at umpire Adnan. Umpire Adnan doesn't oblige him by signalling wide. Leicestershire tails very much up as Scriven is in. Bowles, Hartley reaches for the wide full delivery and tries to drive it away. It was a real reach as well. He just about managed to get there, but it hit it down into the ground off the bottom part of the horizontal bat. Bounces rather apologetically out to Rishi Patel, who's at extra cover at the moment with just the single slip Hanscom, despite the 2 new batsmen being at the crease. Scriven in, Bowles. Hartley leaves the wide one. Again, 3 pretty wide deliveries in a row from Scriven. Hull bouncing up and down at mid-off, but I'd be surprised if Hanscom went straight back to him. Scriven is in, and Bowles outside off stump, nicely steered away by Hartley. He adjusted his line, but only to the extent that it meant Hartley could, I beg your pardon, Balderson could reach it. And the young man steered it away between third man and the sweeper on the sort of point boundary. And as we've been chuntering about most of the day, it is a lightning fast outfield now, and neither could get there. 150 up for Lancashire. Balderson on to 5. 152 for 6. checks his mark. Balderson, the shorter of the two left-handers currently at the crease. Looks up to see Scriven ready to go. Comes in, bowls outside off stump, and again, too wide to persuade Balderson to play at the ball. He didn't. Let it go through.
Yeah, he'd been happy to leave those, hasn't he, George Balderson, just settling into the start of his innings. He comes into this match on the back of his best score of the season, 73 in Lancashire's first innings against Derbyshire last week. Second top scorer in the innings, actually, behind Wells's century.
Scriven bowls. That's a straighter delivery. Finally got it right the last ball of the over, Tom Scriven, but it was very solidly played in defence by George Balderson back up the pitch on the off side. End of Scriven's over. Not one of his bests, but got reward the previous over. And he picked up his first wicket there. Matty Hurst, 152 for 6 off 56 overs.
Just down the road at Kibworth Cricket Club, isn't it?
It is Kibworth. Kibby.
Leicestershire and Lancashire are also playing it again. This is the women's match, the T20 County Cup. As Holland's bowling to Hartley, that's defended, and there is no run. Lancashire Thunder batting first. This is for a place at finals day on Monday in this T20 knockout competition that involves the sides from tiers 1, 2 and 3. Lancashire tier 1 side, Leicestershire tier 2. Lancashire making 180 for 4. With Seren Smale making 58. 45 for Ellie Threlkeld as well.
Oh.
Beats Hartley through to the keeper. So 181 was the target for Leicestershire Foxes women, and they've lost 3 early wickets. They are 16 for 3 in reply. They are facing a pretty formidable bowling lineup, which includes 2 internationals in Kate Cross and Sophie Eccleston. They've lost 3 early wickets. Defended by Hartley. Back down the pitch, and there's no runs. So 16 for 3 after 5 overs. Leicestershire Foxes women, 181 the target. It's a quarter-final tie, and finals day will be on Monday at Taunton. Surrey women taking on Durham as well in that same competition.
And the gaps in standards, so it's going to take some time to close in the women's game after the reorganisation.
Holland 2 Hartley allows that to go through. Yes, yeah. I mean, if you look at that Lancashire Thunder side, that is a very, very strong team.
Exactly, yeah. And you know they've been professional for some of them have been professional for some time.
Yeah.
No professionals on the Leicestershire side, I don't think.
152 for 6. Holland to Hartley. It's angled in towards him. Able to clip it out towards the leg side. There's no run. Let's go from Holland because he's just pushed it wide of off stump and then just gradually bowled a little straighter, and then that one, a ball arrowed in towards his pads that he has to play out. Almost just got him falling over and being trapped. LBW. Ian Holland's ploy is into complete the over. Forward goes Hartley this time. Defends pretty soundly back to the bowler. And there is no run. A maiden over, 152 for 6. I tried to say at the minute the bowlers are on top, but in truth, since the dismissal of Jennings, the bowlers have been on top. They've bowled beautifully. And there's not a great deal here for Lancashire to work with. Just trying to survive and piece together some kind of partnership. 152 for 6, Hartley on 0, and Balderson on 5.
And Scriven to continue from the Bennett end. Down the slope he comes around the wicket to Balderson, who goes back to straightish delivery, blocks it out to Patel at extra cover. No run. Still that big gap between extra cover and point. With Budinger back on the offside boundary, making sure that a decent shot through that area is only worth 1 rather than 4. Same on the other side where Van Beek is on the square leg boundary. Scriven bowls him! Balderson stretching forward, beaten on the outside edge, might just have straightened on him, must just have straightened on him. And Scriven has 2 in 3 overs, and Leicestershire continue to make deep inroads here. Let's just see how good that ball was. Yeah, just a little bit too good for George Balderson. Just held its own off the seam and hit the top of off. And, well, from the bowler's point of view, proper dismissal, really. 152 for 7.
Good ball, yeah. I like the look of Tom Scriven.
Yeah, so do I. He's a really decent batsman as well. Who was actually, I can't remember whether he was going in at 11 at Old Trafford, but I think he'd gone up to 10. Well, he could have been at 11 because Hull wasn't playing, was he? So he is a very useful batsman as well, but he's yeah, a very decent all-rounder indeed.
Yeah, I've not seen a lot of him, but what I've seen of him this season, he's been really impressive. It's a nice piece of bowling. They've worked Balderson over there a little, haven't they, with Holland before it, in the overs before it. Holland's beaten Balderson a few times, and you could sense that potentially just starting to bubble up. Tom Bailey coming out here. Well, you mentioned how Leicestershire this season, when they've had an opening, they've absolutely jumped right into it and made the most of it. Well, they're in the bowlers now. I mean, Hartley and Bailey can bat, but the batters have gone, and this represents a terrific opportunity for Leicestershire to get this all wrapped up.
78 for 7.
Quickly.
From 74 for none to 152 for 7.
It's a familiar story for Lancashire, I'm afraid.
Scriven is in to the right-handed Bailey, who is forward, tall man, of course, the seamer, who can hold his own with the bat. Leans forward. He gets. I mean, we got wickets. We may have got some runs in that Bob Willis game we played at Worcester all those years ago. Seems like yesterday to some of us, but it was actually, what, 4 years ago? No, 5, 4?
5?
5, it's true. In goes Scriven, bowls to Bailey, outside off stump. Bailey leaves. And, there is obviously no run.
It's a game I can easily find that, because you go to George Balderson, because that was his debut game. It's a debut first class match.
I seem to remember him taking wickets, but it was a good competitive game, as I recall. Scriven is in and bowls outside off stump. Bailey steers him away behind point for 4. Width on offer and bounce, just getting a little bit too excited there, Tom Scriven, and Bailey wasn't going to miss out, and indeed didn't.
Yeah, Bailey and Hartley got wickets in the first innings. Hartley picking up 3, Bailey picking up 2. Neither of these players got runs in that game. It was a game played at New Road between Leicestershire and Lancashire. Yeah, August 2020 in the Bob Willis Trophy. Goodness, 1st of August 2020.
Almost 5 years now. Scriven in again to Bailey, straightens his line up. Bailey sort of crouches forward in a funny sort of way. As I say, tall right-hander. Gets more or less to the pitch of it, pushes it out into the offside. 6 foot 4 inches. Tom Bailey, nickname Big Popper. That's another one you've never heard of either, is it? Big Popper. I can't imagine anybody shouting that out. Come on, Big Popper.
No, I'm not sure about that one neither. That's another nickname in 10 years of watching Tom Bailey I've never heard.
Okay. Just sort of bit of wishful thinking here. On the part of a few of them.
Ian Holland sets off again. Tom Hartley's on strike. Looks to drive off the inner half of the bat, deflects up to mid-on actually. He's trying to punch that away through the covers. 1-5-6 for 7. Interested how Hartley and Bailey go about this now. I mean, Lancashire have tried to build and try and find partnerships and play properly and carefully, and wickets have just chipped away. Do they try, if they can, do something that's a little bit more counter-attacking? Easier said than done when the bowling's been as good as it has been. So left by Hartley through to Ben Cox. 1-5-6 for 7. Hartley on 0, Bailey on 4. And we're into the 59th over of Lancashire's first innings. 2 slips are in place, and Hartley, a new batter, third man, fine leg, deep point as well. Holland into Hartley off the back foot and defending. Plays it calmly back towards the bowler. And there's no addition to the score. 1-5-6 for 7. Tom Hartley in conversation with umpire David Milnes. As Holland's around the wicket bowling, and Hartley playing and missing. Through to the keeper, there's no run. It caught my eye, the conversation between Tom Hartley and David Milnes, because David Milnes was one of the umpires when Tom Hartley went out to bat with a mobile phone in his pocket a few weeks ago, and as he turned to come back for a second, the phone fell out of his pocket. It was David Milnes who was one of the umpires out in the middle on that occasion. As Holland's in to Hartley, jab to mid-off, and there's no run.
Is it just the T20s players have to hand their phones in then?
I think it must be, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, it must be. So I'd like to think, as Tom Bailey went out to bat there, David Milnes has come across to him and said, do I need to check your pockets, Tom? Or words to that effect. 1-5-6 for 7. Final ball of the over. Holland to Hartley. It's defended. It's dropped away into the offside. There's no run. There's another maiden over that for Ian Holland. Lancashire 156 for 7. Holland now 13 overs, 3 maidens, 1 for 20. That's the 4th over of this spell. He's picked up 1 for 6, but Tom Scriven at the minute is enjoying a really beautiful spell. 4 overs, 1 maiden, 2 for 12. And he'll be hard pressed to get the ball out of his hand at the minute. He's bowled very nicely indeed. 2 for 12 and a 4 over spell for Tom Scriven. Between them, picked up 3 wickets for 18 runs, these two.
Scriven is in to Bailey, who is forward, pretty much getting to the pitch of it, steering the ball out towards point. Ahmed is quickly onto it, so there's no chance of a single. Scriven appears to like bowling against Lancashire.
Looks that way.
5 for his maiden 5 for, I think it was, wasn't it, at Old Trafford? Check that.
Yes, he got a wonderful reception, didn't he, as he led the side off the field back towards the pavilion at Old Trafford.
Runs in and bowls. Bailey leaves the outswinger, which started a bit wide and went wider, taken by Cox. Almost had to dive in front of Hanscom, who, as Scott has pointed out, is standing quite wide at slip, sort of 1.5 slip, rather than first.
Yeah, it's where he was, wasn't he, for that catch off Hurst, just that slightly wider position.
And as well he was, really. He'd have maybe might not have gotten there if he'd been that little bit finer. Scriven bowls outside off stump, big drive, and was that a chance? Let's see what the signal is, umpire, because it wasn't taken cleanly by Cox. It was a chance. It was a chance. He went for the big wide drive, and Cox diving across to his right got there, but he couldn't hang on. Did he take it away from Slip? Yeah, big. Oh, should have done. It would have been to the left of Hanscom, but it was travelling, but Cox couldn't hang on. So the second chance of the innings is put down. Bailey on 4. In goes Scriven, bowls to Hartley, who drives very pleasantly actually, but only as far as mid-off where Hull fields.
His keeping's been so good. You just kind of expect him to take that catch, wouldn't you? Without too much fuss.
He got 2 hands to it as well, didn't he?
Yeah.
It was high and it was travelling, but he'll be really disappointed. Scriven is in and bowls, nicely turned off the straight by Hartley. Across the line, yes, but he got plenty of it out towards deep mid-wicket. Holland runs round to beg your pardon, Van Beek runs round to field, and 1 is taken.
The over rate's been fantastic. I mean, it's 20 to 4 now. We've got 36 overs left, so we will be a fraction late for tea, but not by much.
Well, 6 wickets have fallen in this session as well.
Exactly.
So that's
Yeah.
No, they've
really
been great.
impressed.
They've been great in that respect all the way, all season. They've just got on with it. In goes Scriven, bowls and steered away wide of the diving Ahmed at backward point. Loses his sunglasses, as he always does if he moves at all. And Ahmed's sunglasses are on the floor. He picks them back up as third man comes in and keeps it to 1. Hartley on to 3. It's also partly a consequence of not conceding that many runs per over. You know, the ball, people aren't chasing the ball to the boundary all the time, but it's also an attitude thing, I think, and it shows it can be done considering how few of those overs have been bowled by spinners.
We've not seen one spinner, have we, so far? I think Riyad Ahmed's about to come on, or at least he's starting to warm up a little bit, isn't he? So maybe a little bit before tea, but yeah, really impressive the way that they just kind of get on with it. Here's Holland, getting on with it. He's done that so far through the course of the game. To continue, it's been a good season for him. It's off the back foot by Hartley, punched up towards mid-off for a single. 160 for 7. Brings Bailey on strike. He takes a guard from umpire David Milnes.
Leicestershire supporter leaves the Morris Burrows terrace alongside us with a big sort of vaguely surprised thumbs up. I've seen that gesture a lot this season.
Holland over the wicket to Bailey.
Shot.
Glanced down to fine leg for 4 by Tom Bailey. Welcome boundary for Lancashire. Yeah, but it's been a season of perpetual smiling, hasn't it, from Leicestershire supporters?
Yeah, but with sort of eyebrows raised. It's an odd sort of. It's certainly not a smile of the expected, if that makes sense. It's a surprised smile.
Bailey moves to 9. Maybe Tom Scriven's spell is about to end with Ahmed warming up. Here's Holland in bowls. Back and across goes Bailey. Just works out behind square on the offside. Riyad Ahmed fields.
Sunglasses go everywhere.
They do, don't they? It's a tumbling stop.
With Rahan.
Sunglasses fall off. He goes one way, they go the other.
Needs a tighter fitting pair to balance on top of his cap.
165 for 7. Holland 1 for 25 today, but the pressure's been set by him. The standard's been set by him, really. Worked by Bailey off the pads. Flicked away down towards backward square leg for a single. He moves on to 10. Lancashire 166 for 7. With a couple of deliveries to go of this over, and then 3 to go till tea. Might see some spin before the tea break. It's been seam all the way, and it's worked a treat so far for the Foxes. Tom Hartley waits, and Holland from around the wicket to Hartley. He ignores that. Plenty encouragement for Tom Hartley from and Tom Bailey from the Lancashire dressing room. But it's the home side who are feeling pretty chipper about things at the minute, and rightly so. Got Lancashire 7 down, especially on the back of such a strong opening partnership. Holland to Hartley, and ignores that, and through to Ben Cox. That's the end of the over 61 gone of Lancashire's first innings. 166 for 7. Hartley on 4, Bailey on 10.
Spin it is.
It is indeed. So Tom Scriven's spell there, 5 overs, 1 maiden, 2 for 16.
Alex Green, one of the 12th men who was brought into the squad yesterday. Big, burly, young seam bowler who gets it through at a decent lick. Comes out with a helmet for Ben Cox. So Ahmed, as David very kindly pointed out, is on a hat-trick, having picked up wickets with each of his 2 previous deliveries. You're not convinced, are you?
No,
But
I'm not.
It is, of course, it's match to match. It's theoretically, this is a hat-trick ball.
It's a generous hat-trick.
Well, the fact there are 10 days or so between, no, less than that, a week. Ahmed is in to Bailey, who goes back, and it won't be a hat-trick, in inverted commas, because he's worked that one out off the back foot to Ben Green at mid-wicket. Looked as though Ahmed wasn't aware, didn't it? Nobody seemed to be aware. In goes Ahmed and bowls, brings Bailey forward, stretching, pokes the ball rather suspiciously back up the pitch to Rahan Ahmed, who is in and bowls, gives it some pleasant air, nice to see, and stroked past Budinger, who was disappointed with himself. He looked the favourite to get there, really, Budinger, falling to his left at extra cover, two-handed. He was trying to do a sort of Ben Cox swallow dive, graceful even swallow dive, and it sort of brushed through his fingers and went a few yards back, and sufficiently so for Bailey to pick up a single and go to 11. Round the wicket goes Ahmed to the left-handed Hartley, who drives firmly, but only as far as Hull. It's when he sort of, almost when he bends down, goes down on one knee, Hull really, you're reminded what a big fella he is, really. Because he's still as tall as some of those when he's down on one knee, almost, it looks like, compared to Ahmed in particular. Hull and Ahmed both selected for England duty coming up. In goes Ahmed and bowls. Back goes Hartley and tries to work it into the leg side. I think it came off the pad. I don't know how much bat was on that. Just trickled out towards mid-wicket. And in fact, Cox it was who came out from behind the stumps to field. Ahmed is in, gives that one a little bit more air. Hartley forward driving, but no real weight into the shot. And Green moves across to his left to field. So perfectly respectable first over. Everything pitched, everything was on a length from Rahan Ahmed. He conceded just the 1 run. 167 for 7, 2 overs until tea.
Yeah, tidy stuff, isn't it, from Ahmed? First time I've seen some spin today. It's not been required, but really, it's been seam bowlers who have done the damage, but maybe Rahan Ahmed with a handy habit of knocking over some of the lower order batters. Holland in. Ooh, Bailey gets across and plays it slightly awkwardly, but defends it back down the pitch towards Holland, and there's no run. 67 for 7. They've just not managed to find a partnership, have they, Lancashire, since that opening one between Jennings and Wells. Credit to Leicestershire, they've been terrific with the ball. Holland in, Bailey back and across, and punched away square of the wicket for a single. Takes him to 12, and score to 168 for 7. Brings Holland brings Hartley back on strike, ready to face Holland. It'll be a change of line from Holland to Hartley. The ball around the wicket to the left hand as the two slips come back into place.
Got 11 first-class 50s, Tom Bailey. He's no mug with the bat.
Left by Hartley through to Cox. There is no run. Yep, he can certainly bat, Tom Bailey.
Yes, Tom Hartley, 3 first-class 50s. In obviously considerably fewer innings.
Holland to Hartley, left again. I suspect both batters would feel slightly more comfortable when they've got a little bit more freedom to work with. Saying that, in the first innings against Derbyshire last week, these two batted together. It's actually a reasonably slow period of the game, but they batted for a decent chunk of time together. Hartley made 42, Bailey made 29. In that first innings score last week of 4-5-8. Lancashire got against Derbyshire. Width there for Hartley, that's cracked away through the offside towards deep backward point. Hartley moves on to 5, 169 for 7. Nice return throw in towards the gloves of the keeper from Logan van Beek. Brings Tom Bailey on strike. So 1 ball left of this over, and then 1 more to go before the tea break. What a good afternoon session it's been for Leicestershire. Holland to Bailey. It's defended out towards the leg side. There's no run. The lunchtime score was 77 for 1. And Lancashire edging now towards the tea break with 6 deliveries to go on 169 for 7. So outstanding afternoon for the Foxes and the Division 2 leaders.
Rahan Ahmed. Well, his second over from the Bennett end. Bowls a loosener to Josh Holt. He'll be going around the wicket to Tom Hartley, of course. Hartley definitely played in that Bob Willis game, I'm sure, as well. Round the wicket goes Ahmed and bowls. Hartley gets one that does turn a little bit as he reaches forward. It's the leg spinner. Bounces off the top part of the pad. No damage done as far as Hartley and Lancashire are concerned. Ahmed is in, gives it some air, driven firmly down into the ground by Hartley, but it bounces nicely for Green, falling to his left at straightish extra cover to make the stop. Ahmed blows on his hand in and bowls, a little bit short, so Hartley can go back and just play it off the pitch, dab it out on the onside, no run. Yeah, I'm sure conscious of the proximity of tea, we'll be playing a little bit carefully. Ahmed is in, draws Hartley forward, but he plays it nicely, gets to the pitch of it, strokes it out into the gap in the covers. Hill comes into field from the offside boundary and 1 is taken. Tom Hartley on to 5. Ahmed into Bailey, bowls and brings him forward as bat rather a long way in front of pad from Tom Bailey, but effective nonetheless. He remains on 12. Ahmed, last ball of the session, is in. Bailey is driving nicely through the gap in the covers, out to the sweeper on the offside, taking 1, and that is the end of an eventful session. Second session of this Rothesay County Championship Division 2 match, 171 for 7 at T Lancashire. So, having taken lunch on 77 for 1, they added 93 runs? No. Was that right?
For 6. I reckon. No.
73? No.
No.
It's 70-something for sixth. Scott Reed reaches for his
94,
calculator.
90.
Wisely so, indeed. 94
I
for...
was one out. I was one out.
It was a good effort, mate.
Thank you.
A good effort. 94 for 6 in the session then. You would say that first session belonged to Lancashire, second to Leicestershire. And they will be hoping to follow that up post-tee and get batting themselves. Tom Hartley will have his tee on 6 not out off 33 balls. Tom Bailey 13 off 18. And Leicestershire bowlers, nobody leads them for field because they've, not for the first time, operated as a unit. Well, Scott and I will after at about 18 minutes time to see Stenberg Burton. What is a competitive squad? I will see Leicester starting in the third session, and we'll know with gauge where that is a competitive, or at least it keeps Lancashire game if they can get up past do one thing like that. Will be in the, we shall see. Clear due course.
Oh, what a comeback it got! They are very much in this, the Foxes are fighting hard.
Shot from Goldsworthy.
Oh, they got it. That's good. They are very much still fighting hard.
Outlets bringing you ball-by-ball commentary on the game, as the BBC does on every ball bowled in the county championship throughout the domestic season. Scott Reed and Richard Ray, your commentators today. Lancashire about to resume their first innings on 171 for 794. We took a while to reach that figure, but we got there in the end. 94 runs scored in the afternoon session, 6 wickets taken. Leicestershire sort of confirming why they're up at the top of the second division, having it conceded 74 runs for the opening partnership, but once it was broken they took full advantage. However, Tom Hartley 6 not out and Tom Bailey 13 not out have put together a partnership of 19 so far for the 8th wicket, and we're looking to extend that, and Scott will tell you all about Ben Green's opening over of this session.
Well, he's got one slip in place, plus a short cover as well. Green in to Hartley, to Bailey rather, that's left alone, and through to Cox, and there is no runs. And the cover fielder in on too many occasions so far today, but Saul Budinger under the white floppy sun hat in that position. One slip, third man, deep point, fine leg, deep square leg, mid on, mid off, and backward point. Here comes Green in and bowls, and Bailey back and across, and guides that beyond the reach of the tumbling Riyad Ahmed at backward point for the first run after the tea break. 172 for 7.
I'm bitterly disappointed because he and the sunglasses didn't part company for about the first time I've ever seen that. Has he actually got them on
Maybe
top of his
them.
Yeah. Yes.
I just had 2 overs of Ahmed before the tea break. Might not see too much of him until maybe later on in the evening if required. It's defended by Hartley, taps the ball away to the offside. And there's no run. It looks like it's Logan van Beek who's warming up for Leicestershire down on the third man boundary. Maybe we'll see Van Beek from the Bennett end. It's a Green rather from the pavilion end. He's picked up 1 wicket, but it was the big one in a slightly unusual way. As Green comes in and bowls to Hartley, worked out through the leg side for a single. He moves to 7, 173 for 7. Yes, it was the dismissal of Marcus Harris for 10. He bowled him, but it hit some part of his body and maybe even his bat, eventually onto the stumps. It was an unusual dismissal, certainly. Bit of good fortune for Ben Green. Bit of bad luck for Marcus Harris. 173 for 3. Bailey's back on strike. Green in bowls. He goes right back into his crease. And defends into the offside, and there's no run.
Yes, I forgot to ask about that during the tea interval, which I should have done. Apologies. I think it sort of came off the pad or thigh pad as he went back and tried to work it in the leg side, and then came off the back of the bat, and then trickled back onto leg stump.
7-3 for 7. Green over the wicket to Bailey. His runs for Bailey here. Worked off his hip through square leg for a single. Takes him on to 15. It's the end of the first over of the evening session. 174 for 7. Bailey 15. And Hartley on 7. I had a couple of messages coming in as well from Lancashire supporters trying to work out how Marcus Harris had been dismissed, and we had all sorts of theories. With glove onto the stumps, and then something the off the bat onto the pad and onto the stumps. Is lots of suggestions, so you can slow it down and try and look at a little bit more detail at it.
You would have to sort of see replays, slow motion replays from both ends to essentially work it out, possibly even from sideways on as well.
Yeah, that could be the one. You need all the possible replays. Oh, just ask Marcus Harris.
Well, he might not be too sure either.
No, true.
How that happened. But in the meantime, Van Beek, who broke the game open in the afternoon session, so to speak, comes in and bowls to Bailey, who goes back. and has to come down very late on the ball, and it looked for half a moment as though it had snuck through onto the pads, but the tall right-hander did manage to get down on it just in time and squeeze the ball out to Hull at mid-on.
Yes.
No close fielders at all other than Hull, who's not that close at mid-on on the leg side. Otherwise just Budinger down there at deep square and long leg as in goes Van Beek, and indeed Bailey pushes it out to mid-wicket, wants a second and will get one. Good running, good call actually by Tom Hartley, who turned and saw that Budinger had a long way to run to the ball at mid-wicket from that deep square position, and there was in fact a reasonably comfortable 2. Bailey on to 17. Not utterly convinced about the field in that respect if Van Beek is going to bowl straight, but what do we know? Down the slope he comes and bowled him. What a leave from Tom Bailey. Jumped across his stumps, lifted his bat, and it hit off stump pretty hard actually. You heard it hit off stump. I mean, it did come back off the seam, but not quite as much as Bailey's nonplussed expression will suggest it did. It did come back, but, well, I was going to say it was an awful leave, but obviously it was any leave that hits the stumps isn't a great leave, is it? But it wasn't great. It was a shame because Bailey was acquitting himself pretty well out there.
He looked pretty comfortable, didn't he? Yeah. Building up towards the tee interval, pretty sound defensively, but yeah, misjudgment from Bailey. As it came back in, left it to his horror. As you say, it made a lovely sound if you're a bowler, right onto the stumps. So 8 down, and Anderson Phillip is the new batsman to join Tom Hartley, and Van Beek has picked up his 3rd wicket. He's probably had better days with the ball actually, but he's managed to pick up 3 for 31, which is a fabulous effort. I'm not saying he's bowled badly, not at all, but he's probably had days where he'll bowl even better and maybe not get the rewards.
Well, the first 4 overs weren't him at his best,
no,
but they kind of rarely are, and then he comes back and
he's come back well.
Yeah, maybe he shouldn't be bowling with the new ball. I don't know. I might not suggest that to him, but he's the nicest bloke. You know, he'd take it with a smile, I'm sure. Flatten me with a right hander. No, he's not. He's not at all like that. So Van Beek has another new batsman at whom to bowl. Anderson Phillip, who can put bat to ball. There's a little dance at the crease. Looks around him, sees no real change to the field. Still the 2 slips and not many on the leg side. Van Beek is in, bowls a bouncer, bumper. Phillip plays it well, just bobs at the knees, ducks underneath it. Sees it bounce through to Ben Cox.
What he has done, Van Beek, as well as taking 3 wickets, of course, he bowled that, runs in hard, doesn't he? He's fully committed, runs in hard, hits the pitch hard.
Yeah.
And he does have, we have seen 1 or 2 balls lift through the course of this first day.
In he comes and bowls down the leg side. Now, what's the signal? Buys. I thought he didn't signal no ball at first, but let's just see if by how much the score goes up. Anyway, it's 4 buys as it speared away down the leg side, that is for sure. Well, it's only gone up 4, so umpire Adnan's sort of right arm went out, but didn't hit anything, although he wasn't playing a shot, so buys it is. It was just seam movement and misdirection of the ball. 180 for 8. Van Beek bowls, that's a better line, outside off stump, rises, and Phillip brings his bat back inside the line, but possibly after having had a little play at that one. Yes, I think he did, had a little poke as it went through outside off stump. Survives 180 4-8. Still 30 overs to go tonight, so odds are we will see the Leicestershire openers, possibly a few more at the crease.
Yes, I should be kind of hoping they can drag this out a little bit longer, of course. 180 for 8. Quite the scoreline they would have had in mind at 74 without loss in the morning session. There's Ben Green. Wraps the pad of Hartley, but he's falling around the wicket. Could be the angle, could be a bit of height. The appeal quickly fizzled out.
Looked high to me, but not quite as high as I thought it was actually, but yes, it did plenty.
Seen 2 LBW dismissals in this game. Keaton Jennings and Josh Bohannon. Hartley slaps it back down the ground. But fielded by Green off his own bowling, and there's no run. Maybe the Jennings one could have been a tough one to get, potentially. The Bohannon one was pretty plump. One for Van Beek, one for Hull. Removing 2 of Lancashire's top 3. 180 for 8. Here's Green. Hartley on 7. And, Green in bowls short. Hartley sways back and drops his hands through to wicketkeeper Ben Cox. There is no run. 180 for 8. Final session of the opening day. It's been quite an eventful first day. 8 wickets have fallen so far, with potentially plenty more to follow. Green in bowls, driven by Hartley. Anderson Phillip allows it to go through his legs at the non-striker's end. And then picked up mid-on. Again, there is no run. Faced 39 deliveries for his 7 here, Tom Hartley. Settles into the crease and waits for Green, who's in to complete the over. He plays off the back foot and defends back to Ben Green. To go yet for the over. He lobs the ball up towards Tom Scriven, who's at mid-off for some polishing. Scriven with 2 wickets. He bowled a beautiful spell in the afternoon session, Tom Scriven. But everyone's chipped in. Van Beek, Holland, Green, Hull. An all-round good bowling display. Short again. Hartley crouching underneath it. Through to the keeper. End of the over. Maiden from Ben Green. 180 for 8 Lancashire. Hartley on 7. And Anderson Phillip is on 0 at the non-strike. Well, he'll be on strike now. He was on 0 at the non-striker's end. He's faced 3 deliveries so far, replacing Tom Bailey, who's the only wicket to fall in this evening session so far. Bowled by Logan Van Beek for 17.
And the New Zealander Van Beek will continue. The Trinidadian Phillip on strike. In he goes and bowls very straight. A nice high left elbow from Phillip as he blocks that one out towards mid-off. No run. 2 tests Anderson Phillip has played in. Made a 43 in one of those tests as a night watchman at Adelaide. So he'll have had a bit of, I'm sure, chin music. In goes Van Beek, edged, no. Well, what happened there? Cox dived across to his rest, couldn't take the ball cleanly, and in the end it ended up fielded by Hanscom. Van Beek ran right past Phillip then, so whether he was about to celebrate, I'm not quite sure. He edged it. 0 sort of
Yeah, there's not much
reaction.
response, no. But
well, it went like mad if he didn't edge it. I think he did edge it, and I think that was a chance.
yeah, he did. Yeah.
As Van Beek is in, goes past the outside edge with another beauty. So that's the third Leicestershire have put down. And Alphonso Thomas won't be happy. One of the points he made at Lord's was that they'd cleaned up their catching a bit and taken their chances. And, well, hasn't been too expensive. Wells was dropped on 10, went on to make 36. Van Beek is in and bowls, left by Philip. Well judged, a good leave on this occasion. So to a certain extent they're getting away with it, but there'll be days when they won't, and you know, Philip could go on and make a score now. Van Beek is in, bowls outside off stump, good line, but not quite close enough to persuade Philip to play. Good leave again.
You mentioned his role as a night watchman for the West Indies in Adelaide. It's a role he's done on quite a few occasions this season for Lancashire. I reckon he could have done it maybe 3 or 4 times already this season, coming in as a night watchman.
Van Beek bowls, very straight and full, just works it though, off middle and leg. Turns his bat face on it, pushes it to the vacant mid-wicket. Hull jogs in from mid on to field, and Philip is off the mark. 181 for 8, and Cox runs up. I think we can say he definitely dropped it, because it definitely hit it, I should say, that chance, because Cox has run up to Van Beek and given him a pat and apologised. So 2 drops for Cox.
He's got a cross first slip, hasn't he, to take it?
Yeah.
Got gloves on it as well.
Fair enough going across, but if you get if you're going to do it, you've got to take it. Fair few in the ground. I suppose Friday afternoon now. It is free entry after tea throughout the county championship.
Green bowls full to Philip, who drives. Stopped by Tom Scriven coming round from mid-on. Yeah, there's quite a little gathering of supporters down below us, just near the entrance to the bar at tea. Enjoying some nice weather and some cold drinks, watching a bit of cricket. Not a bad crowd on at all today. Quite good numbers inside the ground. Green's in to Philip. Just kind of half playing at that, Anderson Philip.
They seem to be able to get more swing sometimes with the old ball. Well, I suppose if they've looked after it and it hasn't been thumping into advertising hoardings and what have you. But the ground is hard and dry, isn't it? So.
Yeah, by the time that goes past Philip, Cox is taking it across first slip. It's moved quite some distance away. Green to Philip in defence to mid-on, and there's no run. 181 for 8. Been a few local cricket fans hoping to come down after work maybe on this Friday and watch a bit of Jimmy Anderson, but not to be, I'm afraid. Not involved this week. He was named in the squad. I think he was due to play, but just having to kind of manage his comeback, back-to-back championship matches too much. Left alone by Philip through to Cox.
It is a shame, because you suspect he's the sort of bowler who'd get quite a lot out of the pitch, really. That Leicestershire seamers have, it's by no means unplayable out there, but Leicestershire seamers have got something out of it, and I'm sure Anderson would have done as well. And Bailey and his fellows will do as well, I'm sure.
181 for 8. Green over the wicket balls. Flashed away by Anderson Philip. He's looking to try and take it away through the leg side. In the end, the ball disappears out through cover for a single to Philip. He doubles his score, moves on to 2. So he plays across the line of that thickish outside edge. 81 for 8. Yeah, it clearly gave Lancashire a huge boost last week to have James Anderson in the squad. The fact that they're probably thinking he's going to play again this week, he's named in the squad and doesn't play. They kind of react to that disappointment, the players.
Round the wicket goes Green, bowls short to Hartley, who pulls him, but with all the time in the world, it would appear, out to Lewis Hill, who does pirouette a full 360 degrees as he threw that one. As I say, it's a longish way from down there on the deep square boundary, probably about 70 yards, something like that. Not always that easy to judge, but it is a long boundary. Although the rope is a good 20 yards in from the... well, you can see where it is sometimes placed. Goodness, the outfield has started to look really burnt, actually. Hartley takes one. 8 of 42 balls.
Yeah, it's pretty parched, isn't it, the outfield?
Oh, apologies, I nicked your
That's all right.
ball. In goes Van Beek and bowls out. Losing my mind here. Outside off stump, driven hard down into the ground by Hartley and out to mid-off. Concentrate, Richard. Goodness me. Apologies.
Oh, it's all good.
Wait till Dave's for slapping me about the face. There'll be bloodshed in the commentary box. Van Beek is in, bowls, full toss I think, and clipped out to deep square by Hartley. It will be just the one. As running around the boundary, deep square gets quickly to the ball. I think that's Holland out there. Hartley on to 9. Manual scoreboard beating the electronic at the moment. And where's the other manual scoreboard? The only other manual scoreboard?
Canterbury.
In goes Van Beek, bowls down the leg side, taken by Cox. It is indeed.
So
You've been there this season, haven't you already?
Not yet.
Not yet.
No, not till later
okay.
in this season.
We're later on as well. We're in July, I think, and towards the end of July.
So there's only 2 manual scoreboards in them.
You know, yeah. Even that little one at Northampton is now electronic, you know, in that little sort of station. Looks like a little signal box, doesn't
Yes, it does, doesn't it? Yeah.
Yeah, no, that's it. Van Beek in, bowls a beauty that goes past the outside edge, and Philip beaten, and well beaten.
Yes, got a trip to Canterbury to come a little bit later. I think it might even be September, that I think. It's right towards the back end of the
Have you booked your accommodation yet?
Not
yet.
yet.
Get organised?
Not yet, no.
Well, Margate for us.
Oh, okay.
We'll
All right.
yeah, we're off to the coast.
Lovely. So how far?
It's not far.
Okay.
Not far. It's only about 10 miles, I think.
Ah, perfect.
Van Beek is in, bowls full, outside off stump, inviting the drive. Anderson Phillip accepts the invitation, but the ball flies past his outside edge as he tries to launch it somewhere in the direction of the electronic scoreboard.
Trip to Margate to go and watch the cricket in Canterbury. I like that idea.
Well, it's nice to get to the coast if you can, because we're not going to Hove, of course, this year. Neither are you.
No.
I hate to remind you. Yeah, sorry. Van Beek is in and bowls straight, but nicely played by Philip. Worked off his legs out towards mid-wicket. Hole picks up, but there is a single for Anderson Phillip. End of the over. 185 for 8. Philip on to 3.
So Lancashire get relegated. Oh, never mind. But at least we get to go to Sussex. Oh no, that's not worked out neither. No.
Yeah, they've come to the way. Yes. Bitter blow.
Well, we do have a coastal trip. We're at Blackpool. For
Of course you are.
4 days at Blackpool coming up in about a month's time.
But is that close enough to commute? Do you tend to commute that one, or?
Sometimes. I may just have a night or 2 over. It's probably about an hour and a half from where I am.
Well, you're not short of hotel accommodation.
No,
on the option.
Get some good B&Bs. Some ropey B&Bs and some good B&Bs. Here is Ben Green in, balls left by Philip. Well, he's either playing and missing, or he's leaving ones that are particularly close to the stumps.
Perilously so, yes. When Blackpool were in the Premier League, I covered a few of their games. Stayed in some very interesting hotels with that one.
Yeah, try and get yourself down to Lytham or St Anne's, something like that's quite nice. Green to Philip. Again, playing forward and defending. The ball comes off the inner half of the bat. It's been a regular fixture now for a few seasons, a 4-day game at Blackpool. They waited a long time between 4-day cricket. They held T20 cricket and some 1-day stuff there, but they a few years ago now they relayed the entire outfield and made some improvements to the pavilion. Yeah, they've really invested into making sure the ground can host first-class cricket. Short ball by Green through to the keeper. So maybe 3 or 4 years on the spin now. We've had 4-day games at Blackpool. It's a good pitch. I think the players like playing there.
Like Scarborough in that respect, it's a pretty good pitch there, hard and bouncy.
Last year Blackpool had the privilege of playing host to Ben Stokes' return to cricket for Durham. Left by Anderson Phillip through to the keeper. There's no run. So there was Ben Stokes in the Durham side and Nathan Lyon in the Lancashire side, and the game was being played at Stanley Park in Blackpool. It was wonderful. And Nathan Lyon down on the boundary edge chatting to the supporters who were there in the deck chairs on the other side of the rope. It was just a lovely idea to see two of the game's modern great players just rocking up in Blackpool and having a game of cricket for 4 days. Green in to Philip, back and across and defending. Pushed away to the offside, there's no run.
Do they put up temporary stands, or is it a
no? They've got
permanent stands
they've
already
got
there?
A pretty good setup there. Yeah, they're not stands as such, but the ground is set down into like a ball, so that the banking naturally curves up, and there's kind of stepped areas to sit on. So it's a very good viewing ground too, as well, for a club ground. Left by Philip, ball that's fallen wide and through to keeper Cox. There's no run. End of the over. 185 for 8. Philip on 3 and Hartley on 9.
Yeah, the only Lancashire outground I've been lucky enough to go to is Aigburth, which is extraordinary ground really, because you've got that, basically you've got that huge pavilion, that astonishing pavilion, and not much else really. That's it, isn't it?
Yeah,
really?
that's about it. Yeah, it does dominate the whole ground.
But it's an amazing building.
Yeah, Lancashire back there again this year for some 1-day cricket.
It's about 8 stories, as I seem to recall.
Yeah, big red brick building. Yeah.
Van Beek around the wicket to Tom Hartley. Short, Hartley, well, pulls, and one way or another the ball ends up back at the feet of Logan Van Beek. He stops it in his follow through. It was intended to go somewhere over or into the Uptonsteel family stand away alongside the meet, but whether it hit the back of his bat or he Q-ended it, let's see if we can tell. I think he sort of Q-ended it, but he too did the old 360 degrees spin, ended up facing the right way, having had a good look round north, south, east and west. In the meantime, in goes Van Beek and bowls short again, and this time Hartley pulls out of the pool.
Yeah, let's just drop Patel down towards the boundary below us, so there is a third man, and then Rishi Patel is...
Well, he's at long stop almost,
he is effectively, yeah. Plus
and there was a fine leg as well. Yeah, I didn't see that. That's amazing. He's basically between first slip and the wicket keeper on the boundary, I think. Van Beek is in, bowls. Hartley gives it a big swing. It's a length delivery, doesn't really connect, but it looks to me as though there's a sort of almost a pact between bowler and batter that I'm going to go for everything, and okay, we'll set a feel accordingly, but looks like Hartley's determined to take this on now. Which, given he's on 9 off 47, I mean, I'm talking nonsense probably. In goes Van Beek and bowls, and Hartley drives most pleasantly. It was full, And he picked it early, picked the length early, and he almost leant back. He was on the front foot, sort of slightly leaning back, and thumped it away in some style through extra cover, 4-4.
He's a stylish player when he gets going, Tom Hartley. He hits the ball beautifully. I think it's a good approach, this. I like it from Tom Hartley. I don't think there's much to be lost, really, from here. I mean, Anderson Phillips looking a bit scratchy at the other end.
Well, the innings wasn't going anywhere, was
No.
it? Let's see if we can get 30 or 40, and maybe, who knows. But otherwise, with that other previous approach, they weren't going to get 30 or 40, were they? Because there's a bit there for them, for the bowlers. In goes Hartley and bowls very short and wide outside off stump, and Hartley got in position to sort of do something, but couldn't reach it essentially, and looks around in enquiry. Sees umpire Milnes say, "Yeah, no, just one for the over." Umpire Milnes standing at square leg, so must have been. I don't know how the batsmen are expected to reach stuff like that. Honestly, it felt like a wide, really.
It looked like a wide, yeah, it did.
Maybe just when it went past his head, maybe it climbed after that. Well, Patel's come out of that strange position and gone into conventional extra cover now. Van Beek in again to Hartley, who drives and straight to Rishi Patel along the ground all the way. So a good change of position. 189 for 8, Hartley 13, Phillip 3, and Ahmed beginning to swing his arms again. This, which could be fun if Hartley continues the positive approach.
Yeah, I don't see there's any reason not to, really. You say at the minute it's not really going anywhere for Lancashire. I think it's worth chancing his arm a little bit here, isn't it, for Tom Hartley, and seeing if he can squeeze out 20 or 30 runs. Might still look like a pretty substandard first innings total, but you just don't know for certain. You see Leicestershire come out and have a bat as well. Phillip defends to mid-off, and there is no run. 189 for 8. There's a few gentle stretches before from Riyad Ahmed, suggesting that maybe he's not too far away from seeing if he can knock over the tail. It's Green to Phillip, only following that delivery. Through it goes to the keeper. He's lived a slightly charmed life so far as Anderson Phillip. He has been night watchman for Lancashire on a few occasions this season, when I guess the aim is just to defend and survive. Maybe caught between two minds to try and survive, but to what extent? Or try and see if he can lay bat on ball. He does that this time, drives it nicely up towards mid-on, where Tom Scriven fields. 189 for 8. Hartley clearly at one end. He's trying to have a little bit of fun and see if he can try and kickstart the innings, or put a bit of life into it towards the back end. 13 off 50 Hartley at one end, and 3 off 27 for Phillip, who's on strike. Short this time by Green, and Phillip drops his knees, sways back, and allows that one to travel safely through to Ben Cox. Takes the catch and then removes his cap to reveal a flash of blonde hair. Fox's keeper and a couple of slip fielders away to his right hand side, Patel and Hanscom. Green to Phillip, he's defending from the crease. Drops it back down the pitch and then instantly waving his bat towards the dressing room. It's Josh Hull, by the looks of things, warming up on the third man boundary. Final ball of the over, and again Anderson Phillip just teasing the bowler, following that delivery. Through it goes to Cox. It's the end of the over. Looks like Van Beek's 4 over spell is coming to an end. 4 overs, 9 runs, with 1 wicket, and he's been replaced by Josh Hull. 189 for 8. Lancashire. Hartley on 13. Philip on 9. And I mentioned that Philip was waving towards the Lancashire dressing room for a new bat. I think he does. He wants a change of bat. And Jack Blatherwick's come out with a bat and a drink and a towel and some gloves. He's basically covered all bases there as Jack, with his 12th man for Lancashire. Bat, gloves, drink and towel. He ignored the whole lot apart from the bat, just swapped it. So he has a different bat, does Anderson Phillip.
It does look as though it's done some work, that bat, didn't it? When it came off, it was more red than sort of wood. You could see more red and leather all over. I mean, he hadn't hammered the middle at all times, put it that way, but it looks as though it's served its time. Fairly slathered in red. So, can Hull finish things off for Leicestershire? Thought it would be Ahmed, but it isn't. It's Hull. Over the wicket he goes, bowls to Hartley, and it's wide, and Hartley actually manages to reach it and sort of drive it on the up slightly out into the offside, reaching away for it, so much so that he took his bottom hand off the bat as he did so, but he did manage to get something on it. And I'm just wondering whether they're looking to almost give Hartley one now, but not necessarily. It is the same sort of field, with the exception that Budinger is putting the helmet on and now and going in at short leg. Hull comes running in and bowls to Philip, hits him on the pads and bounces back down the pitch. No appeal. Hanscom signals to the Leicestershire balcony for something or other. 190 for 8. Hull emerges from the shadow of the floodlights and bowls and hit up into the air, but miles over mid on, and one bounce for 4 by Anderson Phillip. Well, that was a lovely pickup, really. It was a nice straight, hit it straight. That's often the key to really getting hold of it, and it was a safe enough shot. Cleared mid on by a long goal away, Scriven. And this partnership extends to 18 now. Philip on to 7. Produces that, not exactly out of nowhere, but rather contrary to the way he's been playing so far. Really nice straight hit. Hull is in to him, and that isn't so nice. He tries to flay it away outside off stump, rather loses control of the shot, and it slides past his outside edge into the gloves of Cox. So Cox will be eyeing the scoreboard slightly uneasily, having dropped Philip on 0 off Van Beek. The score was 180 at the time. Now 194 as Hull turns. Runs through that shadow. Bowls. Philip tries to hook the bouncer and almost overbalances onto the stumps. Pirouettes all the way around, then dances around the stumps, showing really nice footwork there, Anderson Phillip. And there was an ooh and an ah from Leicestershire, well, from Budinger, who ended up pointing at the stumps, thinking he was about to flick off a bail. With another part of his anatomy. Oh. Down the slope, bowls, another bumper, but sometimes his bumpers are a little bit too short, and that one was, and Philip just ducked underneath it. End of Hull's 10th over, 1 for 39 his figures. He's probably bowled a bit better than that, actually. And he too had a catch dropped off his bowling. Seems a long time ago now.
Yeah,
yet
Luke Wells,
doesn't it? It was on 10 when the score was 35.
News from down the road at Kibworth Cricket Club that Lancashire Thunder have indeed booked their place in the T20 Women's County Cup Finals Day. They've beaten Leicestershire Foxes. Big win, 109 run victory for Thunder. They made 180 for 4 and then bowled Leicestershire Foxes women out for 71. 3 wickets for Sophie Eccleston, who faced a pretty formidable looking Thunder side there. There's 2 international bowlers in that team. And yeah, congratulations to Thunder. So they've reached finals day, which is on Monday at Taunton. And you'll be able to hear commentary of that on the BBC Sport website and app. It is Riyad Ahmed in and bowling, and that's off the back foot and slapped down the ground by Tom Hartley. And all the way for 4, actually. There's a fielders at long off and long on, but neither can get across quickly enough to cut that off, and 4 for Hartley. He moves on to 14. 198 for 8. So just to confirm, on Monday, that's finals day, starting at 11 o'clock with a final at 6:45 at Taunton on the BBC Sport website and app. Pushed away by Tom Hartley through the offside for a single, and he moves on to 19, and the score moves on to 199 for 8. So we are seeing some spin. Not much of it today, not required really, but Riyad Ahmed coming in to see if he can try and wrap up the innings, with Will Williams, the last batter, waiting on the Lancashire balcony. Ahmed into Anderson Phillip off the back foot, trying to find a gap through the offside. Just picks out Josh Hull, who comes up from backward point to field. 1 slip in place. Mid off and mid on up now, having been on the rope, as Phillip plays forward in defence. Pushes that one safely away into the onside, and there is no run. 199 for 8. Ahmed comes over the wicket, in and bowls on the sweep. It's in the air. I'm just not sure if that was picked up cleanly or clearly enough, really, from square leg. Tom Scriven coming in.
He seemed to stop, didn't he? Put on the brakes as he went running in.
Swept away by Phillip. Whether he swept it into the ground and it bounced up, or whether it went just off a reasonably thick top edge. Okay.
Yeah.
Scriven maybe just didn't quite pick it up to begin with. Either way, it bounced in front of.
Oh, it came off the helmet. It top edged onto his helmet, and then it bounced. It bounced all that way.
There we go. Sam Byrne, the Lancashire physios, come out to have a look. So the sweep off the helmet and then looped up towards square leg. So little checks have to be carried out.
It did sound a strange old noise, didn't it? I don't know what helmets, what material they are. Kevlar or something. No, that's some sort of reinforced artificial material to afford protection.
So the check's taking place. Sam Byrne, Lancashire's physio, just making sure Anderson Phillips' helmet is in full working order.
Liam Travaskis has been out there, and he returns. I'm afraid to say I didn't quite twig who. Peter Hanscom came running back from that direction, though, so it may be that Hanscom was off the field, maybe getting in. Who knows? I think he needs too much instruction.
Ahmed in, balls flat and quick to Hartley, goes right back into the crease. Sorry, it's Phillip right back into the crease and worked away through the leg side for a single. And that's the end of the over. It's tidy stuff from Riyad Ahmed. Single for Phillip keeps him on strike. And that brings up the Lancashire 200 as well. They've lost 8 wickets to reach 200, including 6 in the afternoon session, but they have 200 runs on the board. Anderson Phillip on 8, Tom Hartley on 19.
Partnership 24 now for the 9th wicket.
Where does that rank?
Tolerably highly.
Yeah, pretty high.
Josh Holt from the Bennett end bowls to Philip full this time, and Philip's looking to drive. Gets a little bit sort of cramped up, sort of jams it out rather into the ground, and it rolls out to Logan van Beek.
Partnerships of 74 for the first wicket, and then the next noticeable partnership 35 between Hurst and Bell, 24 between Hartley and Bailey, and now 24 between Hartley and Phillip. It's a joint third highest partnership.
Holt bowls, swung up into the air, and it's caught by Cox. Thought that had gone a little bit further. We were both looking down to long leg for the ball, suddenly realised it was Cox was underneath. It had gone almost vertically up into the air. I thought Hill was going to be under it at long leg. In fact, it was Cox just no more than 10 yards from the bat, and the bouncer, the short ball works. Philip went for the pull, top edged. In the end, what was a fairly simple catch. So that is the third bowling bonus point for the Foxes. A second wicket for Josh Holt. And as soon as we start talking about partnerships and getting somewhere, the wicket seems to fall, and it has again.
That's been the story of the day, hasn't it? Aside from that, I mean, that first hour or so, Wells and Jennings, who showed, I think, great skill to get through a very difficult 40 minutes or so, 45 minutes, looked to try and build on, got to 74-run partnership, looking pretty solid. And then the dismissal of Jennings before lunch, and then Wells straight after, the very first ball straight after lunch. And then it's just been a bit of a procession, hasn't it? It's been chipping away. It's been built by some good pressure being applied by the Leicestershire bowlers from both ends. Wickets have been shared around. Partnerships have been pretty hard to establish. And they've managed to scramble up to 200, but goodness, it's been pretty hard going. We'll see how long this final pair can stretch it out for Lancashire. But you suspect they'll be batting soon enough, Leicestershire, and seeing what they can make of this pitch here, which has offered enough for the bowlers through the course of the day.
Will Williams, what can we expect from him?
I don't think he'll be taking the Anderson Phillip approach of trying to swing for it.
Holt is in, bowls to him. Sorry, I'm not. He had a little dab at one outside off stump, but it wasn't so much late as posthumous, wasn't it? Really, it was pretty much in the gloves of Cox when he had a little feel for that one. Yeah, that will not discourage Josh Holt. 30 on the back of Will Williams. Probably came not necessarily expecting to play, but Anderson deemed not ready as Hull is in, bowls to him. Well, that's much better. That's much better. It was straight-ish, and he got right behind it on off stump and dropped it out into the offside. So I think that first ball feel was nerves as much as anything. He was much more comfortable with that straight ball on off stump. New Zealander, born in New Zealand, great name. Will Williams, not just the Will Williams bit, as Hull is in, bowls a bouncer to him, he ducks underneath it. William Salter, S-A-L-T-E-R, Austin, A-U-S-T-E-N Williams. William Salter, Austin Williams. Born in Christchurch, Canterbury, New Zealand. Has a 61 to his name. That's his best score. That was made against Surrey at the Oval. His first cricket club was a splendidly named Diamond Harbour Cricket Club in Canterbury. Tell you something else about him in a moment as Hull is in and bowls. He turns that one nicely off his legs out towards long leg Hill fields, and Will Williams is off the mark. He holds a commercial pilot's license and is qualified to teach aerobatics. in New Zealand, he writes. But clearly, Will Williams, a man of parts. He's retained the strike. Hartley having a word, so might have thought perhaps about not taking the one in those circumstances, but it's often an instinct thing with tail enders. And it didn't occur to him to leave Hartley on strike. See if he could hit a few blows against Ahmed, who's coming in from the pavilion end. Bowls to Williams, who's forward, studiously almost. Pushing the ball carefully to Budinger at mid-wicket. Ahmed blows on his hand. Jogs in. Bowls, tosses it up nicely, but it's just drifting on two leg stump, and it's nurdled around the corner by Williams. Hesitates for a moment, but Hartley calls him through for a very comfortable single in the end. So Williams on to 2. As befits a man with a first-class half-century to his name. Looks pretty comfortable out there. Ahmed goes round the wicket to the left-handed Hartley. Bowls. Hartley looks to drive it away. Not too much foot movement. Tried to sort of square drive it and didn't connect. Taken by Cox. Ahmed bowls. Quicker, flatter delivery. Attempted reverse sweep. Looked to me to be a little bottom edge onto the pad, and either way, Ahmed didn't really appeal. Hanscom inevitably did at slip. Umpire Milnes looks away. Ahmed is in. Hartley is down the wicket, smashes it back over Ahmed's head, and it is just the one as Long off gets to the ball before Long on. Van Beek running around from Long off, a fairly straightish Long off. Ahmed leapt into the air, tried to get his two hands to it. It wasn't that far above his head, but it was above his head. So the single is again taken. 203 for 9. Hartley on to 20. Ahmed over the wicket to Williams. A little bit short, perhaps. Williams goes back and just nurdles it into the onside. Looks inquiringly at Hartley, who shakes his head. End of the over. 203 for 9. 77 overs bowled, so just 3 to the new ball. Leicestershire will hope they don't need to take it, I suspect.
Yes, I think they'll be a little, well, I'll say frustrated, not nothing to really be frustrated about for Leicester today, but they'll want this wrapped up before that. They don't want any kind of annoying last wicket partnership to frustrate them.
Just saying to the listeners what a brilliant name Will Williams has. William Salter, S-A-L-T-E-R, Austin Williams, A-U-S-T-E-N. It's got a real Victorian ring to that. I like it.
He's watching at the non-strikers end. It's Tom Hartley on strike. Here is Josh Hull in and bowls. Hartley swats that away through the offside. Chase on for Ahmed to get across the ground. He's done ever so well to get there. Good work. Pretty rapid across the ground. Didn't think when it left the bat he'd get across and cut that off, but he's done so reasonably comfortably. 2 for Hartley. Takes him to 22. Scored to 205 for 9.
And did you know he had a commercial pilot's license?
I did. Yes, I did.
You've been up there with?
I'm not. No, I've never asked him about it. I need to ask him about this. Yeah.
He may be doing so at the end of play when he's 68 not out.
Yes. 205 for 9. In comes Hull, bowls. Hartley swings over the keeper. It goes. I don't think he got anything on that. Maybe, if anything, just a flick of the glove, but I'm not sure about that. Cox went up to try and get something on it to stop it. Hartley's obviously going to take pretty much everything on here that he can.
I don't think he did. Let's have a look. Can't tell. No, I don't think so.
Well, pretty much everybody dispatched now towards the boundary rope. including Rishi Patel, who's behind the keeper on the boundary. Fine leg and the third man. Takes a step to the leg side and drills that firmly away through the off. Just for a single. 23 to Tom Hartley, 206 for 9. Brings Will Williams back on strike. Beaten on 2. If Lancashire can have a few fireworks at the end of their innings, and Hartley's your man for it, really. He'll try and see if he can squeeze out a few extra runs here for Lancashire. Well, Williams has seen something on the pitch which has just caught his eye, and he's very delicately gone to pick it up and then just flick it away. Slightly more attacking field with a new batter on strike. There's a short leg in place, there's a slip as well. So 1 or 2 extra fielders around the bat. Williams taking guard from umpire Adnan. Josh Hull. Ball around the wicket to him. 206 for 9. Williams on 2. Halfway through the 78th over. And the ball's 2. Williams edged and gone. Cox with a catch. Hull picks up his 3rd wicket. Williams departs for 3. And a job well done by Leicestershire, inserting Lancashire, asking them to bat first, and they've skittled them out inside 78 overs with 206 runs on the board, and a very impressive all-round bowling display.
Yeah, it's not something you would necessarily have predicted at 74 without loss. Yes, there'd been one chance, but essentially Luke Wells and Keaton Jennings had batted with a reasonable degree of comfort. They'd had to work for their runs. Leicester eventually bowled very straight at them, as they tended to do, as they do, and not given them anything to get away. But the 2 left-handed openers had played pretty solidly. But Jennings went just before lunch, leg before wicket to Van Beek for 27. 77 for 1 at lunch. Wells' first ball thereafter. Lovely, a foolish delivery that just left him from Logan Van Beek. And thereafter, really, everybody struggled. Hartley's finished 23 not out. There was a good partnership between Matty Hurst and George Bell. Positive partnership, and Hurst looked pretty good in going to 31 and was really cross with himself when he sort of flicked a wide delivery to first slip, where Hanscom took a good catch, looking, I think, to steer it down to 3rd man. But yeah, everybody else couldn't build an innings, and Leicestershire justifying Peter Hanscom's decision to bowl first. They can put the bowlers can put their feet up now, or they'll hope they can put their feet up now. There are, was it 16 overs left to be bowled? Obviously lose 2 for the change of innings. Scoreboard's gone off, but I think it'll be 16, bearing in mind those 2 for a change of innings. We'll take a 5-minute break. Scott and I will be back with you.
Brilliant shot from Goldsworthy.
Oh, what a comeback that is! Got him. And taken. They are very much in this, the Foxes. They are fighting hard.
Shot from Gold.
Comeback that is. Got him. Taken. Very much into the box. They're fighting hard.
caught behind.
Opening the bowling for Lancashire from the bench end, Tom Bailey.
Tom Bailey
Bowling to Rishi
is going to open the bowling for the visitors from the Bennett end, and he's going to be bowling to Rishi Patel. As the sun, well, there's quite a lot of high cloud now, behind which the sun has basically disappeared. Bailey is in, bowls to Patel, who is leaning forward in defence, blocking it out. To Gully, just about to Gully. Wide sort of backward point position, really. Tom Hartley it is there, clapping his hands noisily. It is a sort of deepish gully for the skewed drive when the batsman doesn't get on top of the ball. 3 slips also alongside Matty Hurst, as Bailey is in, bowls an outswinger outside off stump, and Patel has nothing to do with it. First slip, George Bell. Second, Keaton Jennings. Third, clapping his hands, is the new skipper alongside the old skipper, Marcus Harris. Bailey is in, bowls outside off stump, and again Patel leaves. When we were at Old Trafford not so very long ago, Harris spent most of his time sort of down on the boundary, didn't he? Third man, but he can catch apparently, and the skipper has decided that he's going to go in. I can't remember him fielding at slip for, he might have done actually for Leicestershire, in fairness. So the only men out, third man and long leg. Bailey turns down the slope, bowls, pulled by Patel over square leg, 4-4. Dropped a little bit short, Patel was quickly on it, picked up the length very quickly. And as Wells and Jennings had when it was pitched short in those early overs, seemed to have time. Positive start from Rishi Patel, whose form has been mixed since he came back from the injury he suffered in the second over of the season, when he dislocated his thumb in the slips at Cardiff. Made one absolutely outstanding 100 when nobody else in the match went past 40. Otherwise, he's been a little bit unlucky, so he'll be keen to put in another big score. Bailey charges in and bowls outside off stump. Lively delivery, but it was too wide and went wider.
Because Budinger will be he's quite an aggressive opening batter, isn't he?
Very.
Does Patel kind of foil off him nicely, or is he of the same ilk that he'll go after a bit? Or?
They haven't sort of batted together that much because of the injury, but also because Patel has either got a big score or gotten out. In the few innings that they've played together. Interesting that Phillips has already gone back to deep mid-wicket. Bailey is in and bowls. Perfectly good length delivery on off stump, and Patel leans forward and blocks it out into the offside. But essentially, no, Patel is at his best when he's being tolerably positive, although the 100 he scored was a really hard working effort. That was against Northamptonshire 2 weeks ago. Just 2 weeks ago? His 105 came off 189 balls, 14 fours and 1 6. But as I say, nobody else in the match made runs. But by his standards, it was quite hard going. It was slow going. Pitch was a bit like this, really. So it'll be interesting to see what his approach is. But yes, Budinger will be positive from the off, as indeed will the third man in, as you know, Rehan Ahmed.
Well, he scored that terrific century at Old Trafford, didn't he, a few weeks ago. Will be Will Williams to get things started from the pavilion end. It's a nice shot. Budinger off the mark. straight away. It's the first ball he's faced. He's driven that firmly through straight mid-off. Goodness, he's timed that beautifully. That's 4 runs. What a lovely shot off the front foot, punched away through straight mid-off for 4. And Leicestershire move on to 8 without loss. Because Budinger and Ahmed opened in Manchester, there was no Patel in that game. And they got off to a cracking start, didn't they, with the bat. They raced up to a good opening partnership. As Williams is in to Budinger, stretching for it and defending, pushing back down the pitch. And there is no run. Yeah, they Ahmed making a century. Budinger made 41 in that game. As Williams is in, nudged out towards the leg side, and there is no run. But I'm pretty sure they put on a century partnership together before Budinger was dismissed in the game at Manchester, out for 41, and then Ahmed went on to score at super knock. I mean, it was a really impressive century for Leicestershire, and he along at a pretty rapid rate as well. Williams in, balls again, chipped, it's in the air, and caught it is. Bailey with the catch, Budinger departs, and Williams picks up the first wicket of the Leicestershire first innings, and so Budinger having driven one beautifully down the ground for 4. And the first delivery faced, the third ball he's faced, he's clipped one up towards Tom Bailey. He takes a good low catch at mid-on. Budinger departs for 4, and Leicestershire are 8 for 1.
Yeah, he'll be hugely disappointed, obviously, about that. Budinger, who has been in very good form this season, but he just mistimed it. I don't know whether we'll see a replay, whether it kind of stopped on him a little bit, but wanders off. The game moves on.
It does,
Here we go.
Yeah.
Let's have a look. He just did seem to stop on him a touch. I think he just misjudged it, really, and he stopped on it as much as anything. And Bailey did well to get down as quickly as he did.
He did, yeah. It was because it didn't come at him with any pace.
He just lobbed it, didn't it?
Yeah, and lobbed just about within reach as he went tumbling forward to get his fingertips underneath it. I had to hesitate slightly because obviously he's got his back to us. I couldn't quite see if he's managed to hold on to the ball or not, but in the end it was a good low catch from Bailey. Riyad Ahmed is the new batter. 3 slips and a gully. It's 8 for 1. Williams with the early breakthrough for Lancashire. He strides in and balls. Ahmed drives off a thickish inner half of the bat. It deflects back down the pitch and gathered by Williams off his own bowling.
Well, real slip cordon. 3 slips, gully, and points almost in a catching position, isn't he there? Hartley's creeping closer.
Yeah, Marcus Harris has set out his stall here. Wants some early wickets in this final session on the first day. Try and wrestle a bit of control back. Williams to Ahmed has allowed that to pop through into the gloves of Matthew Hurst. It's the end of the over. 4 runs coming off it with that beautiful straight drive to start the over, and then the wicket a couple of deliveries later. 8 for 1 Leicestershire. Patel on 4 and Ahmed on 0.
Yeah, just to illustrate what I was saying about Rishi Patel and the odd scores he's had. 6 and 20 at Lord's last time out, 105 and 0 against Northants, 1 and 0 against Gloucester, and that's all the statisticians wrote as Bailey bowls and Patel blocks that one. With it, no big stride forward, blocks that one out towards... Is that Bohannon at middle?
It is, yep.
There's no run. He did actually go to the crease against Glamorgan, going in number 11 with his hand well protected, not out at Cardiff. Bailey charges in, bowls. He clips it in the air, not so very far wide of mid-wicket. It's going to run out to the square leg boundary for 4. You're just not going to chase it down if you're beaten, but goodness me, that was not far from Tom Hartley. It won't be Hartley out there, will it? That'll be Wells, is it? No?
Down here.
Who's picking up the ball now?
Yeah, Wells.
Yeah, Luke Wells.
Yeah, got Wells.
Too many tall men in this Lancashire side.
Wells is there at mid-wicket, and then Balderson at fine leg, and Harris is just going into short mid-wicket from third slip.
Oh, Harris will be familiar, obviously, with most of the Leicestershire players, and what may he perceive to be their weaknesses. Bailey is in, Patel is forward on off stump, just dabbing it down towards point. Hartley does come into field from that sort of backward point position. So Wells, he looks like a quite innovative captain in this respect, Harris. It's a sort of not quite conventional field straight away, but it might be partly because he knows the Leicestershire players, or it might be just that's the way he is, a sort of worn-like captain. In goes Bailey, bowls down the leg side, and Patel's got himself out a couple of times not so long ago doing that, just trying to help one down the leg side and getting a strangle.
Well, it was certainly one aspect of what we saw last week against Derbyshire was Marcus Harris, the captain, to the way he tried to, well, he set very kind of unusual fields through the course of the match. He chopped and changed his bowlers a lot. He went to Tom Hartley pretty early on. Even with the new ball, he went to Tom Hartley quite early.
Bailey is in. Patel is turning it off middle and leg really down towards Wells, He's in front of square. He's not really mid-wicket. He's gone that little bit wider. He's kind of between mid-wicket and square leg now.
I mean, every captain obviously sees things differently, and this is not a criticism of Keaton Jennings at all. Just clearly different ways of going about it. I think Keaton probably had quite reasonably well set plans as to how he wanted to go about it. Maybe Marcus Harris last week was a little bit more off the cuff, I think. At least it felt that way. I could be reading too much into it, but it felt a little bit more off the cuff the way he was trying to get things going in the game last week.
Wells has been sent back to the boundary as Bailey is in and bowls a short ball to Patel, who just drops his hands, but it was nicely bowled by Bailey. Just the 4 runs from the over. Patel on 8. The score, well, Leicestershire proceeding in boundaries but losing a wicket. They're 12 for 1.
So it's always quite a tricky conversation, isn't it, maybe to have, because Marcus Harris has been such the standout player for Lancashire. He's been with it. I mentioned Matthew Hurst, who I think has battered nicely through this season. I think he's just under the radar, has gone along pretty well, but apart from that, there's not been much else. So then, do you burden that player, your best player, with captaincy? But I suppose it wasn't too many other choices. Williams in and bowling, left alone by Ahmed. Barely gets through to Matty Hurst. Josh Bohannon's the vice captain, but they've obviously taken a view that he's not quite ready just yet to be the captain. Marcus Harris, obviously an international player, your overseas player, your best player this season, so you can understand why you kind of head towards that direction. But you do worry that does it then add to him and take away some of his game. Williams is in to Ahmed again. That's left. They'll better carry this time to Hurst.
The impression of the announcement gave the impression it was very much a temporary sort of appointment initially, at any rate. But yeah, it's going to be interesting to see what happens going forward.
It is, yeah. I think I mentioned this morning as Dale Benkenstein said in pre-season about the possibility that Marcus Harris may be leaving for a short period to go back to Australia. So they might need to find another captain. He's asking for an LBW there, but that looks high. It's come back in towards Ahmed, but that looks like that caught him on the crease, but quite high up. Half an appeal from Williams, really.
I would think that if Mr. Benkenstein said before the season started he may be, then it will be.
Yes,
I think that's clearly part of the deal, isn't
Pretty
it?
fair to say, yeah.
I'm going back to see my family for a week or two.
So yeah, they might need to, well, they almost certainly will need to have a look at what they do in captaincy. Did they go to Bohannon? Did they give it to Jimmy Anderson, for example? Williams in. Oh, that cuts Riyad Ahmed in half. He's gone past, I think, the inside edge of the bat. I mean, Hurst has taken it, the keeper, away to his left. So check back in and gone past the inside edge.
Did. Fairly close to the stumps as well. Not much foot movement from Rahan.
It's kind of very natural delivery for Will Williams. To the right-hander especially, gets the ball to come back in to the right-handers. He gets a lot of right-handers bowled without playing a shot. It's punched away off the back foot. Again, it's not where he's aiming for. He's looking to try and punch it through cover, and the ball off the thickish inner half of the bat, and out it goes towards square leg. Gets his first runs, however. He moves on to 2. 14 for 1. Good start this by Will Williams. By all accounts, he's been bowling nicely for Lancashire. Didn't play last week against Derbyshire, played against Northamptonshire the week before that, but that was his first game for a little while. He's not been overused in these first 7 games, that's for certain. In and bowls, Ahmed playing forward and defending. And bouncing back towards Williams. End of the over. A dozen to go tonight. Lancashire doing what they can here on the attack. Attacking fields being set to try and take wickets and drag themselves back into a day that has belonged so far to the home side. 14 for 1, Leicestershire. Patel on 8, Ahmed on 2.
Rahan this season with the bat. 2 and 13 not out at Glamorgan. As in comes Bailey and bowls to Patel, who is carefully forward, pushing the ball out to extra cover. No run. 13 and 77 against Derbyshire. That 100 we've been talking about at Old Trafford. 4 and 0 at Bristol. 0 and 9 against Northamptonshire, and 20 and 20 at Lord's last week. So you never quite know what you're going to get, but if he gets in, it, as you saw, he has the quality. Outside off stump, punched away by Patel to the boundary for 4. Sat up nicely for him, and wasn't going to miss out.
I mean, I thought that century he got in Manchester was one of the better centuries you're likely to see. I mean, it was loads of attacking shots. There was some blistering shots, and he rattled up towards 60 in no time, didn't he? But then, in the middle of that, there was also a real calmness. He left well, he defended well, he got back in the following day to restart.
Bailey into Patel. Length delivery, Patel half forward. He's a tall man, Patel. He doesn't take a huge stride. No, to the spinners, yes, when he's getting forward, but he's tends to be a little more circumspect against the seamers. Leans forward, blocks it to Hartley.
So it wasn't all kind of baseball crash bang wallop from Ahmed. It was a really impressive innings for all different aspects of his ability. His shot making, his defence, the way he paced it.
Bailey bowls to Patel, looking to force it away through the offside, inside part of the bat. Yeah, 61 not out at the close of plays, 50 off 77 balls, 7 fours. He's 100 off 147, 14 fours, so yeah, didn't hang around. And then caught by Josh Bohannon at silly mid-off off Hartley. In goes Bailey, bowls, and Patel again, head right over the ball as he blocks that one off stump. Yes, just popped it straight up, didn't he, to Josh Bohannon.
was a game that Hartley bowled quite a lot. I actually thought he bowled pretty well, and a good first innings score. Leicestershire got 500, and Hartley sent down 44 overs, picked up a couple of wickets, but I thought a pretty decent effort on a pitch that wasn't really for him.
Bailey bowls, Patel thick inside part of the bat, and he knows that he was beaten really there to a certain extent. It squirted out into the onside, and as it did so he sort of swung his leg through the air. Disappointment with the way he'd played it, but he kept it out. 3 scoring shots for Rishi Patel in his 18, all have gone for 4. Sorry, from his 18 balls faced, he's on 12. 18 for 1. Ahmed a couple.
Yeah, Ahmed facing Williams was quite an interesting battle in the last over. He managed to get a couple of shots away, not where he was aiming, I don't think, but contest resumes. Here's Williams in, flashed away into the onside through mid-wicket. He'll shuffle back for 2. Throw comes in towards the keeper's end. Doubles his score, moves from 2 to 4.
That wasn't where he was aiming either.
No, it wasn't, no.
It wasn't.
I suspect that Williams is getting this ball to come back in towards Riyad Ahmed. It's forcing a few false shots. He's using the full width of the bat, that's for sure.
Foxy Phil, what Rishi will we get today? Need a solid 16 overs. Yeah, okay, well.
20 for 1. Williams in.
Shot.
That's a gorgeous shot by Ahmed. It race out through the offside. Bohannon's quick. He really is quick, Josh Bohannon, but even he can't catch up with that. Lovely shot. Punched away through the covers for 4.
He held a pose as well, didn't he?
Yeah.
A little show off.
Where's that photographer of your,
It's over there, yeah, I will have got it, yeah. You get that one, John? Yes.
He did just held on to the pose for a fraction and then thought, I better run just in case.
That was a great chase, but Bohannon is quick.
Oh, he's lightning. Yeah,
really is quick.
Yeah, he's pretty sharp. 24 for 1. Here's Williams to Ahmed, who defends a ball that's just dragged back a little bit by Williams. And Ahmed defends to mid-on, no run.
Welcome to listeners to Sports Extra. To Grace Road, the Uptonsteel County Ground. A battle royal going on between Leicestershire and Lancashire. Rehan Ahmed at the crease, Rishi Patel at the crease. It's going to be fun for the remaining 10.5 overs.
3 slips waiting, Williams in, balls, Ahmed plays forward and defends, and there is no run. It's been an eventful first day, hasn't it, Richard? 206 all out, Lancashire.
Yeah, it's been a great first day, really. All sorts going on. Lancashire 74th, their opening partnership. Didn't really look in too much trouble, 1 chance aside. And then 206 all out. So the last 10, well, the 10 wickets falling for 132 runs.
Here's Williams for Lancashire, in and balls to Ahmed. That's flicked away off the pads. There's 2 short mid-wickets in place. One of them's Luke Wells, is no addition to the score.
As the Leicestershire Seamers did what they've done all season. Operated as a pack, really, hunted in the pack. Kept picking up the wickets. 3 for Josh Holt, incidentally, including the last 2. 3 for Logan Van Beek, a couple for Tom Scriven, 1 for Ben Green.
Yeah, very impressive all-round bowling display by Leicestershire. Williams in, balls, Ahmed drives, but a slightly awkward-looking fashion. But he finds Bohannon at mid-off. End of the over. We've got 10 remaining tonight. Lancashire on the attack, trying to bowl themselves back into the game against a side clearly brimming with confidence at the top of Division 2, who didn't let a solid start by Wells and Jennings damper their spirits. As Richard said, they rattled their way back, picking up 10 wickets for 132 runs. Can Lancashire find a way back into this opening day? They picked up 1 wicket so far. Saul Budinger is caught by Tom Bailey at mid-off of the bowling of Will Williams, but Riyad Ahmed and Rishi Patel have got Leicestershire to 24 for 1.
Even in defence, Ahmed is sort of box office, isn't he? Sort of, after he played that shot, he put his bat down and sort of bunny hopped, both feet off the air. In goes Bailey, goes past the outside edge, is caught, taken the outside edge. Nice catch by Keaton Jennings at second slip. Proffered a slightly loose bat there, Rishi Patel, and having scored 3 fours in going to 12, Patel joins his fellow opener Sol Budinger in the pavilion, and Lancashire have struck back, and they have struck back hard. Bailey picks up his first wicket, having caught the first.
Well, they needed to respond here with the ball, didn't they, Lancashire? And they've done just that. He'd be disappointed, I think, Patel, looking back on the replay of that. Not massively committed either way. In the end, just kind of holding out the bat. Just kissed the edge through to Jennings, who takes a steady catch at second slip. And Lancashire pick up 2 early wickets, but yeah, I reckon he'll be a little frustrated with the way he got out there. Didn't really commit one way or the other, Rishi Patel. Lancashire certainly have committed. They've been on the attack straight away, but they need wickets in this final session to try and pull the game, or the day even, really. And they've picked up 2 so far.
Well, I suspect if Marcus Harris had been offered 2 wickets before the close, he would have taken it, given there were 16 overs left for Leicestershire to face. But every chance of being that, and well, it is already that, but every chance of being more than that, with 9.5 overs still to go tonight. Lewis Hill, former Leicestershire captain, comes out to join Rahan Ahmed in a diminutive partnership, shall we say. They're neither of them big, tall men, but it takes all shapes and sizes, and both pretty good players. Hill has been in pretty decent form so far this season, and he tends to, after the sort of fireworks from the first 3, tends to play a slightly sort of steadying role. But they need him to tonight. They need these two to be there at the close. Bailey with his tail up, 3 slips and a sort of deepish gully and a short mid-wicket. Comes in, bowls to Hill outside the off-stump. It swings away and is left by Lewis Hill.
For the benefit of our new listeners that have joined us on Sports Extra, no James Anderson for Lancashire this week. He played last week, first game of the season last week. It all came down to Jimmy Anderson with the second new ball, trying to bowl Derbyshire out last week at Old Trafford, but they've made the judgment, or taken the opinion that he's not quite ready for the back-to-back championship matches, so no Jimmy Anderson.
Bailey in, bowls. Hill is dicking one out, came back in a little bit, and he was done on length a little bit as well there. Just managed to get a little bit of bat down on it in time. Nice stuff from Tom Bailey. Lewis Hill this season, 335 runs at 37s. That's in 11 innings, so sort of solid rather than spectacular. 250s, one of which was a 96. That was in the first game at Cardiff. Bailey is in, bowls to Hill, who leaves outside off stump, rather on the move there, Lewis Hill, sort of stepping across, which is not, he was stepping forward a little bit, but he was also stepping across. What Luke Wells and Keaton Jennings did very well in that really good opening partnership for Lancashire was use their feet and move forward, especially Jennings, who was taking 2 big steps, wasn't he, toward the end?
Yeah, batting out of his crease, wasn't it, Jennings, and still advancing towards the bowler.
Whether Leicestershire will adopt those tactics remains to be seen. At the moment, it's just about keeping the ball out. Bailey is in and bowls, and Hill is going to pick up his first run as he goes back and turns it off his legs out towards deep square. Long leg comes running up to field the ball, almost at deep square. George Balderson it is there. Gets his throw away. Hill picks up a couple. Ahmed has 8. Leicestershire 26 for 2. Not a great forecast for tonight, but it has improved a little bit for tomorrow, so we're fingers crossed we're going to get a decent amount of play tomorrow. As in goes Bailey, bowls. Hill again turns into the leg side there. Turns it to short. Sorry, I'm laughing because of the Hill no, which sometimes hear in my sleep. You know, it's sort of echoes across the ground and throughout Aylestone, and I've been hearing it for 14 years or whatever it is now. Hilly and I's careers at Leicestershire sort of basically coincide.
Who's followed who? Did you both arrived at the same
Well,
time?
he wasn't in the first team when he was sort of still working his way up to the first team, but first really took notice of him when he scored the winning runs at Chelmsford to end Leicestershire's run of 33 games without a win. I'd gone through my first season and a half without seeing one.
26 for 2. Here is Will Williams over the wicket balls, driven away by Riyad Ahmed to mid-off. And there is no run. Yeah, I just looked at the forecast there, Richard. It's not great tonight, is it? Overnight,
No,
some showers.
but they'll cover up, and hopefully it's obviously the way it is at the moment. As dry as it is, it'll drain quite quickly.
Yeah, looks pretty clear from kind of 10 o'clock onwards, doesn't it? Really, so. Yeah.
Oh, every chance of plenty of play tomorrow then.
Williams in, balls left by Ahmed. Through he goes to the keeper. He just semi-floated with the idea of playing.
Yeah, Rehan this season 266 runs in 12 innings, averaging 26, a couple of not-outs in there. That 100 we talked about at Old Trafford, and 150 as well.
He's on 8. He's being tested here. This is a good opening spell by Will Williams. And here comes balls. Just a little bit of pace off there by Williams. Ahmed goes forward and defends. And eases the ball up towards mid-off where Bohannon fields. And there's no run. 26 for 2.
Zimbabwe following on against England, having been bowled out for 265, and that included a centurion, didn't it? So
Bailey over the wicket, balls back of a length to Riyad Ahmed. Flicks the ball with a bit of wrist down towards fine leg. Takes a single as well. Moves on to 9. 27 for 2. Bringing Lewis Hill back on strike. Hill facing Williams for the first time, so he takes his guard from umpire David Milnes.
Derbyshire piling on the runs against Kent, 347 for 2.
Goodness.
I'm guessing that's a Madsen.
So
Usually is.
yeah, never far away from a Madsen century. Williams to Hill, forward, and there's no defence. It's not an advertisement for a free bookie, that. Williams to Hill.
Oh, very good, yeah. It's actually Sir Caleb Jewell, so
Oh, he can hit it.
he's
well,
151 not out. But Madsen is there, not out. But he's only just come in, 26 not out.
Yeah, he looks like a pretty ferocious looking player, doesn't he? About a half an hour of cricket to go tonight. 2 down Leicestershire. Williams in. Appeals for the LBW, but as Hill shaped to nudge it away to the leg side, it flicks the pad, but well, we'll see from the angle from behind. We're not in the perfect view, but just didn't look right.
It sounded very woody as well, didn't it? But
The umpire says not out. Little gentle shake of the head from David Milnes to complete the over. Just a single coming off at 27 for 2.
it did an awful lot too much. But Milnes has not been convinced throughout the day, as he's turned down 5 appeals from this end, maybe 6. The 2 positive decisions, if that's the right word, from the bowling side's point of view, have come from Hassan Adnan, who is standing at the Bennett end for the first 2 innings of the game. Tom Bailey, 4 overs, 1 for 14, continues from that Bennett end down the slight slope here. Bowls to Ahmed, who gets up on his toes, punches it out just wide of mid-off, takes a step down, sells Hill something of a dummy. You've got to be on your toes when Ahmed's batting, but then quickly retreats into his ground, and Hill has to put on the brakes hard and retreat back into his ground. Just the 2 slips now for Ahmed. Where has Harris gone? Harris has gone to that, he's staying in that short, straight-ish mid-wicket position as Bailey charges in and bowls. Ahmed defends on the back foot again. This comes, it runs more or less straight to wide-ish. Mid-off moving across Bohannon Fields, and there's no run. So it's George Bell at first, alongside Keaton Jennings. Jennings' Lancashire cap nicely faded. I don't know, the blue seems to go a slight brown though, doesn't it? It's
yeah, it does, like a burgundy colour.
Bailey is in, bowled on, hits the legs of Ahmed, but Bailey's appeal is choked off. Who is the... Somebody has one heck of a shout on them on the Lancashire side, behind the stumps. I'm suspecting it's not Matty Hurst, who's quite a small chap. Do you reckon Jennings?
I think Keaton likes a bit of a shout. Yeah, I think Jennings is...
He's got a bellow on him.
He has, yeah. I'm not so sure George Bell's going to match him.
Right.
I think it's Jennings, giving it both barrels.
It is echoing around the terraces, the Victorian terraces of Ayleston still, as Bailey goes in. Bowl short, pulled, and half stopped by Harris. I don't know quite, he seemed to almost step to one side, then quickly put down his left hand, and neat work by the Australian, who then raises his hands as though he's not quite sure what happened there. But anyway, he half made the stop and it ran to Phillip at mid-on, but by the time it had done so, Ahmed had taken 1, moves on to double figures. He's on to 10 now, 28 for 2. It may be that that century at Old Trafford against pretty much this attack will give him a little bit of confidence, but I don't think confidence is a quality that Rahan is ever really short of. In goes Bailey, bowls to Hill, edges just wide of third slip down to the boundary for 4.
Yeah, the only difference in the attack was John Turner, who Lancashire had signed on that loan deal from Hampshire. But yeah, it was... Oh, and Saqib Mahmood played as well.
Saqib was there, yes,
yeah,
indeed. Yeah. So actually, it wasn't the same attack then, I suppose, but...
Yeah, Mahmood, Balderson, Turner and Phillip, with spin options from Hartley and Wells and Bohannon.
Luke Wells is making David Milnes chortle with laughter. Don't know what he's... They'll be old friends, won't they? Bailey is in and bowls. Hill is forward on off stump, thick inside part of the bat. Plays it out towards very, very short mid-wicket. Harris comes into field. End of the 9th over of the Leicestershire reply. 32 for 2. Ahmed 10, Hill 6. Replying, remember, to Lancashire's 206. So at the moment, tolerably balanced day, you know.
Yeah. We just fancy being in Leicestershire's dressing room at the minute, but not by...
One more wicket and it's...
I think so, yeah, yeah. Another aspect of the Harris captaincy is that he's not, it would appear, not keen on lengthy spells. Again, Williams has come out, he's bowled 4 overs there. I thought he bowled beautifully. And I thought he felt like he was getting on top of Rian Ahmed, but Marcus Harris, through the course of that game last week, was quite keen to chop and change and go for shorter bursts and use his options, and he has replaced Will Williams, and George Balderson comes into the attack.
It is very different to Hanscom, who likes his seamers. He knows what he wants and sort of sticks to it by and large. And I'm told by Australian correspondents that it's kind of why he lost the captaincy of Victoria, that he was a little bit too defensive.
Right.
They felt.
Here comes Balderson into Ahmed, full and driven. Finds Bohannon at mid-off. Well, I mean, the approach has worked beautifully, hasn't it, so far, with the 4 wins from 6 games. But even at Old Trafford, through the course of the 4 days, there's always a third man, always a fine leg, deep square, deep point. He's obviously got that as his kind of basis for his plan. It's defended by Riyad Ahmed to mid-wicket, there's no run. I think Bumble picked up this, didn't he, when he was with us for the game in Manchester, about he was quite surprised by the tactic, because Leicestershire won the toss, they put Lancashire into bat, and straight away third man, fine leg. But it worked for them. And clearly it's been a ploy that has been used so far this season. Here's Balderson over the wicket to Riyad Ahmed, defends, just taps the ball away into the offside, and there's nothing added onto the scoreboard. It's 32 for 2. Two slips in place. Bell and Jennings. Lancashire also with a third man and a fine leg. And then Hartley at cover. Bannon at mid-off. Bailey at mid-on. Harris at mid-wicket. Balderson to Ahmed, who's in defence for no run. Will Williams is at square leg. 32 for 2. Leicestershire are replying to Lancashire's 206. All out. Towards the final 20 minutes or so of play. We might see some spin again. That's been an aspect of Marcus Harris getting Tom Hartley into the attack pretty early on. Even with the new ball. Defends Ahmed. Back to Balderson. And there is no run. 32 for 2. I suppose Lancashire, you go in with a seam attack of Williams, Anderson, Phillip, Bailey and Balderson. You're going to want some additional help, and Hartley will have a reasonable part to play. Balderson again to Ahmed, defending from the crease, just turned around a little bit and the ball deflects away out into the offside, picked up by Hartley, and there's no run. End of the over. 32 for 2 with 6 to go tonight.
BBC Radio Leicester joining us shortly, live for some live Friday night sport. Scott's heading next door to update listeners to BBC Radio Manchester and BBC Lancashire. And Lancashire's progress, which has been reasonably good so far in Leicestershire's reply to their 206 all out. Well, change of bowling at the Pavilion end, but not at the Bennett end. It's still to be Tom Bailey, who comes in and bowls to Lewis Hill, who defends on the back foot, plays the ball back up the pitch on the on side. Anderson Phillip picks up. No run. 4 slips now, genuine 4 slips as well. Bell, Jennings, Harris, been joined by Will Williams as Bailey is in, bowls. Hill is no big stride, just leaning forward on off stump, blocking it out. To Bohannon, who is at mid-off, with 4 slips, as you might expect. Wide open spaces in front of the bat, because Hartley is still at that backward point position. So no one between Hartley at backward point and Bohannon, who's at wide-ish mid-off. There's also mid-on, mid-wicket. And long leg, no third man, as Bailey is in. Hill is defending the straight ball with a turn of the wrist out towards mid-wicket. You heard the familiar Hill cry of no. Helmet please, that's a very Australian request for helmet please from the captain, Marcus Harris, and as Scott suggested then, Harris not slow to ring the changes. Bohannon may be coming into short leg. Where's the 12th man with the helmet? Would be helpful to have one on the edge of the boundary, you would have thought, really. Here he comes, running out down the steps. He's getting teased a little bit by the wicket-keeper, Matty Hurst, who takes the helmet, throws it to Bohannon. He goes in at short leg, and that means mid-wicket goes across Luke Wells to wide-ish mid-off. Bailey is in and bowls, defended out into the offside. Welcome again to listeners from BBC Radio Leicester. Beautiful sunlit evening here at the Uptonsteel County Ground. The sun's shining on what's been a really good battle today between table-topping Leicestershire and Lancashire, the fallen giants, so to speak. But it's never long before the likes of Lancashire or Yorkshire or Surrey, if they have a bad time, recover. They've usually got the resources to do it. Lancashire down at the moment, but not for long. In goes Bailey, bowls, and Hill turns him past Bohannon at short leg down towards long leg and takes one. Hill on 2-7, 33 for 2. The two men out, the two Leicestershire openers, Sol Budinger, who having hit one beautiful straight drive, sort of popped one up. It seemed to stop on him a bit, but he got a little bit tangled up and it looped towards mid-on. Bailey fell forward to get his hands underneath the ball, hold the catch. And then Rishi Patel, who'd hit 3 lovely fours, just hung out his bat slightly at a wideish one from Bailey and edged to Keaton Jennings at second slip. Bailey is in, bowls to Rehan Ahmed, who clips him very nicely off his toes. It travels very quickly out to deep square, but there is a deep square out there. Luke Wells. And as a consequence, Ahmed is kept to 1, but he does keep the strike as a consequence. He moves on to 11, 34 for 2. 5 overs to go tonight. Leicestershire badly need to get through to the close without losing another wicket. If they do, you would probably say they'd just about had the best of the opening day here. If Lancashire pick up another wicket, then it feels as though it has been a pretty balanced day one way or another. The weather forecast for tomorrow is not great tonight, but it's improving for tomorrow, so we should get plenty of play tomorrow. This is Richard Ray for BBC Radio Leicester, as in outside off stump bowls George Balderson, and Ahmed attempts a big drive and doesn't get anything on it, taken behind the stumps by Hurst, of course. You're not hearing Scott Reed of BBC Manchester at the moment because he's next door updating BBC Manchester. He will be back alongside for the final couple of overs before too long. Balderson, slingy sort of seamer, not express, but gets plenty of away movement. Bustles in, bowls to Ahmed, who looks to turn him off his pad, going down leg side, and there is an appeal from Balderson as it bounces out towards square leg. But when the ball's done that, umpire even less likely to consider it to have been going on to hit the stumps, and umpire Milnes, former Leicestershire and England fast bowler, was not so convinced. He's turned down, we reckon, well, he's turned down every appeal that's been at his end so far today. And turned that one down as well without too much, didn't take too much thinking about, put it that way. Right, change of field. Hill is being put under more pressure. The short leg is in there, 3 slips. Hartley's going in quite close at mid-off as Balderson is in, bowls very full, driven in the air, bounces, driven into the ground. Hartley dived to his right, got 2 hands to the ball, saved 3 really, because that would have run down the slope to the boundary, and the fielding is completed by Tom Bailey running across from mid-off, but Hill takes his single, moves on to 8, 36 for 2. Come on, Baldy, is the cry. As George Balderson is in, bowl slightly short, turned nicely off his legs by Ahmed, out to deep square. Once again, they have the fielder there, and it will therefore just be 1. End of the over. No, not quite. Not even close, actually. That's 4 balls into the over, so 2 to come. It was just umpire Mills looked as though he was about to hand Balderson a sweater, but he was just readjusting it. And that's what fooled me. I am, as you know, easily fooled. Balderson. Harris has gone to 4th slip, so there's a bit of a gap there now. Bowls to Hill, who is forward, smothering the ball rather, turning the bat face on his defensive push towards Bohannon at short leg. No run. 4 overs to go, so it won't be far off for sort of 25 past 6 by the time we get done here. Obviously, a lot of wickets have fallen today, 12 wickets, that's one of the reasons. Leicestershire actually finished with a plus on their over 8 column, +3 I think it was. In goes Balderson, bowls. Hill is forward, thick inside edge, he's not sure where that's gone. It's gone behind his legs, it's running down to long leg. Philip is down there, and that is the end of the over. Hill with that single keeps the strike. He moves on to 9, 38 for 2 after 12. 4 overs to go tonight. Been a really good day's cricket for a really good crowd. Obviously Leicestershire's success so far this season is increasing the crowds at the Uptonsteel County Ground, and they've had really good reward for their entrance fee today. Plenty of runs, but more wickets and entertaining cricket all round. Bailey is in, bowls. Hill goes back, turns it past Bohannon at short leg on the bounce. Bohannon does really well, gets his left hand to the ball to slow it down, and it means that Philip can move across from mid-on to keep it 2-1. Hill into double figures now, on to 10. All change in the outfield. Philip goes to deep mid-wicket for Ahmed. Harris says, go a bit square, I want you between mid-wicket and square leg. And Harris himself goes at short, straight mid-wicket. In goes Bailey, bowls. It is pulled, it is in the air, but it's going to go between the fielders. In fact, one bounce for 4. Well, it was in the air for a long old time, and Philip was set for that shot, but Ahmed picked his spot rather. He had time with the short ball, it sat up quite nicely, and he picks up 4, but there was a few Leicestershire hearts in mouths for a moment or two. Ahmed on to 17, 43 for 2. He will continue to be positive. Remember, that fine 100 at Old Trafford against Lancashire will have given him more confidence. Now Bailey wants Philip to go square. It's more or less where Harris was sending him before. Had he been there before, he might have been in the game. In goes Bailey, bowls to Ahmed, takes his bottom hand off the bat. Straight ball just from just short of a length, just climbs on him a little bit, and he shakes off his right hand. Either it was hit or it was just jarred. It seemed to be mostly 95% bat, but continues to shake off his right hand, his bowling hand, lest we forget. Seems to be okay though. Quickly takes guard again. Bailey, those long legs pumping, runs in, bowls short, but too short on that occasion. So short, in fact, that umpire Adnan extends his arms and says wide. It really was a long, long way over Ahmed's head. Score on to 44 for 2. So the game really has moved on today. Tom Bailey down the slope, bowls. Ahmed gets a much fuller ball, and having kept it out, then just sort of sinks onto his right knee slightly. Let's say that sense of theatre, he's never far away when you're in a hard arm. Rahan Ahmed is at the crease, and so it proved again. There's always something of a flourish in some way. Unconscious, I'm certain of it, but he's always worth watching it, and keep watching him as well. Something will happen, whether he's batting, bowling or fielding. Bailey is in, bowls, and again that one keeps a touch low, and Ahmed stayed on the back foot and just implied that he had to dig it out a little bit. Dig it out he did though, pushed it back past Bailey. Coming to the end of his 7th over, 1 for 27 for Tom Bailey. Just put his hand to his lower back there, and then bent over, and he's just doing a bit of stretching of his left side. Doesn't look entirely comfortable. Harris, who's at mid-off now, sort of waits for him to be okay. He does seem to be okay. Anyway, comes in to finish his over. Bowls. Ahmed works it away through the backward point area from just slightly outside off stump and slightly short of a length. picks up one and keeps the strike. I think that will be it for Bailey, who's not massively comfortable out there. Remember, we lost Jimmy Anderson from the game. He did travel with Lancashire and was named, obviously, in the squad. Seemed to be out there just doing a few sort of warm-ups, but it was decided not to risk the veteran for this game. He does have ambitions to, or does have hopes to play T20 and white ball cricket this summer, so maybe keeping him in reserve for that. In goes Balderson, bowls to Ahmed, who is forward, guiding the ball backward of point. Hartley runs around to field, slightly angled bat from Ahmed. He picks up his single, moves on to 19. 46 for 2. 3 overs to go tonight. Hartley will bowl at least one of them. He's rolling his shoulders. He picked up the wicket of Ahmed in the match at Old Trafford, admittedly after Ahmed had gone to 100, so there will be probing. In goes Balderson and bowls edged. No, not edged. It bounced and left Hill, and he jerked his head back and looked back in a way that made it look as though he'd taken the edge. Did a little bit too much, the ball, and beat Hill and went through into the gloves of Hurst behind the stumps. Effort ball perhaps from Balderson. Who turns, runs in, bowls to Hill, who twitches a little bit at that one. It's a foolish delivery, staying on the back foot. He's keeping it out, and that's about the most that can be said. Harris again has moved that a little bit wider from third slip to fourth, so there's a marked gap between him and Jennings at second. Bohannon's in there at short leg under the helmet. Bell at first slip as Balderson is in. Hill is walking down the pitch rather, and then clipping more or less straight to mid-wicket along the ground all the way. Quickly walks back into his ground. Will Williams is at mid-wicket. Threatens to hurl the ball at the stumps, doesn't bother doing so. 46 for 2, Leicestershire. 2 overs and 2 balls remain as Balderson turns. Runs in, bowls slightly short, so Hill can go back and turn it off leg stump out towards deep backward square. In from long leg comes Anderson Phillip to field. Good throw. Trinidadian. Nice flat hard throw. Keeps Hill to 1. Hill on to 11. Ahmed on strike on 19 now. Harris moves across from fourth slip out to mid-off, a slightly more conventional field for Ahmed as Balderson is in. Ahmed thick outside part of the bat, but he's on top of the bounce, and it runs down through about fifth slip gully down to third man for 1. Means that Ahmed will keep the strike for the start of the penultimate over of the day. 48 for 2. Ahmed into the 20s now, and Radio Leicester listeners who've been forced to put up with me for a few overs will be delighted to know. No, it's not an apology. It's that Scott Reed, who's been doing the same for BBC Manchester and BBC Radio Lancashire, is now back alongside.
Good evening. Yes, I was updating our good friends in the Northwest about the perils of Lancashire's County Championship season, but actually what has been a really interesting first day, and I was just saying on the update there, I still think probably you want to be in Leicestershire's dressing room. One more wicket makes it a pretty even day, but I think if you're Leicestershire, you win the toss, you put Lancashire into bat, you skittle them out for 200 inside 70 odd overs. I think you're pretty happy with that, aren't you? Especially if you go in the close of play just 2 down. And it will be Tom Hartley to bowl some left arm spin. We've got 2 overs left, so it'll only be 1 over from Tom Hartley. He's got Riyad Ahmed on strike, unbeaten on 20. There's a slip in place and a short leg, short cover as well. As Hartley's left arm spin around the wicket, forward goes Ahmed and pushing away defensively into the offside, and there is no run. But yeah, I think it's been a really interesting first day. Lancashire tried to fight back with the ball, which I think Bailey and Williams did early on, and we're set up hopefully for a pretty good second day tomorrow. Here's Hartley again, bowls. Oh, Riyad on the ramp. He's down on one knee and scoops it over his shoulder and down towards the boundary, and he finds a way to find 4 and to bring up the 50 as well for Leicestershire. 52 for 2, and Riyad Ahmed 24 not out, and a bit of improvisation from Riyad Ahmed.
Yes, 10 balls to go notwithstanding, and well, short leg goes in at leg slip instead.
Will he play it again? Probably not. He goes back instead this time and carves the ball away through the offside, out towards Will Williams on the point boundary, just for a single. Moves to 25, and he's 53 for 2 to bring Lewis Hill on strike. He's got good memories, hasn't he, Riyad Ahmed, of facing Lancashire. A century at Old Trafford at the start of the season, or about a month ago. He's got 25 runs so far. Hill has got 3 around the bat. There's a short leg, there's a silly point, and a slip as well. He's got 3 catches close in. Hartley clutching the ball towards his chest. He's in and bowling, and Hill goes back and defends. It's played out towards the leg side. Hartley comes across to his right to field, and again there's no run. 53 for 2. 2 balls to go. Just a 1-over spell of Hartley for Hartley tonight. He's into Hill. That's left this time. Very watchful from Hill. Gathered by Hurst. So eyes very much on tomorrow morning for these 2 batters. And resuming at 11 o'clock tomorrow. In comes Hartley. Bowls again. Played late by Hill. I'm not sure he wanted to play it and quickly realised he had no choice. And has to defend the top of his off stump from a delivery he was kind of hoping to leave, but that would have been flirting with a lot of danger. It's the end of the over. 53 for 2. Hill on 11, and Riyad Ahmed is 25 not out.
Yeah, perfectly described. He wanted to leave that, didn't he? Thought the very like, oh, better not. It'll hit me stumps if I do. Boy, was he late on that one. But he survives, and we'll be hoping to, I suspect, watch out these last 6 deliveries of the day, if we get all 6 of them. If a wicket falls henceforth, we will be done for the day. Those 6 deliveries, if so they are going to be bowled even by George Balderson from the pavilion end, who runs in and bowls to Ahmed down, bounces up on him nicely, but Hill is going to have to do some work because Ahmed pushes it out wide of Bahanan at mid-off and takes his single, moves on to 26. Partnership 30 now for the 3rd wicket. Boy, did Leicestershire need it. They were wobbling a bit at 24 for 2, and if a wicket were to fall now, then they'd continue to have plenty to do tomorrow to chase down this Lancashire first innings of 206. Balderson is in to Hill, who is guiding it through gully for 4. Nice shot actually from Lewis Hill. He waited and waited, tried to play it as late as possible, and dabbed it down through gully to pick up a boundary. Moves on to 15, 58 for 2.
Yeah, it's been a good partnership this, hasn't it? It's just taken the sting out of what was quite a bit of momentum that Lancashire had whipped up, actually. It's quite a bit of chirp in the field. They were bowling nicely with the new ball. Bailey and Williams, they felt like they were in a chance to drag it right back and maybe get Leicestershire 3 or 4 down tonight, but these 2 have just taken the sting out of that.
Hill waits with bat raised as in goes Balderson, bowls. He's taking his bottom hand off the bat as it rises on him a touch, and he manages to get on top of the bounce and push it down on the bounce to Bahanan at short leg. Been a few batsmen having to take their bottom hands off the bat. Balderson isn't a tall man, slightly sort of slingy action, but he does seem to be able to get a little bit of extra bounce. But I'm sort of with you. I thought Williams bowled a really nice opening burst, and I was a little bit surprised to see him taken off. He's running around at the moment, Williams, because he's going to leg slip. There we go. So First slip, second slip, fourth slip, leg slip and short leg as in goes Balderson. And bowls. Hill is beaten on the outside edge, batting a long way outside his crease, and seeing that, Matty Hurst threatens to underarm the ball at the stumps, and Hill quickly puts his bat back down in his crease. 2 balls to go on what has been a really interesting day's championship. There have been so many of them. I don't think we've had a dull day's championship cricket this season.
That's because let's just keep winning games.
Well, there's that, but you know, no.
Keep bossing it.
In goes Balderson and bowls. Hill is turning it past short leg. It'll be Ahmed who's going to have to take the final ball of the day. Hill picks up a single as the ball runs out to deepish square. Williams in hot pursuit. Hill on to 16.
There's been not many dull days following Lancashire, but there's been some painful ones.
Yes, indeed.
Especially when they went rock bottom of the table a couple of weeks ago.
Welcome to our world. Little burst from Radio Leicester. I think they're going to be going to the news shortly, so they're going to leave us perhaps for a moment or two. Balderson is in. Ahmed leaves outside off stump. Hurst rolls the ball at the stumps. Ahmed's back foot had gone nowhere. That, ladies and gentlemen, is the close of play. Leicestershire close then on 59 for 2 in reply to Lancashire's first innings of 206. On that basis, you would say it was probably sort of 60-40, maybe 65-35, something like that, Leicestershire's day, but Lancashire still very firmly in this game. Those 2 early wickets of Sol Budinger and Rishi Patel keeping them very interested indeed. Out come the covers because rain is anticipated tonight, but overall great day's play, and both sides have something to be pleased with, really.
Yeah, I really enjoyed the day's cricket, and I think the fight back by Leicestershire this afternoon after a good solid start by Lancashire with the bat was the hallmark of a team that's top of the table in truth, and full of confidence and playing good cricket. Lancashire have done their best to drag themselves back today. I think it's set up nice for tomorrow.
Scott Edo, BBC Manchester, BBC Radio Lancashire, or the other way around, and myself, Richard Ray of BBC Radio. We'll be back with you in the company, I think, of Richard Green is expected as well, so you'll get pleasant change of our voices in your ear. So hopefully the rain will clear by the time 11 o'clock comes around, and we'll be all to go again. Now, from the Uptonsteel County Ground, if you're listening online or watch various streams, it's very